At the border of the kingdom of Mekong at this moment, two alliance armies are gathered. The king of Thrace gathered with his ministers in his office, watching the huge screen in front of him where the battle could be triggered at any time. Grady and Rabina sat to the left and right of my father. Grady complained to Long Fei in his heart. If this person hadn't come to the meteorite group on the border of their country to start a company, what happened today would not have happened. One of the ministers said, "The war has begun." The Democratic Alliance Army and the Imperial Alliance Army fought in three small countries at the same time, the same location as the first two-party war. The scale of the war was much larger than the previous First War. There is no winged Gundam participating in the war on the side of the Nikon Kingdom. On the other side, there is no trace of winged Gundam on the side of Zoke Kingdom. This made the Democratic Alliance Army on the border of the Mekong Kingdom very scrupulous. And of course the Democratic Alliance Army on the other two sides of the battlefield were also scrupulous about not being able to let go of the fight. However, there was no Tianyi mercenary group in the three battles. Not only the Democratic Allied forces were very surprised, but even the Imperial Allied forces were very surprised. Yao Zhongying, the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Allied Forces, a 5-star special general, can become the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Allied Forces, mainly because he defeated other generals of the Imperial Army with the posture of passing through the simulated battles of the Imperial generals and won the title of all Imperial Emperors. He became the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Allied Forces. All troops of the Allied Imperial Army are at his disposal. Yao Zhongying asked his subordinates to contact the Tianyi mercenary group's home base, but they couldn't get a response from the home base. Although the sub-base mobilized troops, the troops stopped moving when they ran outside the sphere of influence of the Democratic Alliance Army. The Tianyi mercenary troops at the No. 3 logistics base are also standing still. Even if more troops are gathered, they will still stay still. Similarly, the Democratic Alliance Army also dispatched many troops to guard the border at the No. 3 base to guard against attacks from the Tianyi mercenaries. Yao Zhongying didn't understand what the Tianyi mercenary group was doing. Even if only one of these three small countries was defeated, the Democratic Allied forces could directly attack Huanglong and drive straight into the Tianyi mercenary group's mother base. Soon, Yao Zhongying was notified by his subordinates that the Tianyi mercenary regiment's mother base dispatched all the fleets, and the main forces were divided into three groups, heading towards the three battlefields. Then it was received that there was a battle at the logistics base No. 3. Yao Zhongying felt very different. Why the Tianyi mercenary group would attack this side, and immediately turned on the three-dimensional stereo image to conduct strategic and tactical calculations, wanting to know why the Tianyi mercenary group would attack at the No. 3 logistics base. After thinking about it, Yao Zhongying said in shock, "They are acting so recklessly, but once they succeed." During the battle at the No. 3 logistics base, part of the Imperial Allied fleet was transferred to help. In terms of quantity, the number of the Democratic Alliance Army is more than twice the sum of the Tianyi mercenary group and the Imperial Allied Army. On the battlefield, there were 200-style mega-particle cannons, and the two huge beams swept across. Wherever they passed, countless fireworks exploded, and various types of phantom winds exploded directly. A Magic Wind MS picked MK2G. Its performance is not as good as Jigong MS, and picked a MK2G, which is stronger than Jigong MS. MK2G easily dodged the Magic Wind MS's beam shooting, and instantly blasted the Magic Wind MS into pieces. On the battlefield, the mobile suits of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps fleet are still dominated by GM2 and various series of short sword mobile suits, while the overall number of Jegun mobile suits accounts for less than 15%. A Jegun MS locks onto the Dire Eagle MS, and a beam ray attacks the Dire Eagle MS. The ominous Eagle MS didn't have time to dodge, and blocked the beam with the shield. As a result, the beam ray not only burned through the shield, but even the ominous Eagle's cockpit was burned through. The pilot in the cockpit presumably evaporated. Everyone is paying attention to the current major wars, and no one has noticed that several bases in the Republic of Solani have been destroyed at this moment. The Angel turns on Trans-AM and holds the GN rocket launcher. In the state of 3 reds, the output of the GN rocket launcher is maximized. One shot went straight to the command post of the target meteorite military base. When the military base found a beam of huge energy, the beam cannon directly penetrated the command post. With this sudden attack, the commander of the base was directly killed, and the base suddenly fell into a leaderless state, showing a panic. 10 short swords clean up the meteorite military base that has penetrated a large hole. When the command post is destroyed, it is impossible to contact other bases and headquarters for support. Although there are battleships and mobile suits in the meteorite military base, in addition to being damaged by 10 daggers there is also the Reaper Gundam that takes the battleship as the key target of destruction. In the distance, in addition to the German Angel Gundam in the 3 red state shooting with long-range heavy firepower, Litian used the GN sniper rifle to snipe at long range, one shot at a time. In order to prevent the target base from sending out a distress signal, in addition to using the cyan particles of the 2 Solar Furnace Gundams as interference, jammers were also placed around the daggers that were in a mirage state before. The goal at this moment is to make every day unresponsive and the Earth not work. After solving the target, all the bodies return to the mothership at the meteorite. Torres 2 and 2 other Albion ships also equipped with the Mirage system are hiding in the meteorite area. No one thought that there would be a small fleet using the Mirage system to sneak to the border junction between the Republic of Solani and the Democratic Republic of Mashabia. The battle at Logistics Base Number 3, in addition to covering another Army-class warship to attack a colonial fortress of the Republic of Solani. No one thought that there would be a hidden small fleet sneaking in here. If Yao Zhongying knew that there was such a small fleet, he would have shaken his head and said in shock, "I really didn't expect you to be so bold and reckless, and dare to attack the enemy's important facilities with a small force." In fact, Yao Zhongying has not thought that there are more bold actions. If he had known, he would have been eager to learn from the person who planned this deployment, and even to learn from him. Both German Angel and Power Angel have returned to Torres 2. In addition to Power Angel, and Mystery Sky, there are a total of 8 Gundams in the hangar, including Dark Strike Gundam, True Red Aegis Gundam, and ZZ Gundam. Long Fei, who was still in the cockpit of the Litian Gundam, was a little bit surprised to see such a situation. According to the original work, he was in the 00 Gundam and other new Gundams in Torres 2. After Long Fei walked out of the cockpit, Tao Xiang just walked out of the cockpit of the Angel Gundam. Tao Xiang looked at the somewhat tired Long Fei and said, "The new battle will start in 4 hours, so let's take a good rest first. Don't be too tired." "Okay, I know." The other 2 Albion ships also installed the Mirage system. The Minovsky-type thermonuclear reactor is not infinite energy, unlike solar furnaces that can generate renewable energy. In order to be able to fight for a long time, the 2 Albion and Tolar 2 connection cables to charge 2 Albion ships. In this way, the Albion does not need to consume too many nuclear fuel rods. Long Fei was a little tired in the lounge, sleeping with his head resting on Tao Xiang's lap. Tao Xiang closed her eyes and rested for a while, holding Long Fei's right hand with one hand. Long Fei fell into a deep sleep, turned around, facing Tao Xiang's belly. Tao Xiang opened her eyes and looked at Long Fei, looking at Long Fei's dark circles caused by lack of sleep, and gently rubbed Long Fei's face with the other hand. Tao Xiang felt a little distressed. The Tianyi group was in a great crisis. Democratic countries coveted the technology in Long Fei's hands and discredited Long Fei as a mad scientist. Although Long Fei had made all preparations for the battle in the past few months, Tao Xiang understood that Long Fei's heart was always tense, and he just showed a calm attitude in front of everyone to stabilize everyone's heart. In the past few months, all of Long Fei's actions have been to drive ducks to the shelves. A week ago, Long Fei developed a supercomputer called Type 0 system, which calculated all the information and battlefield situation by the Type 0 system. The Type 0 system will follow the trend of the situation to calculate the next possibilities and countermeasures. The action at this moment is the Type 0 system. The countermeasures currently being calculated in the Type 0 system will give the best results. The Type 0 system is more capable of calculating various possibilities. In the battle between the 2 allied forces, the Type 0 system can accurately predict the direction of the battle. Long Fei slept for about 3 hours, woke up and got up. Tao Xiang immediately wiped Fei's face with a hot towel, so that Long Fei could wake up. How long have I been asleep? 3 hours and 15 minutes, 45 minutes before the battle. Well, we have to act. Colonel Isis, the captain of Torres II, received a report from the mother base at this moment. Colonel AICC's expression became more and more shocked, and the Type 0 system actually predicted the direction of the next battlefield. The Tianyi mercenary fleet at the logistics base number 3 defeated the frontline enemy. The Solani Republic did not dispatch troops to stop the pressing Tianyi mercenary fleet. Instead, it asked for help from the surrounding democratic countries and the Democratic Alliance Army. Support. The colonial fortress also did not mobilize troops to stop them, but stood still, mainly because they learned that there was a Tianyi mercenary fleet coming towards them. The colonial fortress even asked the central government to send troops to help. The supreme commander of the Democratic Alliance Army did not devote all its troops to the 3 battlefields and distributed some of the troops elsewhere. The Democratic Republic of Mashabia did not send support to help the Republic of Solani. The National Army of the Democratic Republic of Mashabia is now commanded by the Supreme Commander of the Democratic Alliance Army. The Democratic Republic of Mashabia has already invested most of its troops on the border battlefield of the Kingdom of Mekong. Even if it wants to help the Republic of Solani, it is powerless. All of this is calculated completely correctly in the calculation of the zero form system. The Type 0 system has been calculated. As long as the Torres II ship team destroys the important facility base of the target within 30 minutes of combat and then retreats immediately, then not only the Solani Republic will be in a panic, but it will directly affect the direction of the 3 battlefields of the Democratic Alliance Army. The Torres II fleet is currently hiding in the meteorite area. The 2 Albion MS motherships attacked a total of 10 in Dagger N and activated the Mirage system. Taoxiang drives the Angel and Long Fei drives Li Angel to attack at the same time. The target facility base is an important equipment manufacturing plant of the Democratic Alliance Army. The facility base manufactures all the equipment, parts, etc. needed for mobile suits, warships, etc. The base of the facility is protected by the huge fleet of the United Nations of Anglo-Safari and the United Nations of the Anglo-Safari People's Republic, and there is a protective cover jointly developed by the United Nations of the Anglo-Safari People's Republic of China and the United Nations of the Wanluo Federation. The protective cover is a diamond-shaped protective cover that surrounds the facility base. The defense is very strong. Not only the main guns of the battleship are completely unable to fire. The mega particle cannon of the Albion MS mothership still couldn't penetrate it. The powerful angels, master angels and secret angels also attacked one after another. N short sword N is invisible with the Mirage system, sneaking outside the diamond-shaped protective cover of the facility base, as long as the diamond-shaped protective cover is not released. N Dagger N can't sneak in at all. However, in about 10 minutes, a team responsible for the transport fleet came to the facility base. The diamond-shaped protective cover opened a gap, and 10 daggers were mixed in the transportation team, and then entered the facility base. After receiving the N Dagger N team successfully sneaked in, Albion and Ptolemy II released other Gundams one after another. The 2 Albion ships included Reaper, Heavy Gunner, GP-04, Blue Heresy L-Type, for Baishar, and MK-2G each. After all the MS are in place, wait for the N Dagger N team to successfully complete the task. The N Short Sword N squad formed a group of 2 machines and sneaked in 5 different directions. After sneaking in for more than 30 minutes, the 5 N Dagger N teams, in addition to groping for the roughly important location of the facility base, also found the facilities and supply energy tubes of the diamond-shaped protective cover. N Dagger N the driver tried to use superconducting communication to communicate with the headquarters. Fortunately, the diamond-shaped protective cover did not affect the connection and operation of the superconducting communication. After Colonel Isis received the general information on the facility base, she immediately made a battle plan. Although Colonel AICC admitted that the Type 0 system has extremely strong calculation and calculation capabilities, it can predict the direction of the battlefield. However, Colonel AICC is not willing to rely on this kind of system to fight, and fights completely according to the system. To her, the Type 0 system is a cold machine. There is no human emotion, and the calculation is too much based on data, and the almost ruthless battle is compiled, and it will never consider or worry about human emotion or endurance. Even if a perfect battle can be listed, whether people can bear it and complete it is another matter. And more importantly, the Type 0 system is absolutely unable to calculate some people's unexpected battles. For kernel AICC, it can only be used as an auxiliary system, and any operations planned, calculated, and arranged can only be used as a reference. Human beings cannot rely too much on it, otherwise they will become puppets of the Type 0 system. ISIS believes that people control machines, not machines control people. If Long Fei knew what AICC was thinking, he would applaud. He could see the horror of Type 0 system and know how to apply Type 0 system. However, if Long Fei knew that AICC had a view on him, maybe Long Fei would cry. Colonel Isis thought that the Type 0 system developed by the boss was to develop a Type 0 system by embodying the ruthlessness in her heart, just like a scientist who looks at things completely with data and never considers other factors. Isis sent information to the whole team about the combat operation she had planned. All the daggers in the facility base began to wreak havoc, especially the equipment and instruments of the diamond-shaped protective cover and the energy transmission pipes became the key targets of destruction. The diamond-shaped protective cover began to gradually collapse, with more and more gaps, and the surrounding fleet was immediately on alert. The Angel immediately turned on Trans-Am, and after the triple red state, the GN rocket launcher burst mode was raised to the highest level. In the facility base, the relevant person in charge also invited CBB, the largest media in the Wanluo Federation, to introduce the facility base with an impregnable diamond-shaped protective cover. The reporter also introduced affectionately that the diamond-shaped protective cover is a technology jointly built by the Wanluo Federation and the United Nations of the Angrisa Democratic Peoples. He also said that this is the pride of the Democratic camp and the symbolic aegis of the Democratic camp. As a result, not long after he finished speaking, there was a violent vibration and an explosion that followed. Momoka drove the Angel Gundam and got in dagger-in targets from Colonel AICC to set important locations in the base. After the diamond shield collapsed, Momo locked the position and pressed the button. A violent and huge GN beam cannon exploded, hitting a production line of the facility base. With the sudden collapse of the diamond-shaped protective cover and the sudden beam cannon, other production sites in the facility base were also attacked one after another. There was a state of panic in the base. The commanders of the Wanluo Federation Fleet and the United Nations Fleet of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic, who were in charge of protecting the facility base, immediately ordered to be on alert and immediately ordered all the fleets to fire their main guns at the source of the beam cannon just now. The German Angel Gundam immediately shifted its location after a successful blow. The Lithian Gundam, driven by Long Fei, hid in a meteorite as a cover, turned on the sniper mode, and locked on one of the warships within the sniper range after the German Angel fired the GN rocket launcher. One shot hit the bow, and then another shot hit the bow of another battleship. Then other Gundams attacked the fleets of the Wanluo Federation and the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic from different directions. Colonel Zucker, the commander of the Wanluo Federation Fleet, immediately attacked the Fierce Eagle and Fierce Eagle mobile suits. Colonel Anger, the commander of the United Nations Fleet of the Anglo-Sa Democracy Republic, sent out Phantom Wind and Magic Wind MS. The Guard MS in the facility base couldn't find the target at all, and they were all attacked by N short swords N. The fleet commanders of the two countries did not expect to be attacked by the Tianyi mercenary group, and all the MS were Gundams. Jigang MS, as well as the two MS Taurus and Bilge, currently they don't know they are MD, are all MS that they can't bear. Especially Bilge's planetary defense system. Only the main guns of the battleship can penetrate it. All the mobile suits of the Democratic Alliance Army, the weapons they choose can't penetrate the planetary defense system at all, and they must adopt suicide methods. The MS rushed to Bilge's planetary defense system, and at the moment it was blown up at close range. The defense threshold of the planetary defense system reached its peak, and then the other MS attacked with all their strength to collapse the planetary defense system and destroy Bilge. Now they encountered even more terrifying Gundam, and it was Gundam who came directly to the door. Yu Yang-chun drives the Secret Angel Gundam and 3 GN classic fighters to form the third form of the classic Secret Angel, successively locks on targets in different directions, and emits GN beams one after another. In an instant, countless fireworks exploded in front of the Secret Angel of the classics. The Lord Angel Gundam transformed into mobile suit form. Pincers cut off a dire Eagle mobile suit, and then the GN rifle shot at other mobile suits one after another, and the hit mobile suits turned into fireworks. After the Angel moved to a new location, Tao Xiang watched the airframe display the status screen and reached the thrust requirement for turning on Trans M. The German Angels are in the 3 red state, locking the target position, and the GN rocket launcher burst mode is turned on to the maximum output. The facility base has been pierced through 2 big holes at this moment. The 2 colonels Zwaku and Ngu are a little annoyed at the moment. The facility base has lost contact with them at the moment, and they don't know what happened inside. The MS in the base didn't see them coming out of the base to reinforce them. What's worse is that at this moment, they have been attacked by many Gundams, and there are 2 Gundams in the distance. One is responsible for firing cold shots at their battleships, and the other may run to a certain place and directly fire at the facility base. To their annoyance, at this moment they heard subordinates inform that their communications equipment was jammed, and they could not seek help from command. I really don't understand how the Tianyi mercenary group managed to be so invisible. Rika drove the Z Gundam, and the powerful beam saber cut a moffing MS in half with a single sword. The double-barreled beam gun fired 2 beam rays, piercing through several MSs one after another. All the missiles on the back of the ZZ Gundam were launched, and the MS that couldn't dodge was directly shot down by the missile and turned into fireworks. Lee Angel began to shift positions at this moment, because there was a fierce Eagle mobile suit team coming towards his sniping position. Watching the fierce Eagle MS team come to the previous Force Angel's sniper position, Long Fei activated the trap bomb. Several dire Eagle mobile suits were blown to pieces within the explosion range, and then Lee Angel sniped, destroying several dire Eagle mobile suits in succession. The remaining ones immediately flew to other meteorites to hide. Long Fei decided to deal with the remaining dire Eagle MS first, and then cover the other companions. Earlier on the other side, Colonel AICC received a photo from the N-Dagger N squad. AICC couldn't help frowning as she looked at the photo. It turned out that the photo was a nuclear bomb. I really didn't expect the facility base to come in and secretly manufacture nuclear bombs. Although the threat of nuclear bombs is not as great as the danger before entering outer space, the degree of danger cannot be underestimated. Although the current defense system can easily take down nuclear missiles, once a nuclear bomb is detonated in a colonial satellite, it can still destroy a colonial satellite. The nuclear bomb photographed in the photo is not one, but several, and the manufacturing equipment in the facility is the manufacturing equipment of nuclear bombs. Colonel AICC ordered N Short Sword N to take pictures and records, and then contacted Tao Hua to tell her where not to hit the nuclear bomb. Chasing the Angel's remaining Eagle MS, the remaining pilots were very scared. At this moment, their radar failed, and they didn't know where the target Gundam was going. Suddenly, a GN light beam penetrated a dire Eagle mobile suit, and the drivers of the remaining 2 dire Eagle mobile suits saw the source direction of the beam. Lee Angel Gundam appeared swaggeringly in front of the remaining 2 dire Eagle mobile suits. Attack! 2 ominous Eagle mobile suits fired at Lee Angel Gundam one after another. Lee Angel Gundam easily dodged the attack, took out a pair of GN pistols, and fired successively, piercing the 2 ominous Eagle MS. After finishing off the remaining ominous Eagle MS, Long Fei received a notification from Colonel AICC when he planned to take another cover shot. Nuclear bomb? Huh. It seems that the Wanluo Federation of the Democratic Alliance Army and the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic are doing their best to build nuclear bombs around non-nuclear countries. This is a violation of international law. Lee Angel then went to another place for cover shooting. After N-daggers and N-shooting tasks were completed, all of them had withdrawn from the facility base and returned to the mothership. Except for De Angel and Lee Angel, the other Gundam pilots received the order from Colonel Isis to return to the ship. Gundam's sudden retreat left the 2 colonels at a loss. Li Angel Gundam shoots from a distance to shoot down the enemies chasing MS, and helps other Gundams return to the mothership. The two colonels Zucker and Anger used a special wire network to communicate. The two really didn't understand how the Tianyi mercenary group sneaked in here, how the diamond-shaped protective cover suddenly collapsed, and if the facility base was sneaked in, how did the Tianyi mercenary group sneak in? Just now, they were attacked violently by a group of Gundams, and suddenly those Gundams retreated without warning. The two colonels could not discuss a result, and more importantly, they have not been able to contact the command until now. The facility base is severely damaged, which will affect the logistics needed by the frontline combat troops. Otherwise, the subordinates of the two colonels shouted at the same time, "Sir, it's not good." Then the powerful beam cannon hits again, and the target is still the facility base. Damn it! After the two had just cursed, it was the base that burst out with a series of strong lights. "This is..." the two colonels exclaimed, feeling an ominous premonition in their hearts. They knew exactly what was going on with the violent glare just now. Then the facility base exploded violently one after another, and the powerful nuclear explosion directly engulfed the entire surrounding area, including the fleets of the two countries. Colonel AICC had already ordered his subordinates to take pictures of the entire nuclear explosion process. Then, upload all the previous shooting and videos to the mother base. After receiving the photos and videos, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming immediately passed them on to Yao Zhongying, the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Allied Forces. Yao Zhongying, who was paying attention to the three battles at the moment, received photos and videos from the Tianyi mercenary group from his subordinates, and Yao Zhongying immediately asked his subordinates to investigate and verify whether it was true. Yao Zhongying continued to look at the three-dimensional images of the three battles. Yao Zhongying frowned. The battlefield was currently a battle between the Imperial Allied Forces and the Democratic Allied Forces. Although the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group came to the battlefield, they were in a state of watching from the other side. Yao Zhongying really didn't understand what kind of medicine the Tianyi mercenary group was selling in the gourd. In Logistics Base Number 3, after the victory of the Tianyi mercenary fleet, nearly half of the fleet headed straight to the rear of the front fortress of the Republic of Solani. The other Tianyi mercenary fleet, which was heading straight for the frontline fortress of the Solani Republic, suddenly stood still, forming a confrontation with the fortress fleet. Could it be that they want to attack from both sides? It's too risky. Although their fleet is borrowing the territory of other kingdoms, the fleet that just won, even if they want to attack, their rear will be surrounded by other democratic alliances. Let the army attack. Yao Zhongying rubbed her chin and thought about it, and suddenly remembered the photos and videos just now and the location of the original materials. After Yao Zhongying recalled, the whole person suddenly realized. It turns out that they have another army that sneaked into another part of the target. If this is the case, the fleet that won the previous victory invaded the rear of the target's fortress. They only need this army to protect their rear, so there is no need to worry about it. At this time, the three-dimensional map of the border battle of the Kingdom of Zok changed. A regiment-sized Tianyi mercenary fleet appeared at the rear of the Democratic Alliance fleet at some point, and the warships in the rear were attacked by the Tianyi mercenary group. The two brigade-level Tianyi mercenary fleets that were originally on the sidelines began to move. Yao Zhongying really didn't understand how the Tianyi mercenary group sneaked a fleet to the rear of the Democratic Alliance army. However, in any case, on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Zok, the number of the Democratic Alliance army is greater than that of the Imperial Alliance army. The two sides are similar in quality, but in terms of quantity, the Democratic Alliance army is more than the Imperial Alliance army. Originally, the Imperial Allied forces were about to show signs of defeat. Yao Zhongying was a little annoyed at first and wanted to protest to the Tianyi mercenary group, begging them to help quickly. At this moment, looking at the battlefield on the border of the Kingdom of Zok, the situation on both sides has begun to change. The Democratic Alliance army is now in chaos. Although the rear battleships are protected by MS troops, they cannot withstand the attacks of Jiegong, Taurus, Virgo, Gundam, and mass-produced Gundam. Although the MS troops fighting on the front line wanted to call back the rescue battleship group at this moment, they were entangled by the Imperial Allied forces at this moment. The morale of the mobile suit drivers of the Imperial Allied forces was soaring at this moment. but they did not expect the situation to be reversed. At this time, Yao Zhongying received another report from his subordinates. After being occupied by the Tianyi mercenary group, several bases around the colonial satellites in the country of Mecha, which was handed over to the kingdom of Zok, were destroyed by the Tianyi mercenary group. Moreover, it even intercepted and wiped out the support troops going to the border battlefield of Zok Kingdom. Yao Zhongying thought, there are so many unexpected things. What's the matter with the Tianyi mercenary group? Their actions are all strategic moves. If they are not careful or their actions fail, they will fall into a situation beyond redemption. The commander who planned these operations is crazy. Immediately afterwards, another report came from the subordinates. When Yao Zhongying saw it, his eyes almost popped out. The frontline fortress of the Republic of Solani was directly pierced by a mobile suit mothership, and the diamond-shaped protective cover protecting the frontline fortress could not resist the main gun at all. This, isn't it true? That's a protective shield that can't be broken even if more than a dozen nuclear bombs hit it at the same time. However, looking at the uploaded video, this is still a live broadcast by battlefield reporters. It looks like the mother of the Agama MS, but has ejection plates. There are 3 pieces in the upper part of the hull right in front of the hull, and 5 pieces in each of the left and right sides of the lower part. There is a large-scale high-energy megaparticle cannon installed directly below the central ejection plate. A monster-level main gun with a total length of 50 meters and a caliber of 18 meters. Looking at the monster-level main gun, one shot directly penetrated the diamond-shaped protective cover and then directly penetrated the fortress satellite, showing a huge hole from the front to the rear. Yao Zhongying sat slumped on a chair with a diamond-shaped protective cover, which was the most troublesome weapon in the Imperial Army, and none of the weapons of all Imperial countries could penetrate it. But what appeared in front of him today was a private mercenary group, a mobile suit mothership that looked like they had newly developed, and the huge monster-level main gun directly pierced through it. Then, looking at the next report, Yao Zhongying went to the Tianyi mercenary fleet behind the fortress and suddenly changed its course, directly attacking the Democratic Alliance fleet that was about to attack their rear. I don't know whether to follow the Tianyi mercenary fleet or continue towards the rear of the fortress. Yao Zhongying immediately ordered the fleet of the Imperial Allied forces to go to the fortress. If the fortress can be taken down and repaired in a very short period of time, it can be operated. Then the Imperial Allied forces, which have been passive, can take the initiative in part of the battle. Yao Zhongying estimated that this might be the strategy of the Tianyi mercenary group. As long as this fortress can be taken down, the kingdom of Mekong will be reduced, or there will be no more wars affecting them. The Republic of Solani may become a frontline battlefield within the country. A lot of unexpected things happened today. On the border battlefield of the kingdom of Mekong, the 2 alliances have been fighting for nearly 36 hours. The allies of the 2 parties continued to invest in reinforcements one after another, but judging from the amount invested, it was the Democratic allies who had a large number at the beginning. Moreover, the Democratic Alliance army gradually gained the upper hand, and the Tianyi Mercenary Corps fleet did not enter the battlefield. The commanders of the Imperial Allied forces fighting on the front line asked for help from the Tianyi Mercenary Squadron fleet, but they received no response, and none of them understood what was going on. But as time went on, the Democratic Allied forces arrived with fewer and fewer reinforcements, while the Imperial Allied forces' reinforcements remained the same. The commander of the Democratic Alliance army on the battlefield felt very strange, but he did not get a response after contacting the rear. After 48 hours of fighting, on the border battlefield of the Kingdom of Mekong, no reinforcements from the Democratic Alliance army arrived. The commander, Lieutenant General Renault, hurriedly asked his subordinates to notify the rear headquarters and ask them for reinforcements. Lieutenant General Renault and the others didn't know that the rear had already been captured by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps at this time, not to mention that the information they sent to the headquarters for reinforcements was interfered by the jamming device, and even intercepted by them. The headquarters in the rear had issued an order to make Lieutenant General Renault's troops, including those who had rushed to the scene for reinforcements, retreat, but unfortunately their information was either interfered or intercepted. The fortress of the Republic of Solani has been beaten down, and the Supreme Commander of the Democratic Alliance Army, the 5-star General Nicola, the General of the Luo Federation, has issued an order to order all the Democratic Alliance Army to retreat at full speed on the battlefield on the border of the Kingdom of Mekong. Otherwise, the longer the time dragged on, the Democratic Alliance Army fighting on the border of the Kingdom of Mekong would be flanked back and forth. What was even worse was that the territory of the Meshabia Democratic Republic next to the Solani Republic was attacked, and it was an army that was elusive and no one knew where it was, and suddenly appeared in a certain place to attack. General Nicola was secretly anxious. On the battlefield on the border of the Kingdom of Mekong, the orders sent could not reach the target and were intercepted. On the battlefield on the border of the Kingdom of Mekong, for some reason, the live broadcast of the war reporters from the Democratic camp was completely interrupted, but the war reporters from the Imperial camp continued to report on the spot. On the battlefield on the border of the Kingdom of Mekong, the Tiani mercenary team that had been standing still all this time started to attack. Originally, when the Imperial Allied forces knew that the Tiani mercenary group was making a move at this moment, they were complaining in their hearts that the Tiani mercenary group was taking advantage of it. Even the war reporters from the Imperial camp criticized the Tiani mercenary group for watching the fire from the other side, wanting to pick up cheap ones, and described the Tiani mercenary group as selfish and shameless villains. But after learning about the Democratic Alliance fleet, another brigade-level fleet of the Tiani mercenary corps appeared. The war reporters from the Imperial camp immediately changed their tone. It turned out that the Tiani mercenary fleet didn't take action, and it turned out that they waited for their colleagues to attack from the rear. It turned out that they did not accept contact from the Imperial Allied forces before, because they were afraid that the news would leak. The battlefield situation on the border of the Kingdom of Mekong has begun to change. The experts who watched the live broadcast believe that as long as there were no changes on the battlefield, the Democratic Alliance Army on the border of the Kingdom of Mekong would be defeated. During the battle in the Kingdom of Nikon, a regiment-level Tiani mercenary fleet also appeared behind the Democratic Alliance Army. GP-03D led other mass-produced Gundam squads and Jegun MS troops to perform surgical operations on the battleships behind the Democratic Alliance Army. General Tactical Attack. 3 connected large missile pods and 108 connected miniature missile pods were launched. The former caused powerful damage to the battleship, while the latter shot down MS-1 after another. The Mega Beam Cannon pierced through several warships of different types one after another, and the largest beam saber cut the battleship in half wherever it passed. GP-03D went deep into the enemy battleship group in a short period of time, followed by the mass-produced Gundam squad and Jegun MS troops to clean up the surrounding area. Then, mass-produced Gundam squads and Jegun MS troops spread in all directions. A GP-03D destroyed more than 20 warships of various types and shot down more than 250 milliseconds in just 3 minutes. However, GP-03D's weapon pods are more than 70% depleted. Moreover, GP-03D's powerful combat power is like a harvester, which has attracted the attention of the enemy and has become a key target of the enemy. Although countless MS troops and battleships responsible for escorting the battleship group are all locked on GP-03D. However, GP-03D is not fighting alone. There are countless other wingmen fighting with him. The Jegon MS troop and mass-produced MS squad took advantage of the enemy being attracted by GP-03D to attack and kill the enemy's MS troop and combat group. The Jegun MS fired the beam gun in his hand, and the speed of light can easily penetrate the bridge of the enemy battleship. And the regiment-level mercenary fleet in the rear of the Democratic Alliance Army opened up its full firepower, taking advantage of the target warship's inability to turn its hull in a short time, and desperately fired its main guns at the target group. The rear battleship group of the Democratic Alliance Army has suffered heavy casualties and chaos. Basically, there is the mobile suit troop of the Tiani mercenary group, and then the fleet of the Tiani mercenary group storms. The troops fighting on the front line were also in chaos. However, there is a Silver Ominous Eagle MS, which looks different from the General Ominous Eagle MS. The wing propellers on the back are larger, and it also has a deformation ability that other Ominous Eagle MS does not have. The deformed form has the appearance of an eagle. The name of the Silver Eagle MS is Silver Eagle MS. It is the first military enterprise of Wanluo Federation, Lomuske Military Enterprise, and it is a MS tailored for Sergio Escudero, one of the top 10 ace pilots of MS. It is a MS built by the Lomask military company with the most advanced technology. The launch device uses a special nuclear fission. In order to prevent the nuclear radiation from harming Sergio, 2 layers of filters are built. The Silver Eagle MS can be paired with powerful and highly lethal energy weapons. Sergio has blonde hair and blue eyes. He looks like a young man in his 20s, but he is actually nearly 50 years old. Sergio drove the Silver Eagle MS, and he fought for a total of 5 hours. The first 3 hours were when the battle started, and he was thrown into the battlefield. The last 2 hours were the first 2 hours of attack, mainly because the commander called him back to rest. After 2 days of fighting, Sergio didn't know how many mobile suits he had shot down. Sergio received an emergency rescue from the fleet, and the content was that the rear was attacked by the Tianyi mercenary fleet. It seems that these guys have made a move, but I want to fight Gundam. Sergio discovered the MS of the Tianyi mercenary from the screen. A Jigon MS shoots at him. The Silver Eagle MS rushed towards Jigong MS at the moment of dodging, and before the driver of the Jigong MS could react, he was swept away by the Silver Eagle MS beam saber. Immediately afterwards, other Jim 2 types and various series of short sword MS were killed. The Tianyi mercenary mobile suit troop notified the whole team to find a special-made Ferocious Eagle mobile suit, which has already destroyed more than 10 mobile suits of our side one after another. When Sergio shot down another Jigun MS, several beam rays hit him. Silver Eagle dodges perfectly. Sergio looked at the 2 identical Gundams in front of the screen. One was blue and white, the other was light blue and dark blue, but the mounted weapons of the 2 Gundams were different. Sister Zhouya drives the Gemini Gundam, the elder sister drives the number 1 machine, and the younger sister drives the number 2 machine. The equipment module of the number 1 machine is a mobile and flexible module, and the number 2 machine is driving a firepower module. It holds a beam rifle in its right hand, an anti-beam shield in its left hand, and a folding beam cannon mounted on the back of its waist. The former is equipped with thrusters on the back, waist, legs, and feet of the modules. The latter is equipped with a powerful beam cannon on the right shoulder, an electromagnetic gun on the left shoulder, a Gatling machine gun on the back of the waist, and miniature missiles on the wrist and legs. In the pod, the right hand holds a high-efficiency beam gun, and the left wrist hangs a shield gun. Sergio looked at the Gemini Gundams in front of him, and learned from the information that these 2 Gundams have the ability to hack similar to the Gundams emitting cyan particles. Perhaps these 2 Gundams are the prototypes of Gundams that emit blue particles later. Sergio said to himself. Gemini 1 was the first to attack. The moment the Silver Eagle dodges the beam, the Gemini number 2 machine then launches an attack, and the emitted beam is directed at the position where the Silver Eagle dodges. When Silver Eagle couldn't dodge, he used the beam saber to cut off the beam. Sister Zhou, you didn't expect that the other party could use the beam saber to cut off the beam. Sergio also did not expect that there is such a tacit cooperation of the driver, which makes Sergio feel a little excited. From yesterday to now, there is no opponent who can cheer him up. Sergio twisted his neck. Sergio licked his lips and said, I hope you can go beyond that. Silver Eagle began to counterattack, first shooting continuously at Gemini number 1. Except for the first shot, the next ones were to block the dodging direction of Gemini number 1. Zhouya didn't expect the other party to block her dodging direction for a moment. Gemini number 1 could only be blocked with an anti-light speed shield. Gemini number 2 counterattacked immediately. The electromagnetic gun on the left shoulder and the high-power beam gun on the right hand also responded with color. Good. Instead of dodging, Enying rushed to the number 2 machine, passing between the electromagnetic bomb and the lightspeed ray. What? The 2 sisters did not expect that the other party could do this to such an extent. Only the boss and Anton could do it in the entire Tianyi mercenary group. The number 1 machine began to counterattack and cooperated with the number 2 machine to cover and shoot. Excellent. The tacit understanding between the pilots of these 2 Gundams is really good. They cover each other and shoot, and they can also shoot from position. If this is placed in an ordinary MS troop or an ordinary MS driver, it is estimated that these 2 Gundams have already been driven by these 2 Gundams. The crew is gone. The Silver Eagle driven by Sergio commented while fighting. Silver Eagle dodges all beam attacks and can immediately counterattack in an instant. When one Gemini Gundam is attacked and dodges, the other immediately counterattacks. For a time, neither side could tell the winner. The moment Silver Eagle dodged the light beam, there was a wrecked mobile suit next to it. It kicked the wrecked mobile suit towards the second machine like a ball, and then fired a beam of light at the wrecked mobile suit. Although Zhou-Na's wreckage MS in front of the screen blocked the Silver Eagle, Zhou-Na guessed the opponent's purpose based on her many battle experiences. Unit 2 quickly moved aside. Sergio had already expected that the move just now would be difficult to work against experienced opponents. But this was only the purpose of his first stance, and the second stance was to grasp the trajectory of the opponent's dodge in an instant and attack instantly. Silver Eagle's continuous shooting. Although the number 2 machine responded quickly, it was still shot, and the electromagnetic gun on the left shoulder was damaged. Zhou-Na made a decisive decision and separated the electromagnetic gun module on the left shoulder. Unit 1 also rushed to counterattack immediately. No matter how much the Gemini brothers attacked, they couldn't hit the Silver Eagle MS. Sister Zhouya understands that the strength of the target is far better than the two sisters. Sister, turn on the PX system. Okay, sister. A layer of blue floodlight covered the body of the Gemini brothers. Sergio knew that the other party was cheating and said, "In this case, I have to activate the special ability of this machine, beyond the limit, beyond the limit." The nuclear fission engine inside the Silver Eagle's fuselage runs super fast, and the outside of the fuselage is in the shape of a black gas. Sister Zhou, you did not expect that the target body would have similar functions to the PX system or Transam. The Gemini brothers continued to fight the Silver Eagle MS. 2 blue meteors and 1 black meteor intertwined and crossed each other, and beams of light flew across from time to time. The meteor-like battle attracted other MS drivers nearby, and Anton also discovered the Zhou-Na sisters' battle. That pilot strength is no less than mine. Once the PX system expires, the Zhouya sisters will lose. The Zhouya sisters did not expect that the specific performance exceeded the limit, and their own reactions and movements exceeded the limit, but seeing each other's movement trajectory, the two sisters could feel that the other was fighting with all their strength. The special ability of the Silver Eagle mobile suit is only purely improving the overall performance of the body by 50%. Sergio found that the opponent's driving skills and ability to react improved a lot after the driver was activated. Sergio knew that if he hadn't turned on the Beyond Limit just now, he might be defeated by the joint attack of these two Gundams. Even if the Silver Eagle MS is turned on beyond the limit, compared with the performance of the Gemini Gundam with the PX system turned on, it is still inferior in all aspects. Sergio relied on his driving skills far superior to Zhouya's sisters, which in turn suppressed the Gemini Gundam driven by Zhouya's sisters. At this moment, the two sides are in a state of 5 waves. The reason is that the PX system has improved the driving skills and reaction ability of Zhouya's sisters, which has brought Sergio's driving skills closer and is faintly suppressing the Silver Eagle MS, who has surpassed the limit state in the battle. Sergio looked into the cockpit, and the screen showed that the output of this machine was not as good as that of the opponent. However, Sergio didn't panic at all and fought calmly. The number 2 machine fired the beam cannon on its right shoulder. Silver Eagle dodged for a moment and kicked the number 1 machine that was bullying it. Zhouya said angrily, "Damn it, I have already seen his movement, but I still have no time to react." The vibration from the cockpit made Zhouya feel a little uncomfortable. After the 3-minute battle ended, Gemini Gundam and Silver Eagle MS released the hang-up function at the same time. Sergio's state didn't drop much at the moment. On the contrary, the Zhouya sisters were very tired at the moment, and the tired state affected their fighting ability. When the Silver Eagle MS launched an attack, the Gemini Gundam was dodging and counterattacking, and Sergio saw the state of the opponent's driver. Sergio shook his neck and said, "I am very satisfied with the battle with you, but I have to say goodbye to you." The Silver Eagle MS rushed towards the number 1 machine, dodged the shots of the number 2 machine, bullied the number 1 machine, and fought with the number 1 machine with a beam saber. Unit 1 was completely suppressed. Machine number 2 rushed to help. Sergio sneered in his heart, and the other party had fallen for it. When the Silver Eagle MS kicked the number 1 unit, the thrusters were opened to the highest level, and the number 1 unit was directly kicked into the wreckage. Wow! There was a violent vibration from the cockpit of aircraft number 1, which made Joya scream. In an instant, Enying rushed to the number 2 plane that came to save people. Machine number 2 pulled out its beam saber and swung it at the rushing Silver Eagle. Silver Eagle turned over and jumped to avoid the beam saber's sweep. "You will be my first person to beat the Gundam record," Sergio said excitedly. The Silver Eagle MS slashed back, and just as it was about to sweep the second machine in half, Barbatos Gundam, 5th form, stood in the middle of the two mechas, blocking the sword-swinging arm of the Silver Eagle MS with one hand. With years of combat experience, Sergio felt that the driver of the Gundam in front of him was very powerful, so the Silver Eagle MS immediately backed away. "Jonah, go and see your sister. Give this guy to me." "Good." The Gemini number 2 machine hurried to the number 1 position. Anton asked Silver Eagle MS for communication. Sergio received a communication request from Barbatos Gundam in front of him. Sergio agreed to Unicom, and Anton's split video popped up on the screen. Anton Barnetta, Sergio Escudero. The two did not expect to meet the equally famous MS driver. Anton says hello to Senior first. Although Anton and Sergio are both young, Anton is only over 30 years old, and Sergio is almost 50 years old. Moreover, Sergio became famous earlier than Anton, so Anton called him a senior should be. As the news said, "You have returned to normal." It seems that the boss of Tianyi Group really has the ability to allow you, a paralyzed person, to operate MS again. That's why the Wanluo Federation tried every means to win over your boss. Otherwise, if you leave your boss outside alone, you don't know what new things will come to subvert the whole world. For me, the boss who made me reborn is my reborn parent. I will never let anyone hurt my boss. The enemy of my boss is my enemy. Okay then, I'll come and teach the top 10 ace MS drivers who are as famous as me. I advise seniors to change their weapons. The beam saber and beam gun you are using now have no effect on me driving Gundam. Yes, this Gundam seems to be immune to energy weapons. Sergio immediately pressed the button to command. The Silver Eagle MS put away the beam saber, took out an armor-piercing saber, and replaced the beam gun with a live ammunition shotgun. Barbatos took out the tie dao on his back and mounted additional weapons on his left thigh, a 6-barrel 70mm revolver. The two machines fought at close quarters in an instant, and their knives collided. The two machines crossed from time to time, and sometimes they even fought together. The battle between the two has already understood the gap in each other's bodies. Silver Eagle's shotgun shot at Barbatos Gundam, and the moment Barbatos Gundam dispersed, he slashed at Silver Eagle. The Silver Eagle MS turned around and dodged the knife, and immediately held the knife with his backhand, stabbing at Barbatos. Barbatos blocked the moment with his other hand, and shot at the Silver Eagle MS. The moment the Silver Eagle MS dodges, Barbatos immediately pursues and stabs it. The Silver Eagle MS dodged to the side, and the tie dao swept over immediately. Unable to dodge, he could only block it with the armor-piercing saber in his hand. The Silver Eagle MS was not as powerful as the Barbatos Gundam, and was swept away during the block. Barbatos Gundam immediately pursued, and the moment the Silver Eagle MS couldn't stabilize her body, she shot at the pursuing Barbatos. Barbatos sprinted in an instant, dodged the shotgun bullets, fired a shot from the revolver in his left hand, and slashed at the Silver Eagle at the moment the Silver Eagle MS dodged. Just as Enying stabilized his body, he managed to dodge the oncoming bullets, and blocked the tie dao that came down on his head with the armor-piercing dagger in his hand. The red light warnings in the cockpit of the Silver Eagle MS. Sergio knew that he was completely suppressed by Anton. Being suppressed was not because his driving skills were not as good as Anton's, but the strength of the two of them was evenly matched. The reason for being suppressed was that the performance of Silver Eagle MS was not as good as Barbatos in all aspects. The red light in the cockpit warns that the Silver Eagle MS is completely suppressed, and many parts of the body are already in extreme fatigue. If it does not return to the ship for repairs, it may cause the parts of the body to exceed the limit and fall apart. At this moment, the Silver Eagle MS has passed the interval time beyond the limit, and it can no longer be started. If it is forced to start, the whole machine may directly fall apart. Barbados thrusters were fully released, suppressing the Silver Eagle MS to push forward. The Silver Eagle MS propeller was turned to the maximum, but it was still pushed back by Barbados. Beep! An alarm sounded from the cockpit, and Sergio watched the screen display that the thrusters of the body were completely suppressed by the opponent. Silver Eagle MS fired the last bullet of the shotgun towards the front of Barbados. Anton had expected this move a long time ago. Barbados moved sideways, dodged the shotgun, and then kicked the Silver Eagle MS cockpit. Damn it! The vibration in the cockpit gave Sergio some concussion. Sergio knew better. If the cockpit was kicked 2 more times, he might become a sandwich. Then Barbados fired all the bullets in the revolver in one go at close range. Although the Silver Eagle MS tried to dodge, there was still a bullet that broke the left arm joint of the Silver Eagle MS. FCK. Sergio was irritated, and the Silver Eagle MS swept towards Barbados with his right leg. The mortar from Barbados' left wrist blasted the right leg joint of Silver Eagle MS. Then Barbados swept towards the cockpit of the Silver Eagle MS with a knife. Sergio gritted his teeth and could only pull the propeller to the highest. Although the fatal knife was dodged, both of Silver Eagle MS legs were cut off directly. To make matters worse, one of the engines of the Silver Eagle MS propeller exploded. The whole machine lost its balance. Anton seized the opportunity and prepared to kill the opponent in front of him, but it was intercepted by other MS from the Democratic Alliance Army. Although the fleet group behind the Democratic Alliance Army was attacked by surprise, the commander, Lieutenant General Rigg, after learning that Sergio was defeated, issued a death order to the troops on the front line, and he must cover Sergio's escape no matter what. Although Anton drove the Barbados Gundam to land and intercept the Democratic Alliance Army MS one after another, he couldn't stand the MS. Sister Zoya and other colleagues rushed over, but the troops of the Democratic Alliance Army were like death squads, blocking them like crazy. The Tiani mercenary group immediately asked for help from the Imperial Allied Army, and the Imperial Allied Army immediately dispatched troops to kill Sergio no matter what. Of course, they wanted to capture this man if possible. 2 ominous Eagle mobile suits drove the Silver Eagle mobile suit left and right, with full horsepower, rushing back to the battleship group behind. Lieutenant General Gray also knew that the defeat was certain at this moment, so he carried out command and mobilization at this moment, and arranged for Sergio's mothership to be part of the retreating fleet. I designated myself as part of the resistance force to cover the retreating fleet. The Silver Eagle MS was finally safely sent back to its mothership. The Silver Eagle MS cockpit could not be opened after being kicked by Barbados in the previous battle. After dismantling by the staff, it was finally opened. After Sergio stepped out of the cockpit, he learned that the mothership he was on was part of the retreat. Sergio snorted coldly and lost this time against a driver who was as famous as himself. Sergio didn't want to make any excuses. A defeat is a defeat. Sergio only wants to win the next battle, which is the best way to wash away the humiliation of this defeat. Lieutenant General Gray made all command movements. The fleet of the Tiani mercenary group in the rear has already been strongly resisted by the fleet of the Democratic Alliance Army. GP-03D and his colleagues deal with the targets of attacking their mothership group. The war reporters from the Imperial camp have already begun to report on this great battle. After the retreating fleet safely withdrew from the battlefield, Lieutenant General Gray ordered a surrender signal and ordered the entire army to surrender. After the surrender signal was issued, the beams and shells on the battlefield stopped abruptly. The entire Imperial Allied forces cheered at this moment. The war reporters from the Imperial camp also began to publicize the news, announcing that the Nikon Kingdom had won the war against the Imperial Allies. Soon, this matter spread throughout the entire Earth Circle and the Colony Circle. Quite a few war reporters from the Empire publicized how the Imperial Allied forces fought the enemy bravely, but they did not report much on how the Tiani mercenary group fought. It was just a passing mention of the Tiani mercenary group. Suddenly, a team appeared behind the fleet of the Democratic Alliance Army and attacked, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Of course, there are not only war reporters from the democratic system and the imperial system on the battlefield, but also reporters from other systems broadcast live on the spot, explaining the whole cause. Soon, The official website of the Tianyi mercenary group announced that the frontline bases and several colonial satellites of the Urukla kingdom that the Nikon kingdom is docking with were occupied by the Tianyi mercenary group, and that the Tianyi mercenary group destroyed some bases, and so on. The colonial circle and the Earth circle are all fried. Many experts, military generals, and staff officers from various countries are studying how the Tianyi mercenary group can achieve such a level without anyone noticing. Then, the Flying Wing Gundam appeared in the Sanzoro Kingdom, where the Kingdom of Zoke was docked, and a destroyer shot killed a fleet or troops of the base, and many bases and colonial satellites were also occupied. Then, on the battlefield on the border of the Kingdom of Zoke, the battleship group behind the Democratic Alliance Army was also attacked by a regiment-sized Tianyi mercenary fleet from behind. In addition to being attacked by the Tianyi mercenary fleet, they also encountered Wing Gundam, and even 8 Wing Gundams destroying cannon. It directly caused the local Democratic Alliance Army to become a mess, and the troops in front were entangled by the MS troops of the Imperial Allied Army and the MS troops of the Tianyi mercenary group that had just entered the battlefield. Before the commander had time to issue the surrender order, Wing Gundam's second wave of destruction guns took him away directly. In the absence of a leader, the captains of the other warships of the Democratic Alliance Army fired surrender signal flares one after another. Less than 2 hours after the end of the battle on the side of the Nikon Kingdom, the battlefield on the border of the Kingdom of Zoke came to an end. This news also spread throughout the world, and then about an hour later, the border battlefield of the Mekong Kingdom also announced the victory of the Imperial Allied forces. The Democratic Alliance Army is suffering a great blow at this moment. To make matters worse, the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps announced something more. The most important frontline fortress of the Solani Republic was occupied. There is a video showing that the Yagama battleship uses a monster-level main gun with a total length of 50 meters and a caliber of 18 meters to penetrate the entire diamond-shaped protective cover and the entire fortress with one shot. This video directly caused the entire world to fry. Judging from the monster-level main gun, it is more powerful than the Wing Gundam's destruction cannon. The monster-level main gun has attracted the attention of the international authorities. The diamond-shaped protective cover is recognized as the strongest shield. As a result, it was directly pierced by a monster-level main gun of a private mercenary group today. This monster unit has been recognized as the strongest spear in the world by authorities, experts, etc. of all countries. Then, experts, military generals, staff officers, etc. from various countries are studying how the Tianyi mercenary group sent some troops to the enemy's territory, destroying bases or occupying bases and colonies without anyone noticing. Even the bases or colonial satellites that were attacked couldn't send messages asking for help, and they were all studying how the Tianyi mercenary group did it. Because many experts, staff officers, etc., no matter how much they researched, they couldn't figure out how the Tianyi mercenary group did it. The only answer that can be given is the Tianyi mercenary group, which may have advanced technology or technology to avoid radar. On the other side, when Long Fei's fleet carried out some sabotage in the territory of the Democratic Republic of Mashabia, they did not have the secrets of the previous operations at all, but attacked some bases openly and above board. When attracting many Democratic Allied forces, turn on the Mirage system and return to the mother base. The Democratic Alliance Army doesn't know about the Mirage system at all, and even if it knows, there is no means or technology that can prevent this technology. Long Fei was sitting on a chair in his room at this moment, watching the battle success report while enjoying Tao Xiang's massage for him. After learning that all the battle plans were successful, Long Fei was a little bit emotional. If he hadn't made some jammer devices and Mirage systems for battleships, it is impossible to execute the battle plan calculated by the Type 0 system, latent image. Long Fei chose this one out of the many battle plans calculated by the Type 0 system. First, send 3 milliseconds mothership teams with Mirage systems to sneak into 3 different countries. First, the MS mothership team dispatches N-Dagger-N teams and first places jammer devices around the target. Then, the N-Dagger-N team began to sneak into the destination to carry out sabotage, assassination, etc., and then cooperated with the troops in ambush outside to take it down in one go. After taking down the destination, the rear fleet began to enter the destination, gathering other fleets, and then the MS Mothership team first destroyed several important destinations. The fleet gathered in the rear began to attack different locations and divisions. The Tianyi mercenary group could do this mainly because everyone's eyes were focused on those 3 battlefields, and the Tianyi mercenary group also sent other troops to the 3 battlefields, so no one noticed. Of course, there is another reason, mainly because the Tianyi mercenary group signed some secret agreements with other kingdoms in order to prevent the news from leaking out. There is another reason. Not all the troops participating in the Latent Image project come from the mother base, and some of them are from the sub-base. The Hidden Shadow Combat plan was opposed by many people at the beginning, and those who opposed it, including Fisk and others, felt that this plan was too risky, and once the news leaked, it would fall short at any time. However, there are also many people who agree with this plan, including Li Jiaming and others. The reason for agreeing is that all eyes will be drawn to that battle, and it can be carried out while others are not paying attention. At the beginning, those who agreed and opposed all had their own opinions. Those who opposed believed that it was the safest way to join hands with the Imperial Allied forces to repel the Democratic Allied forces and then invade the territory of those democratic countries. Those who support it believe that the implementation of the Latent Shadow Combat plan can achieve the greatest victory with the least consumption and loss, and they can retire after success. When both parties refused to give in to each other, it was finally up to Long Fei to make the decision. When Long Fei first came up with this Latent Image Combat plan, he also knew that he would definitely be opposed by many subordinates. But after listening to the opinions of the 2 parties, Long Fei decided to carry out the plan. After Long Fei read all the reports, Long Fei went to sleep with peace of mind. When Long Fei was lying on the bed, Tao Xiang was lying on his side. Long Fei hugged Tao Xiang in his arms and said, "Come with me." Soon, Long Fei fell into a deep sleep. Tao Xiang looked up at Long Fei's sleeping face. Tao Xiang hoped that Long Fei would have enough time to rest in the future. She didn't want Long Fei to exhaust her body. In addition to experiencing another disastrous defeat on the border of the 3 kingdoms, the Democratic Alliance army suffered serious blows even in the front line of the Democratic Republic. After learning that the Tianyi mercenary group handed over all the occupied fortresses, important bases, and colonial satellites to the Allied Empire, the Tianyi mercenary group only retains the number 3 logistics base. Ordinary people can't see why the Tianyi mercenary corps would hand over the fruits of their adventures to the Allied Empire army. They think that the boss of the Tianyi mercenary corps, Long Fei, suddenly lost his mind or his brain was flooded, so he did it. Such a weird decision. However, strategic experts saw the strategy of the Tianyi mercenary group, which is a strategic way of retreating. Except for the logistics base number 3, send all the bases, colonial satellites and fortresses to the Imperial Allied forces and retreat by yourself. The Tianyi mercenary group does not need to fight the Democratic Allied forces on the front line. At this time, the mother base can cultivate a state of health and rest and carry out a series of development and preparations. The front line is completely handed over to the battle between the Allied Empire and the Allied Democratic forces. At this moment, the flames of war are burning to the territory of the frontline democracies. Originally, the 3 kingdoms of Mycone, Nikon, and Zok, which were the frontline frontiers, would no longer be affected by the war at this moment, but instead became the main logistical part of the Imperial Allied forces. At this moment, the state of the 2 Allied forces has changed. The Imperial Allied forces, which had been only able to take the defensive position, can now take the offensive. The otherwise very favorable offensive of the ADF at this time could only resort to gestures at many points. The logistics supply route of the Imperial Allied forces has also expanded a lot at this moment. In addition to the base colony satellites given to them by the Tianyi mercenary group, the contribution of the Tianyi mercenary group's sub-bases in the periphery is not small. The Tianyi mercenary team of the sub-base blocked the logistics troops of the Democratic Alliance Army in many areas, which caused the Democratic Alliance Army to be unable to send logistics supplies in time to many places. On the 3rd day after the success of the stealth battle plan, some sub-bases of the Tianyi mercenary group dispatched some fleets to actively attack some democratic countries. The reason for the attack was that these democratic countries used the troops of the Democratic Alliance Army as their transit points or supply stations. There were even a few very small democratic countries that were directly defeated by the Tianyi mercenaries. After the seventh day, many democratic countries in the colony of the 6th district began to dare not take in or allow the troops of the Democratic Alliance Army to transfer or supply. These democracies have been accused by other democratic camps of being traitors to the democratic system. These democratic countries that have been criticized also rebutted, accusing these democratic alliances of running faster than anyone else. Several democratic countries that have been destroyed may not necessarily be revenged by your democratic alliance. When the fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps came to fight, your Democratic Alliance army knew that there were immortal poor people and ran faster than anyone else, and it was us innocent democracies who would be beaten. And the Tianyi Mercenary Group has already let go. If the democratic country does not allow the Democratic Alliance army to enter the country, it will not be attacked by the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Then those of us democracies who do not join the war will stay out of it, and we never want to get involved in this muddy water. This caused a greater blow to the reinforcements and logistics of the Democratic Alliance Army. At this time, the entire international community has a view on the Tianyi Mercenary Group. That is, this private armed organization has the strength to challenge many major countries in the international community. Moreover, Tianyi Group, the parent company of Tianyi Mercenary Corps, has many companies with extremely high technology, and they are leaders in many fields of technology industry. Many countries in the world are beckoning to Tianyi Group, hoping to set up branches and factories. On the other hand, the Imperial Allied Forces released a shock bomb internationally. That is, the Wanluo United Federation and the United Nations of the Angrist Democratic Republic jointly manufactured a nuclear bomb at an important test base in the Republic of Solani, and then it was attacked, and the nuclear bomb was detonated. This incident caused 1,000 waves of waves, and the Imperial Allied Forces also produced related videos and photos. The Wanluo Federation and the United Nations of the Anglo-Samoan Democratic People's Republic refused to admit it. They even bit back and said that the Imperial Allied Forces spread rumors to discredit them, and asked the Imperial Allied Forces where these so-called evidences came from. The Imperial Allied Forces directly said that it was given to them by the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Immediately, all the focus was on the Tianyi Mercenary Group. This incident gave Long Fei a great headache. If he didn't present the Mirage system to the world, it would not be able to split the Democratic Alliance Army. If he did, the big countries in the world would be itchy for this technology. After careful consideration, Long Fei decided to release a video of Thunder Gundam showing the Mirage system on the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. The whole world is going crazy again. What kind of black technology is this? Then, the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps explained to them that they were able to sneak into the target's base and colony satellites without anyone noticing to destroy them, etc., because of this technology. Moreover, the facility manufacturing base of the Republic of Solani relied on the Mirage system to sneak in without anyone noticing, and took these videos and photos. The Tianyi Mercenary Group also generously admitted that they attacked the facility base and detonated the nuclear bomb. The Republic of Solani directly protested to the Wanluo Federation and the United Nations of the Angrist Democratic Peoples, and then other democracies that were the frontline battlefields also conducted thorough investigations within their borders. In some important facility bases or important military bases, the United States of Angrist Democracies or the Wanluo Federation refused to enter the inspection. These democracies on the front lines immediately understood that these two super democracies must have put or manufactured nuclear bombs within their borders. These countries immediately asked the two super democratic powers to withdraw their nuclear bombs immediately, but the two super democratic powers stated that there were no nuclear bombs, so they could rest assured. These democracies immediately protested that there is no nuclear bomb. Why not let them check? Moreover, these bases were originally theirs, but they were authorized to be handed over to the Democratic Alliance Army as a combat base, and the sovereignty was still in their hands. Now these democratic countries are more considering whether to drive out these Democratic Allied Forces, because what they have done has put their countries in an extremely dangerous situation. The Imperial Allied Forces stated that they would not manufacture nuclear bombs in their kingdom or empire, but they would bring them over. Of course, they would not take the initiative to drop nuclear bombs. They would only passively drop nuclear bombs. If the Democratic Allied Forces dare to drop a nuclear egg, then their Imperial Allied Forces will repay it twice, or even 100 times and 1,000 times. At this moment, the Democratic Alliance Army, especially the United Anglo-Sa Democratic People's Republic and the Wanluo Federation, are strongly condemned by the international community. Some democracies in some of the Democratic Allied Forces had long since wanted to fight this battle. After this incident, they immediately announced their withdrawal from the Democratic Allied Forces. It also stated that such a war is not a just war. The troops of several democratic countries who first withdrew from the Democratic Alliance Army were on their way back to their own countries. When encountering the Tianyi mercenary team, they were not attacked by the Tianyi mercenary fleet. Later, the Tianyi mercenary group also stated that the army of the democratic country that had withdrawn from the Democratic Alliance Army would not be attacked by the Tianyi mercenary group on the way back to the country. As a result, many democratic countries in the Democratic Alliance Army also began to withdraw from the Democratic Alliance Army. The United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic and the Wanluo Federation successively resorted to some related economic and political sanctions. Let those democratic countries who want to withdraw from the Democratic Alliance Army can only dispel their thoughts, but this also causes the invisible division of the Democratic Alliance Army. On the contrary, the Imperial Allied Forces are unprecedentedly united at this moment. At this time, the two Allied forces have undergone changes. 1 month after the end of the stealth battle plan, Long Fei was sitting in the boss chair in his office, and Tao Xiang rubbed Long Fei's temples and the left and right sides of his head with both hands, massaging Long Fei, who sometimes lacked sleep. Long Fei closed his eyes and communicated online with the presidents of various subsidiaries. The presidents of the subsidiaries reported the company's current progress to Long Fei and watched the boss enjoy the massage with his eyes closed, not knowing if the boss was listening. The president of the subsidiary still reports to Long Fei on the current status of the company. After the report of a subsidiary president is completed, then contact the next subsidiary president to report the company's progress to him. They kept the same posture all the time, with their eyes closed. The president also closed his eyes when he was talking, listening to the president's report on work, but once the president said a wrong word, Long Fei would open his eyes and look at the president. The president was so frightened that he immediately thought about whether he said something wrong just now. If he found out that he corrected it and reported it again, if he couldn't find it, Long Fei would open his mouth to correct it. After correcting it, Long Fei continued to listen to the report with his eyes closed. Then report to Saki. Boss, the production line of the factory established by Ouya Cross Country has been officially put into production. Gao Xiaogu can produce 150 units per month, including the captain's machine, and Marasai can produce 80 units per month, including the captain's machine. Gao Xiaogu and Marasai, the first batch has been delivered to the Ouya Crusaders, and the MS drivers of the country's army gave it a very high evaluation. Well, does the country's authorities plan to ask us to increase the production line? Long Fei asked with his eyes closed. Yes, Pope David is willing to invest another sum of money, and is more willing to give us some old military factories to transform according to our requirements. President Sakiki, what do you think? Of course we accept Pope David's good intentions. We can get a new factory without spending a dime, and we can improve the production line and earn more profits. Why not do it? Well, then you decide for yourself. By the way, boss, I still have something to report to you. Speaking, the Hanxiao Empire is also your home country, boss, and it also sent us an invitation to open a branch and factory. What purpose do they have? I also hope that the boss can design advanced mass-produced mobile suits for the home country. What conditions are they giving us? Compared with the Ouya Cross Country, the conditions are a bit less. It is completely intentional to express the meaning of the compatriots of the same race, implying that the boss is looking for this, and the conditions should not be like the Ouya Cross Country. Long Fei opened his eyes and looked up, thought for a while, then closed his eyes again, and said, "Tell them that they have the intention, but it will take some time, and there are currently insufficient manpower." Yes, boss. President Sakiki understood what the boss was thinking. This was a deliberate delaying tactic in order to increase his bargaining chips. Then, after President Sakiki reported the last few things, he hung up the communication. Finally, Li Jiaming and Long Fei communicated. Boss, the 13th sub-base of the Ouya cross-country has been built. There are several talents here. Please take a look at the boss to see who is suitable to be the commander of the 13th sub-base. Long Fei opened his eyes and looked at the projected three-dimensional image. There were 3 school officers in total, and they were the 3 school officers who made the most contributions during the battle between the 2 allied forces. Long Fei then closed his eyes and said, "Commander-in-Chief, you can decide for yourself." "Yes. Our home country has also invited us to open a 14th branch." Long Fei closed his eyes and said, "Isn't our 9th sub-base set up in the Wanning colonial satellite? Why do we need to set up a sub-base?" "Boss, they invited us to open a new sub-base this time, not on the colony satellite, but on the Earth. They have set aside a few pieces of land for us to choose. As long as there is willingness, they will immediately approve it to us. The construction will be up to you. We handle it ourselves, tax-free for 10 years. Li Jiaming uploaded the information to Long Fei. Looking at the information, Long Fei found that one of the lands was his hometown, Yongxing City, a coastal city in Yonglong Prefecture. "Let's pick Yongxing City, a coastal city with more Yonglong." "Okay, boss." Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming understood that the boss chose this place because it was in his hometown. Otherwise, the boss would not have the will to open another sub-base on the mainland of the Hanxia Empire. Li Jiaming then hung up the communication after reporting other things. "What time is it now?" Long Fei asked with his eyes closed. "It's 9 o'clock in the evening. I'm still a little hungry. Then I'll get someone to bring you some snacks." "Aren't you going to get the snacks yourself?" "You want me to get some snacks? You secretly take the headache medicine." Tao Xiang said. Her massage hand strengthened. Hey, take it easy." At this moment, Tao Xiang stopped the massage and directly pulled out the drawer of Long Fei's desk to check. "I checked, and there is no headache medicine in the drawer. My peach fragrance, do you think I dare to eat it?" Tao Xiang glared at Long Fei and said, "You'd better tell the truth. Don't let me find out that you secretly took headache medicine again." The mother base began to cultivate health and rest. Long Fei did not suffer from severe lack of sleep like before, but sometimes Long Fei slept for less than 6 hours. So Long Fei sometimes suffers from lack of sleep and has headaches, and from time to time, he needs Tao Xiang to massage him to relieve the pain. Long Fei sometimes sleeps less than 6 hours, mainly dealing with work matters. This caused Long Fei to sometimes have to take headache medicine to relieve pain, and sometimes Long Fei had to take more than 5 or 6 pills. This made Tao Xiang very worried, because taking medicine like this might damage her body at any time. The best way is to have enough sleep. So Tao Xiang will prevent Long Fei from taking headache medicine and force Long Fei to sleep. Once, Long Fei took 4 headache medicines without telling Tao Xiang, and was discovered by Tao Xiang, which made Tao Xiang very angry. Besides coaxing Tao Xiang, Long Fei obediently went to bed and had an early rest in order to let Tao Xiang calm down. This makes the peach aroma disappear. Later, when Li Xiuqing found out about this, he half-jokingly said to Long Fei, "Old Fei, it seems that you have found a good wife to take care of you." Long Fei originally wanted to roll his eyes, but Tao Xiang next to him looked at him, so Long Fei didn't dare to roll his eyes. Then Tao Xiang gave Li Xiuqing a supercilious look. Li Xiuqing directly told Tao Xiang about an embarrassing thing about Long Fei before. It turned out that Long Fei used to draw some battleship robots and so on when he was a child, and he often did not go to bed until after 12 midnight, and his parents would not listen to their persuasion. In the end, the eldest sister came out in person, and the eldest sister carried him directly into the room, and the eldest sister hugged him to sleep. Later, as long as Long Fei dared to draw past midnight, 3 of Long Fei's older sisters would carry him into the room and sleep with him in their arms. Sleep with him. Tao Xiang didn't expect such a thing to happen to Long Fei when he was a child. Li Xiulong also said that it was lucky that Long Fei found a girlfriend like Tao Xiang. Otherwise Long Fei might be exhausted now, lying on the hospital bed with an 4 drip, and then he would really have to invite his 3 older sisters to take care of her. Stop him. Long Fei himself didn't expect that in his previous life, he was an otaku and didn't have a girlfriend. In this life, he has a girlfriend, but she is a good wife who takes care of him. Of course, Long Fei doesn't listen to Tao Xiang for everything. Long Fei listens to Tao Xiang for small things, and Tao Xiang listens to Long Fei for big things. Long Fei was in the office, in the boss, looking at the countless three-dimensional images in front of him, and the images had countless data analysis. Long Fei activated the Type 0 system to analyze the situation of the two allied forces and his own troops. According to the original records, it is the Zero System of the Flying Wing Type 0 Gundam, which is the abbreviation of the Zoning and Emotional Range Emitted System. Zoning and Emotional Range Emitted System. The head of Wing Gundam Zero Custom is loaded with various sensors and Zero System calculation units connecting them at a very high density. At this time, the driver will be integrated with the body, seeing, hearing, and sensing the same information. Originally, the Type 0 system is a combat system loaded in the body. The function is that the Zero system will analyze and predict the development of various situations, and then directly convey various options and corresponding results to the brain of the passenger. In other words, it is to inform the driver in advance how to win. Originally, the goal was to win at the tactical level. In order to win, they would even choose a plan that would cause death or injury to the passengers. To put it bluntly, it was ignoring the conditions and feelings of the passengers, and everything was given priority to victory. If the Type 0 Gundam is developed and the Type 0 system is developed according to the original book, all the pilots of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps may not be able to control the Type 0 system, including Long Fei himself, of course. As far as a dangerous aspect of the Zero system is concerned, in order to win, it will even choose a plan that will cause death or injury to the passengers, completely ignoring the conditions and emotions of the passengers, and everything is given priority to victory. Performance feedback skills can not only check the life activities of various parts of the driver's brain, but also provide stimulation in reverse. The transmission of stimulating signals, such as overweight, enables the driver to continue to control the body in an environment that exceeds the limit of the human body, which will not only cause unimaginable damage and mental breakdown to the driver. All of the above are the terrible features of the Zero type system, which are its advantages and disadvantages. The good advantage of the Type 0 system is that in addition to allowing the driver to integrate with the airframe, see, hear, and perceive the same information, it can also predict the enemy's flight route, distance, and landing point and inform the driver of the most suitable strike point in order to achieve a very high hit effect, but also to find an easier way to evade or the safest area in the hail of bullets. This system will not improve any functions or enhance firepower, but it is close to predicting the calculus ability will bring more terrifying power. When Long Fei took the Type 0 system out for research for a period of time, he felt that it was somewhat similar to the Alea consciousness system. The pilot and the body were integrated, without the ability of the Trans-AM and PX systems to enhance the body's firepower. But the predictive ability, like the ability of time, is a more terrifying power, but the scary thing about this system is that new humans may not be able to control it. It must be possible for people who are not afraid of death and have strong spiritual self-control control the Type 0 system. After Long Fei studied the Zero type system for a period of time, although he abolished the emotional truncation, he raised the domain and tactical level to a higher level. To achieve the calculation of the strategic level, Long Fei called the Type 0 system transformed to a higher level as the Type 0 system of the strategic version. The difference between the Type 0 system of the strategic version and the Type 0 system of the original is that the former no longer needs a passenger, and the Type 0 system of the strategic version is built by a quantum supercomputer. Moreover, the strategic version of the 0-0 system not only has more powerful calculation capabilities, but also has terrifying computing capabilities, which can calculate the various next actions of the target, the enemy, or other parties. It can even calculate the strategic level between countries, and even include the next action taken by the leaders of the countries, as long as the character level of the leaders and the combat methods and capabilities of the leaders can be collected. The strategic version 0 system calculates various possible next actions for the parties. Originally, Long Fei didn't want to take out the strategic version of the Type 0 system, but when the Democratic Alliance Army arrived, he had no choice but to take out this technology. A few days before the second battle between the two Allied forces, the strategic version of the Type 0 system was just completed, and the entire strategic information and all the conditions of the two Allied forces and the Tianyi mercenary group were handed over to the strategic version of the Type 0 system. Calculus. The latent combat plan is one of the various combat plans calculated by the strategic version of the Type 0 system. Among the various combat plans given by the Type 0 system of the strategic version, there are many anti-human combat plans. For example, the Type 0 system of the strategic version has a combat plan, which is to ask Long Fei to develop a few more wing Gundams, to manufacture destruction rifles and dwarf sword combined destruction cannons, and to manufacture many nuclear bombs. The Tianyi mercenary group is already capable of manufacturing tactical nuclear bombs, and then deal a devastating blow to the Democratic Alliance Army. Long Fei has thought about using this plan, but time does not allow, and if Long Fei really does it like this, I am afraid that the Imperial Allied forces may turn their guns on him at that time, and join hands with the Democratic Allied forces to kill him up. After the success of the latent shadow battle plan, the strategic version of the Type 0 system formulated multiple strategies for Long Fei. Long Fei adopted the strategy of giving all the occupied fortresses, colonial satellites, and bases to the Allied Empire, and then adopting the strategy of keeping a low profile, cultivating development, and making preparations for all possible future operations. There are some shortcomings and deficiencies in the strategic version of the Type 0 system. The shortcomings are that it is not as accurate as the original Type 0 system at the tactical level, and it is not as good as the original version for quick calculations and remedies or responses when unexpected things happen. Fast. The advantage is that the Type 0 system of the strategic version no longer needs a carrier or human brain to communicate with it, and it will not cause people to have a mental breakdown. The current situation of the battle between the two Allied forces is the same as the calculation result of the strategic version 0 system. The Imperial Allied forces are now in a slight advantage, while the Democratic Allied forces are in a relatively unfavorable situation. The Democratic Alliance Army is now in a situation of splitting up and down, and several democratic countries on the front line. For example, the Republic of Solani is completely unwilling to cooperate with the Democratic Alliance Army at this moment, and even withdraws its own troops from the Democratic Alliance Army, and even requires the Democratic Alliance Army to leave its own territory. The United Anglo-Sadian People's Republic and the Van Lo Federation within the Democratic Alliance Army ignored it. Other frontline democracies are similarly demanding and ignored. Some democracies on the front lines have had leaders assassinated or broadcast evidence of leader corruption. People with a discerning eye can see that this is the method of the United Anglo-Samoan Democratic Republic and the Wanluo Federation. The purpose may be to subvert or overthrow the original government, and then support a puppet government. However, this also allowed the Imperial Allied forces to seize the opportunity to take part of the frontline democracies. Looking at the current situation between the two parties, Long Fei found that the Democratic Allied forces had fallen into an unfavorable situation of disunity and civil strife, and the Imperial Allied forces could only gain a slight advantage. It can be seen from this that, from an international point of view, the Democratic camp is always the strongest camp, followed by the Imperial camp. The general election in the United States just ended at this moment, and the former President Nicola Principivoli was re-elected successfully. The Type 0 system of the strategic version calculates that the United States of America is extremely likely to join the Democratic Alliance Army, but there will be a country that is more likely to take action against the United States. As long as that country makes a move, other countries in the Earth circle it is also possible to make a shot. 3 months after the Latent Shadow Project ended, the U.S. presidential election ended. After Nicola Principivoli was re-elected as the President of the United States, he began to lobby other members of Congress to join the Democratic Alliance Army, defeat the Imperial Alliance Army, and capture Long Fei. Why did Nicholas do this? Mainly because the capitalists who supported him behind the military industry, the appropriations for the presidential election, etc., are all paid by these capitalists. Therefore, these capitalists are Nicholas benefactors. So Nicholas has to lobby members of Congress, and the Congress approves the country's army to join the Democratic Alliance Army, so that he can have an account with his benefactors. The capitalists of the military industry enterprises do not only support Nicholas as the funder behind it, and the funders behind many members of Congress are the capitalists of the military industry enterprise. Therefore, Nicholas did not encounter much resistance in lobbying the members of Congress, and many members joined in lobbying other members. In addition to the support of Seiko companies, there are also resource capitalists who also support Nicholas. These capitalists of resource companies covet the decomposition and reduction of metal furnaces. For them, this is a machine for printing money. The media in the United States is also adding fuel to the flames. Long Fei is portrayed as a mad scientist and a terrorist. His technology cannot be in his hands, otherwise the whole world will fall into chaos. His things must be in the hands of human rights, in the hands of the democratic camp of equality and freedom. However, many people in the United States are opposed to this war. Many anti-war people came out to demonstrate and march, demanding that the country not fight this war. This war is not a just war. However, these anti-war demonstrations were not actively reported in the media. On the contrary, many of them were silenced. Even the planners who planned the anti-war demonstrations were either secretly warned by relevant departments or disappeared. After more than a month of lobbying by Nicholas and a group of members of Congress, Congress officially approved the United States National Army to officially join the Democratic Alliance Army. This news greatly improved the morale of the Democratic Alliance Army, which was originally low. The troops of other democratic countries who had originally thought of retreating directly gave up their thoughts. As long as the U.S. National Army comes to the front line, victory will belong to them. The Imperial Allied forces felt tremendous pressure at this moment. There are three superpowers in the Democratic camp: the United States of America, the Federation of Wanluo, and the United States of Anglo-Democracy. There are only two superpowers in the Imperial camp: the Garth Empire and the Hanxia Empire. The United States of Anglo-Safari is the only big country in the 4th District colony. It is a unified regime after the Federation composed of dozens of democratic countries, each of which is a former country, and each state has its own laws. The three super-democratic superpowers are at odds with each other. If given the opportunity, they would like to give each other a hard blow or crack each other. It's just that they now have a common enemy: the imperial system, the religious system, the dictatorship, and the republic. This allowed the three major democratic superpowers to temporarily maintain the same gunpoint. The problems of these three democratic superpowers have the same problems in other institutional superpowers. The Tianyi mercenary group has also been recuperating and developing in the past few months, becoming stronger than before. The entire Tianyi mercenary group began to prepare for the battle. The first advance group army sent by the United States National Army went to the Democratic Alliance Army for reinforcements, and the country's international media war reporters also followed. The second group army is going to fight a certain empire in the Earth Circle. Admiral Bullock, commander of the advance group army. The huge group army fleet is a fleet of a scale that only superpowers have, and not only one group army fleet can be called a superpower. At least several army fleets and a country's strong economic and industrial capabilities are required to be called a superpower. There were originally 4 armies in the U.S. Tower Lightning Kingdom. After the Russian Soviet Republic attacked part of the occupied territory and failed to attack the Uya Cross country. At this moment, there are only 3.5 group armies left in the country. As soon as the advance group army fleet left the Earth sphere, Admiral Brock immediately issued an order to order the entire army to guard the surrounding area and beware of any surprise attacks from the Tianyi mercenary group. Before Admiral Bullock commanded this force, he had already studied the guerrilla tactics of the sub-base of the Tianyi mercenary regiment a long time ago. Why did many democracies who joined the Democratic Alliance Army be wiped out by the guerrilla troops of the Tianyi mercenary group? Apart from the strong military strength of the Tianyi mercenary group, the most important thing is that the Tianyi mercenary group knows how to disperse the target troops or let the target divide and chase, and then introduce an ambush point to annihilate. The alert order issued by Admiral Brock: once the Tianyi mercenary troops are found, they can be driven away, but they cannot be pursued, lest they be led into the ambush point set up by the opponent. Admiral Brock also studied the size of the Tianyi mercenary corps. The largest fleet is only the army-level fleet, and there is no larger-scale army-level fleet. Admiral Bullock is more worried about whether he will encounter the terrifying monster-level main gun of the Wing Gundam or the Argama MS mothership. General, I found an army fleet comparable in size to our army, coming towards us. Brock frowned and asked, "Which country's army is it?" Brock thought for a second. Could it be the Russian Soviet Republic? The radar soldier replied, "General, the signal shows that it is the Uya Crusaders." Bullock thought to himself, what does this big but weak country want to do? He ordered to the communications soldier, send a warning signal to the other party and ask them to avoid it immediately, otherwise don't blame our army for attacking. Just after the communications soldiers sent a signal to the Uya Crusade army fleet, the radar soldiers exclaimed, "General, they suddenly fired the battleship's main gun beam at our army." What? Immediately counterattack and send MS troops to attack them. Bullock thought, I never thought that this weak country would dare to attack us. The commander of the Uya Crusade army fleet, Admiral Vladimir, and a person standing behind him is John, the guardian knight of Saint Anna. The Uya cross country had already begun preparations when President Nicholas of the United States was lobbying Congress. A few days before the United States Advanced Army Fleet took action, the Uya Crusaders had already arranged the First Army Fleet in outer space to intercept the target Advanced Army Fleet. The Group Army Fleet of the European Anya Crusaders launched a fierce first wave of bombardment, and Admiral Vladimir ordered Gozagu, Marasai, two types of MS Fuselage Blue, and Saint Seiya MS troops to attack. All colleagues in the army, my dear brothers and sisters, we have been waiting for this moment for a long time, to avenge our compatriots who died in vain at that time, and let them feel our anger. Frocky Admiral Mill raised his right hand in anger and roared. All the soldiers of the Uya Crusaders' army fleet listened to the roar of Admiral Vladimir, and all the soldiers also roared. At that time, in order to attack the Uya cross country, Maida Deng Legion put a bunch of hats on it, saying that this country governs the country with religion, uses religion to harm innocent people, and attacked the Uya cross country for the sake of human rights and equality, causing many Uya Crusaders and civilian casualties. At this moment, the name of the operation of the European Anya Crusader Army Fleet is Nemesis, and the name of the Group Army Fleet is the Nemesis Fleet. The mobile suits carried by the entire Group Army Fleet are Gao Zaku, Marasai, and Saint Seiya mobile suits. All 300 Gozagus and 160 Marasais were put into this Nemesis operation. The Group Army Fleet of the United States is called the Advance Fleet. After the first fleet was attacked by the main guns of the first wave of battleships from the Nemesis Fleet, the Advance Fleet immediately responded. Then, send out the Raptor MS and another newly developed Fighting Falcon Mississippi. Although the performance of the latter is not as good as the Raptor, it is far better than the previous generation of Flying Cat MS, and the price is lower, and the manufacturing time is more time-saving. The total height of the Fighting Falcon is 18 meters. The head is a straight-line sunglasses. There are propellers on the back and feet. It has good mobility and medium defense. It can be equipped with energy weapons. Admiral Brock looked at the enemy's Nemesis fleet. Most of the warships were relatively old. Only about 10%, 20% of the warships were frigates and destroyers sold by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, and a few were Tianyi mercenaries. Used warships that have been decommissioned for sale. If it's just a naval gun battle, Admiral Bullock is confident that he can defeat the Nemesis fleet. But the problem is that this is not a naval artillery battle. There is also a MS battle here. From the radar display, the Gao Zaku and Marasai MS only account for 40% of the total MS troops of the Nemesis fleet, and the remaining 60% are Saint MS. Admiral Bullock didn't know the performance of Gao Zaku and Marasai, and no one knew which side would win. The most worrying thing now is whether the Tianyi mercenary group will show up. Admiral Bullock immediately ordered his subordinates to report the matter to the headquarters. A Gao Zhagu held a 120mm machine gun, and a fierce bullet hit a Fighting Falcon MS. In less than 3 seconds, it shot holes all over its body and exploded into a ball of fireworks. A Raptor MS shot at a Gao Zhagu MS. In addition to retaliation, Gao Zaku took out a flash bomb from his waist and threw it over. The violent glare made the entire screen in the Raptor MS cockpit appear blank, and the glare just now made the driver's eyes blurred. Gao Zhagu's MS seized the opportunity to rush towards the opponent, took out the beam axe, and split the Raptor MS in two. Another Fighting Falcon fired from the side of Gao Zhagu, and the 90mm machine gun bullets shot towards Gao Zhagu one after another. Fortunately, Gao Zhagu's side shield blocked most of the bullets. Gao Zhagu switched to a beam rifle to fight back and shot down the opponent, but he didn't notice the sneak attack of a fighting Falcon MS behind him. A 180mm sniper bullet shot through Gao Zhagu's cockpit, and Gao Zhagu's one-eyed light dimmed. The fighter Falcon Mississippi driver who had just sneaked into the sniper hadn't had time to be proud, and Amarasai took him away with a beam of light. Marasai then fought with a Raptor MS. Marasai was above the Raptor MS in terms of speed, firepower, and armor protection. After a few face-to-face encounters with the Raptor MS fighting with Marasai, their hands and feet were blasted by the beam rays, and finally Marasai shot through the cockpit. After the improvement of Marasai and Gao Zaku in the part of Long Fei, Gao Zaku's performance is no less than that of GM2, and Marasai already has the performance of no less than GM3. The speed of the improved Murata is no less than the performance of the original Jegun MS. And these two MS also have the Captain Machine. The performance of the Raptor MS is comparable to that of Gao Zaku, not as good as Marasai. Fighting Falcon slightly beats Saint Seiya MS. Amarasai flies quickly, shoots at the locked target immediately, and shoots down 3 Fighting Falcon MS in one breath. Once the mobile suit troops of the United States and Legion country fight against the one-eyed mobile suit, they must use more than 2 mobile suits to fight, and even use more wingmen to kill the one-eyed mobile suit. The Saint Seiya MS didn't make the MS drivers of the U.S. Tower Lightning Legion National Army pay much attention and vigilance. A Gozaga chopped off a Fighting Falcon MS, and then shot a Fighting Falcon MS with the 95mm rifle held in the other hand, shooting it into a ball of fireworks in a few seconds. One mobile suit avenged its companions, locked on Gao Zaku, and the beams of bullets flew crosswise, and the other mobile suit held a rocket launcher and blasted the mobile suit into pieces with one shot. The two Marathas back-to-back handed over their backs to their companions and shot down many Fighting Falcon MS in front of them. Another Marasai holds a 70mm assault rifle in his right hand and a beam gun in his left. The driver looks at the target locked on the screen and presses the button. The beam gun in the left hand shot through the cockpit of the Raptor MS, and the 70mm submachine gun shot the Fighting Falcon Mississippi into a hornet's nest. The Fighting Falcon MS, which was shot into a hornet's nest, twitched a few times and exploded into a ball of fireworks after some sparks from the wires appeared. Amarasai was besieged by 6 Fighting Falcon MS, although it was destroyed in the end, but 5 Fighting Falcon MS were destroyed. Most of the Raptors and Fighting Falcons on the side of Maidadang Legion were shot down by Gao Zaku and Marasai. Judging from the results of the battle, the combined battle losses of the two sides are 1:3. The majority of the MS defeated by the United States Army was Saint Seiya. If all the MS in the Uya Cross country at the moment are Gao Zaku and Marasai, the battle losses of the two sides may be 1:6 or 1:7, and it may be 1:8 or more. Marasai and Gao Zhagu, the two MS, achieved good results in the official first battle. General Bullock looked at the report on the current battle situation and thought, I really didn't expect that these two mobile suits developed by the leader of Tianyi Group, Long Fei, from the Uya Cross country would cause the country's mobile suits to suffer a lot. Although Admiral Bullock watched his MS suffer, he didn't feel too flustered in his heart. He knew that the Uya Cross Kingdom had invested all the available Gao Zaku and Marasai MS here. Admiral Bullock thought to himself, I'm afraid they have obtained the third batch of Gao Zaku and Murati now, and the third batch of pilots are still in the process of training and cannot form an effective combat force. If we act again a month later, I'm afraid we will suffer even more. General Bullock analyzed the size of the armies on both sides. Our side is larger, formed by the scale of 5 armies. The size of the group army on the side of the Uya Crusaders is formed by the scale of 3 corps. Admiral Bullock didn't put all his mobile suit troops on the front line. Apart from testing the strength of the Uya Cross country, he also worried about whether the Tianyi mercenary group would come. Admiral Vladimir looked at the three-dimensional situation image on the battlefield, and Admiral Vladimir frowned. Although their current situation is in an advantageous situation, if you look at the size and quantity of the two armies, the opponent is better than him. Admiral Vladimir thought. Our size and number are only about 2/3 of the enemy's. The United States did not send more troops to the war zone. General Vladimir estimated that the enemy generals were worried that the Tiani mercenary group would come to attack them. John said to Admiral Vladimir, "General, do you want our holy knights to take action?" Being not, Bullock dispatched troops and generals to move part of the battleship troops to both sides of the enemy to form a cross-attack on the opponent's army. Admiral Vladimir looked at the trend of the battle on the screen and saw the enemy general's purpose. It is also dispatched to prevent the enemy's army from forming a cross-attack on his army. Admiral Brock will then put part of the MS troops to the front line. Admiral Vladimir is now considering whether to transfer the mobile suit troops of the frigate to the front. The MS troops of the two armies fought, and after Admiral Bullock put some of the MS troops on the front line, the situation changed a little. Originally, the Uya Crusaders relied on Gao Zaku and Marasai to get the upper hand. However, after Admiral Brock put part of the mobile suit troops into the battlefield, he took the method of winning by quantity to defeat the enemy mobile suit troops. On the other side, local reporters from the United States started live broadcasting. Unexpectedly, the Uya cross-country, which has always maintained neutrality, would take the initiative to attack the United States. On the battlefield, after more Raptor and Fighting Falcon mobile suits were deployed to the front line, the targets were Gao Zaku and Marasai mobile suits, because these two mobile suits were the most threatening. Admiral Vladimir asked John to lead his order of ladies of the knights into battle. John took a total of 31 of his knights to the hangar. The hangar has their special Marasai MS, which is a special Marasai MS requested from Tiani Arms Production Company. The body of the special Marasai is white, except for John's special Marasai, which is red. The appearance of the special Murata is the same as that of an ordinary Murata, but its performance is actually better than that of the captain of the Murata. The performance of John's red Murata is even better, and its performance is 30 times higher than that of the white Murata. According to Long Phase estimate, the performance of the specially made red Marasai is no less than that of Baishur and MK2G. All the special Marasais of the Knights of the Holy Lady attack. 30 specially made white Marathas of the Knights of the Saints were put into the battlefield, and the 30 drivers of the Knights of the Saints had a very high level of cooperation without any extra words. Countless Raptors and Fighting Falcons were shot down by covering advances, moving shots, crossing advances, etc. The Crimson Special Maratha took the lead, like spikes on the battlefield, piercing the enemy's defense line one after another. Lock on that red Cyclops. Damn it, the 30 white Cyclops he led broke through our defenses one after another. The Crimson Special Marasai beam knife in the left hand cuts down countless enemy mobile suits one after another, and the beam gun in the right hand will surely hit one enemy mobile suit every time. John issued an order. The Knights of the Holy Lady obey the order, break through the enemy's defense line, and invade the target battleship group so that they cannot form a cross-bombardment of our army fleet. Yes, Captain. 0. Bullock immediately dispatched elite troops to stop the Knights of the Saints no matter what, and they could not achieve their goals. The Saintess Knights, led by John, broke through the enemy's line of defense and invaded the enemy battleship group on the right. The MS guards of the battleship group attempted to stop the Knights of the Saintess. 30 special white Marasais cover the special red Marasais and enter the battleship group. Usually, as long as a mobile suit with sufficient speed and strong enough firepower invades the battleship group, it is basically like a wolf invading a flock of sheep. The specially made red Marasai crisscrossed the enemy warships like red meteors. Either the beam knife cut into the bow of the enemy warship, or a beam ray blasted the bow of the enemy warship. All of a sudden, the battleships flocked. The split video that pops up on the screen as John kills the 9th battleship. Captain, a Raptor MS with better performance than ordinary Raptor MS is coming towards us. How many are there? At least 50. Get rid of them. John decided to let go of the battleships temporarily and help his knights first. About 20 Gozagas and 5 Marasais came to the enemy battleship group following the breakthrough of the Knights of the Holy Maiden. John asked these colleagues to deal with the MS troops of the battleship group. About 50 specially made Raptor mobile suits fought against the specially made Marasai of the Knights of the Holy Lady. Special Raptor MS are comparable in performance to regular Marasai. The quantity of the former is large, the quality of the latter is relatively strong, and the two sides are evenly matched. John drove his own special red Murata, and in less than a minute, John killed 3 Special Raptor MS. Admiral Brock shared a video from a camera elsewhere, watching the Battle of the Holy Knights, frowning, watching the Special Red Marasai fighting, and another Special Raptor MS was killed by the Red Marasai. Red Marasai's battles are like shooting stars. General Bullock asked his subordinates to take notes. Make a record of this Red MS. By the way, check to see if you can find out who the driver is. If he can survive this battle, let the whole army know that there is this enemy. His code name is Red Meteor. In the 5-minute battle, there were less than 20 specially made Raptor MS left, and there were 25 special Marasai left on the side of the Knights of the Saintus, including John. The advanced fleet of the American Tower Lightning National Army was transferred to part of the battleship group on the right end, and now it is being invaded by more and more enemy mobile suits. Admiral Brock didn't panic, because some MS troops on his side had already broken through the enemy's last line of defense and invaded the enemy's warships, as long as they broke through the defense line of the MS troops. Then the balance of victory will be in favor of him. General, the specially made Raptor MS elite troops that were transferred have all been wiped out. The Red Meteor and his colleagues began to slaughter the battleship group on the right. Admiral Brock narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "What are those MS in charge of guarding doing?" The enemy's white one-eyed mobile suits have excellent combat capabilities. Their cooperation with each other made it impossible for the mobile suit troops responsible for escorting the battleships to stop them. Instead, they were shot down one after another like a domino effect. Admiral Brock decided to dispatch more elite troops to kill or drive out these invading mobile suits no matter what. Otherwise, it is impossible to win in a short time. The longer it dragged on, the more anxious Admiral Brock became. He didn't expect to be annihilated, he just wanted to fight him away, so that his hanging heart could feel at ease. All major international authorities, including the media, are paying attention to the battle between the armies and fleets of the Uya Cross Country and the American Tower Lightning Country. Many people think that this is a battle of revenge between the Uya Cross Country and the American Tower Lightning Kingdom, and it is revenge for the attack on the American Tower Lightning Country at that time. Under the live broadcast of the actual combat by local reporters from the United States, Gao Zhagu and Marasai, from the Uya Cross Country, suppressed Raptors and War Falcons. Many military experts and staff from various countries are paying attention to this battle and even analyzing this battle. If the Uya Crusaders lose, as long as the defeat is not disastrous, the Uya Crusaders will be defeated with honor. If the U.S. National Army loses, its international prestige will drop a lot. Because the national strengths of the two countries are far apart, in terms of military, economy, technology, industry, etc., the only thing that the Uya Cross Country can surpass the United States is medical technology. Therefore, the United States must win, and at least win with some face. On the battlefield, Admiral Vladimir looked at the current battle situation. In terms of MS battles, the battle loss was 3:1, and in the naval artillery battle, the God of War was 5:1. Their losses were relatively large. Judging from the current situation, if they continue to fight, it will be more and more unfavorable to them. While they can achieve good results now and the damage has not yet expanded, let's accept it as soon as it is good. Just when Admiral Vladimir was about to give the order to retreat, the radar soldier reported at this time, "General, the Tiani mercenary group has been found." Admiral Vladimir immediately looked at the three-dimensional battlefield situation map. 5 fleets appeared in the Tiani mercenary corps. The smallest fleet reached the brigade level, and the largest fleet reached the military level. The 5 fleets at the 2nd Army level and 3rd Brigade level stipulated that they would attack the leading fleet from 5 different directions. Admiral Vladimir looks at the situation map of the battlefield. Together with his Nemesis fleet, he can form a 6-party attack. Admiral Brock was worried. If the Tiani mercenary corps was late, he definitely expected that the Nemesis fleet would have already withdrawn from the battlefield. Then he can wholeheartedly deal with the attacking Tiani mercenary fleet, as long as the Tiani mercenary fleet does not send the battleship with monster-level main guns and wing Gundam. he is confident that he can stop the Tianyi mercenary fleet onslaught. But at this moment, with the attack from 6 directions, the Nemesis fleet is enough to contain at least half of his advanced fleet's military strength. Admiral Brock looked at the situation map of the battlefield, and from the report of the radar soldiers, he also deduced that all the fleets of the Tianyi mercenary group came from different subbases. Even if they send Gundams, they are still the 2 mass-produced Gundams, which can reduce damage while fighting. In addition to mobilizing troops, Admiral Brock also asked his subordinates to immediately notify the headquarters to request support. "General, the headquarters told us to withdraw our troops." Admiral Brock frowned after hearing this and thought to himself, could it be that the country has been attacked? Admiral Brock immediately began to adjust and dispatch troops, and decided to adopt a strategy of fighting while retreating. The leading fleet fought while retreating according to the voyage, and the battleship group at the right end became the front line of resistance at this moment. John was driving a red Marathon. From the screen, he saw that the Tianyi mercenary group already had many self-made mobile suits equipped with Jigong mobile suits, and many Jigong mobile suits had backpacks, replaceable, and external weapons, as well as some of the special armed forces have the combat capabilities of Jim 2 and various series of short sword MS. These Jigong mobile suits are worthy of being the new generation of self-made equipment mobile suits of the Tianyi mercenary corps. Not to mention Gaozaku, the performance of the General Marathon is not as good as them. John commented on the Jigong mobile suits. A golden Bishur flew past the red Marasai, holding a shotgun rocket launcher in its left hand, blasting a Raptor MS with one shot, and holding a special beam gun in its right hand, killing several fighting Falcon Mississippi one after another. Then, the 2 Raptors lock on to the Bishur attack, and the Bishur dodges the beam ray attack one after another beautifully, and then counterattacks. The shot-type rocket launcher in the left hand kills the Raptor MS with one blow, and the special beam gun in the right hand kills the Raptor MS with one shot. Headshot, then shot through the chest area and exploded into fireworks. This mass-produced Gundam called Hayakushi is slightly better than my red Marasai in terms of performance, but from the perspective of the system, radar, and enemy tracking devices installed on the body, it is even better than my red Marasai. Good, John commented on Bishur. Then, John saw the Mk2G fighting. The sailing speed was very good, and the Raptors and fighting Falcons couldn't catch up at all. The U.S. tower lights up the situation where the Legion National Army's troops are fighting and retreating. As the front line of resistance, the battleship group on the right has been gradually defeated. Admiral Brock let the advance fleet return to the country at the expense of 1/3. The Tianyi mercenary fleet did not pursue, but turned around and returned to their respective bases. Admiral Vladimir originally wanted to communicate with the commander of the Tianyi mercenary fleet, thanking them for their help. But the Tianyi mercenary fleet did not respond, nor did they accept his communication request. The U.S. made a high-profile announcement of joining the Democratic Allied Forces, and the high-profile action was beaten home by others, making international jokes. The United States directly protested to the Uya cross-country for the undeclared war. Nicholas even held a press conference in his presidential palace, strongly condemning the Uya cross-country, and will take retaliatory actions against the Uya cross-country. On the other hand, Pope David of the Uya cross-country opened his own press conference not long after Nicholas held a press conference. Our Uya cross-country has always maintained that my country and Israel are peace-loving. It does not mean that after others bully us and kill our soldiers and people, we should greet them with a smile. If I am the only one who loses my child, my family, I can choose to let go of my hatred personally. But the United States has indeed caused countless families in our country to lose countless parents and children, not only me, but also many people. Even our God cannot forgive Mida what Deng Legion has done. Pope David stated that the attack on the advance fleet of the United States was an act of retaliation against them, and he also stated that this retaliation was more than that. Pope David's press conference is shortly over. The spokesperson of the presidential palace of Nicholas issued a statement, stating that the attack on the Uya cross-country was for human rights, democracy, freedom, and a just war for those who suffered religious persecution. Any battle of revenge, the battle of revenge waged by the Uya cross-country, is actually a war of evil in order to start a war. Regarding the remarks made by the United States, not to mention countries with different systems, even other democratic countries with the same system, I have to admire their shameless remarks. No matter what your reason is for attacking other people's country first, no matter how high-sounding your reason is, in the eyes of many people in your country, you are the invader. Even if you attack someone else's country, and other country launches a war of revenge against you, the other country is justified, both emotionally and rationally. In the end, you actually said to the country that launched revenge against you that it was shameless for you to fight back, and you were at fault. It's like someone punching you on the street, and when you want to fight back, the person who hit you says you can't fight back, because it's your fault to fight back. Except for the Wanluo Federation and the United States of America, the other democracies remain silent. As for other non-democratic countries, they condemn the United States for being shameless and shameless. Non-democratic countries have all supported the Ouya cross-countries revenge. At this moment, the mother base has updated the GM2 and various series of short sword MS, all of which have been replaced with Jegun MS. The deputy commander-in-chief of the mother base, Fix, contacted the three kingdoms of Mycone Kingdom, Niklon Kingdom, and Zoke Kingdom, whether to buy second-hand GM2 and various series of short sword MS. The kings of the three kingdoms immediately said, yes. Even if 50 million colonial coins were offered for the second-hand GM2 and various series of short sword MS, the kings of the three kingdoms still waved their hands and signed the purchase contract. However, the country size of the three kingdoms is not very large, and the three kingdoms cannot buy all the second-hand GM2s and various series of short sword MS. The countries of the Imperial Allied Forces are also rushing to buy these second-hand GM2 and various series of short sword MS. In order to be able to buy these MS, some empires even did not hesitate to charge a higher price. The purpose of these empires buying these MS is not really to arrange them in their own army. Many of them want to buy them back for testing and then dismantle them for research. The second-hand GM2 and various series of short sword MS at the mother base were sold out quickly in a few days. After many empires failed to buy them, they knew that the mother base had no second-hand mobile phones to sell, so they sent people to sub-bases to try to see if they could buy these second-hand mobile phones. Many sub-bases have been replaced with Jegun MS1 after another. The replaced GM2 and various series of Dagger MSs. The commanders of the sub-bases received instructions from the mother base and were very willing to sell these MSs to these empires at high prices. After Long Fei looked at the report sent to him by Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming, there were so many empires who wanted to buy these to be eliminated at a high price. In his office, Long Fei was studying the design drawings of Murasame MS and made some improvements and modifications. The purpose of Long Fei's modification was to make the parts of Murasame and Jiegong MS as common as possible in most of the parts. Because many of the parts of the GM2 and various series of daggers are not universal, this problem was very obvious in the war a few months ago, and it also caused great pressure and burden on the logistics staff. In order not to repeat the same mistakes, Long Fei had to carry out some design modifications to Murasame, trying to make the two models share most of the parts. Of course, if conditions caused it, Long Fei also tried to make Murasame's performance higher than the original. Why did Long Fei design and transform this village rain? Mainly in that war, the pilot who drove Taurus had a very high evaluation of it. Transforming into a fighter plane can carry out tactics such as rapid penetration and disruption, as well as one-time bombing and running tactics. Tall as there are some modifications in the design of the fighter plane, missiles and other weapons can be mounted in the fighter form. These tactics are very successful. Originally, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming proposed that Taurus be mass-produced and become another MS unit in service. But Long Fei directly vetoed it, the reason being that it cannot be used in common with Jiegang's parts, and this MD is only used as a MD responsible for protecting the safety of the base. Of course, this was the reason Long Fei gave on the surface, but the main reason Long Fei would veto was the appearance of MD Taurus, which he thought was not very beautiful. If possible, he really wants to use a beautiful and good-looking MS as a mass-produced machine. At the beginning, Long Fei took out the blueprint of the RGE-95 Resol Ritual, a mass-produced Z Gundam, and Long Fei felt that the mass-produced machine was a bit overqualified as an ordinary pilot. It can be used as the next-generation campaign machine of the mass-produced Gundam to replace the 100 Shiki or the MK2G. So this is pass. Of course, there are many deformed mobile suits to choose from. Longfei chose Murasame in the end, mainly because Longfei thought it was very beautiful, and the appearance also resembled Gundam. However, the output of Murasame will not be too much, compared with the output of Jigong MS. It is 1:4. Murasame's pilots will first find pilots who are good at flying fighters and MS as the first batch of combat teams. Then, you have to train the pilot to fly the fighter. After Longfei made some changes to CUNU, he stretched out his waist and rubbed his temples. Just when the office door opened, when Tao Xiang pushed the dining car in, she saw Longfei rubbing her temples, thinking that Longfei had another headache. Tao Xiang immediately walked to Longfei's side, put her arms around Longfei's temples, and asked worriedly, "Have you got a headache again?" "Oh, nothing, just a little tired." "That's good. Take a rest if you're tired." "It's okay. I'm a little hungry now. Let's eat first." Longfei didn't go to the cafeteria to eat these days. Tao Xiang always went to the cafeteria to get food and ate with Longfei in the office. On the table where the two were eating, there was a plate of dim sum in the middle. The dim sum consisted of dumplings, pot stickers, and siumai. These are not only Longfei's favorite dim sum, but also Tao Xiang's favorite dim sum. Longfei didn't expect that he and his girlfriend Tao Xiang had very similar tastes. After a full meal, Tao Xiang cleaned up and was about to push the dining car back to the cafeteria and said to Longfei, "Don't make yourself tired." "I know." Like other women, Tao Xiang hopes that her partner will be career-oriented, but Tao Xiang feels that her man is too career-minded. During this period of time, the mother base kept a low profile, and Longfei didn't take a good rest often, which caused him to suffer from lack of sleep and headaches from time to time. The report of the medical equipment and the doctor's advice all required Longfei to have a good rest and not to damage his body. Tao Xiang was always worried about Longfei. As long as Longfei didn't go back to his room to rest after 12 o'clock, Tao Xiang would directly pull him back to his room and force him to take a good rest. Longfei continued to make some improved designs for the village ring, and even designed some weapons for the village ring. After the improved design of the Murasame MS, Longfei conducted a simulation test and found that there were still some deficiencies. When he was about to make improvements, he found that the clock showed exactly 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Longfei could only leave it until tomorrow to do it. He first recorded the current progress and walked out of his office. Tao Xiang happened to have arrived not far from the gate of the office. After seeing Longfei coming out, he stretched out his hand to hold Longfei's arm and followed Longfei back to the room to rest. It took several days and several revisions and simulations for Murasame's improved Longfei. Give the final improved Murasame MS design to Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming. Will the performance of this MS called Murasame be better than that of Taurus? If it's not good, will I ask you to come and get it? 2. After Li Jiaming left the office, Longfei looked at the report and found that all RX-78 FA equipment and GP-01 entered the storage room. It will take about 5 months to keep a low profile, and 5 new Gundams will be manufactured in 5 months. In the Gundam series, AG, X, and Fighting G are not produced yet. Fighting G Gundam, I really want to make one and try it out. It's a pity that none of my mercenary group seems to be a Kung Fu master. If you can find a Kung Fu master, then let's make a Flash Gundam. See if the elements of martial arts can really be integrated into Gundam. It has been 6 months since the mother base hit its strength and bided its time to recuperate. The United States has been in an embarrassing situation, and the advanced fleet has returned to the Earth's circle from the colony in outer space. The Nemesis fleet, which was relentlessly biting at the advanced fleet, also returned to the territory of the mother country of the Earth's circle. As time goes by, more and more of the 2 MSs of the Uya Cross Country, Gaozaku and Marasai, are in service, and the old battleships are also beginning to be retired and replaced with new ones. The chariots, tanks, drones, and individual equipment that have been used for more than 30 years have been replaced more and more by the chariots, tanks, etc. manufactured by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. As more and more old equipment is retired and replaced with new equipment, the military strength of the Uya Crusaders has reached a new level. The whole army of Uya Crusaders hastened their pace, quickly adapted to the new weapons and got ready for the war of revenge at any time. U.S. President Nikolai sent foreign ministers and relevant officials to interview the Russian Soviet Republic, hoping to conduct some negotiations and exchanges. What the United States hopes most now is that the Russian Soviet Republic will not intervene. As long as the Russian Soviet Republic does not intervene, then the United States will have no problem dealing with the remnants of the Han-Xia Empire, the European and Ukras kingdoms, and the South American allies in the southern continent. However, the authorities of the Russian Soviet Republic did not take the diplomatic team of the United States seriously and refused their request or negotiation. The diplomatic team of the Russian Republic of Soviet Union also directly gave a suggestion to the other party. As long as your country does not join the Democratic Alliance Army and no longer participates in the war, all problems will be solved. The U.S. diplomatic team did not get any results and could only return to the country in despair. On the other hand, there are still some frictions between the Democratic Alliance Army and the Imperial Alliance Army from time to time, but they are all on a small scale or guerrilla scale. And at this moment, some subtle changes have taken place. After the fortresses, bases, and colonial satellites that the Tianyi mercenary group had built before were handed over to the Imperial Allied Forces, the Imperial Allied Forces began to operate and plan some operations. For example, partially occupied colonial satellites support some local prestigious people, become the king of the local colonial satellites, and establish a country. Internationally, despite strong opposition from the Democratic camp, countries in the non-democratic camp expressed their support. The decision to vote under the proposal of the Imperial camp was overwhelmingly supported by the non-democratic camp countries. In addition to strong opposition, the democratic camp countries carried out a series of boycott activities. Finally, under the resistance and absence of the democratic camp, these newly established kingdoms became new members of the International United Nations. Countries in the democratic camp do not recognize the identity and status of these new kingdoms, and even refuse to have diplomatic relations or any exchanges with these kingdoms. However, judging from the international situation, many experts believe that the situation of the democratic camp and the imperial camp has undergone subtle changes. The prestige of the two camps has ebbed and flowed. Countries such as the Republic of Solani, which lost their territories and colonial satellites, can only watch these lost colonial satellites become countries with a monarchy system. Solanaman and other countries originally surrounded the three kingdoms, including Mycone, but now the country's territory has shrunk, and even the lost colonial satellite has become a buffer zone with the three kingdoms. The people of Solani and other countries have launched demonstrations to protest the government's incompetence, and even demanded that the government drive the Democratic Alliance Army out of their country's territory. Because of the relationship between the Democratic Alliance Army, the country's territory will be reduced, and part of the colonial satellite will be lost. The Democratic Allied Forces didn't care about the protests of these democratic countries at all, and the troops stationed in these protesting countries just refused to leave. Some media even broke the news that these Democratic Allied Forces actually mined some meteorites in the local country. This angered local democracies to protest to the ADF, demanding that they return the mined resources to them, but the ADF outright denied it. The local democratic country wanted to send an investigation, but was driven back by the Democratic Alliance Army. The media in the local democratic countries made great resistance and criticism to the behavior of the Democratic Allied Forces, criticizing the Democratic Allied Forces for pitting the countries of the same camp without mercy. He even criticized the style of the Democratic Alliance Army as being more excessive than the imperialist countries, and compared the Imperial Alliance Army and the Democratic Alliance Army. Although the Imperial Allied Forces cheat countries such as the Mycone Kingdom, which are in the same camp as themselves, at least the Imperial Allied Forces will pay corresponding prices for mining in the local kingdoms, so as not to cheat their allies or countries in the same camp. Of course, this matter has also been ridiculed and satirized by many non-democratic countries in the international arena. Soon, another incident caused the Democratic Alliance Army to suffer a great blow. That is, the United States announced the termination of joining the Democratic Alliance Army, which caused the morale of the Democratic Alliance Army to suffer an even greater blow and drop. Then, The United States withdrew its troops at the junction between countries in the Earth's circle 300 kilometers away. Several major countries that have a border with the United States have also withdrawn their frontline troops at the border to a distance of 300 kilometers. The remnants of the guerrilla forces of the South American Confederate States continued to hide or return to the areas they controlled. The nemesis plan of the Uyghur cross-country did not stop because of the actions of the Maida Deng Legion country. The Uyghur cross-country even said that the United States did not apologize to the country or make war reparations to the families of those who lost their loved ones due to their attacks. The nemesis plan of the Uyghur cross-country will not end. At this moment, the entire army of the Uyghur Crusaders is furious with vengeance against the United States and has a chilling mentality towards the country that attacked them. The whole army was actively engaged in training, and many citizens of the Uyghur cross-country actively signed up to join the army, and even retired veterans applied to the country and asked to return to the barracks to serve again. The attitude of the United States towards the Uyghur cross-country has turned against the Uyghur cross-country, accusing the Uyghur cross-country of preventing the people of the whole country from letting go of their hatred, instigate the people to take revenge, and accuse this peaceful country that has changed and is no longer a neutral and peaceful country that people respect. On the other side, Long Fei was enjoying his leisure time in the leisure meteorite area. Long Fei gave himself a few days off and came here with Tao Xiang to rest and enjoy the leisure time. Long Fei leisurely paddles the boat and enjoys a rare and peaceful time with Tao Xiang leisurely in the center of the lake. Long Fei lay down. Tao Xiang leaned against Long Fei's chest. It happened that when Long Fei was watching the news with his mobile suit, he saw the news that Maida Deng Li Jianguo blamed the Uyghur cross-country for telling the people not to let go of their hatred. This country is really shameless. Tao Xiang, who was leaning on Long Fei's chest, also looked at the news and said, "It's really shameless. It's obviously the culprit who caused all this. If you don't apologize, you still have to accuse others of holding grudges against you. I really don't know why such a country didn't get it. Retribution. It's not that we don't report. The time has not yet come. When the day comes, this kind of country will fall into a situation where it will never be restored." At this time, the phone rang a special ringtone, and there was something confidential to convey to Long Fei. Tao Xiang immediately turned over and put her head on Long Fei's arm. Her eyes looked away, not looking at any content on Long Fei's phone. Tao Xiang never went to see this kind of thing. As long as Long Fei didn't tell her and didn't allow her to watch, Tao Xiang would never ask a word, nor would she go to see it. Long Fei looked at the confidential report on the phone and said with a smile, "It seems that the results of the training are effective." After finishing speaking, he exited and returned to the interface. Long Fei turned around and put one arm around Tao Xiang's small waist and kissed Tao Xiang's face. "I hate it." Tao Xiang blushed shyly and stretched out her hand to slap Long Fei's hand. "Captain, I really don't know when we will be able to return to China. I really don't want to go into troubled waters." "How do I know? Those people above don't care about the lives of us frontline fighters at all. If you want to blame it, our president and those governments don't have the political and moral courage to say no to the Wanluo Federation and the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic, and then announce the withdrawal of troops and return to the country. Even if our president and our government have the political and moral courage to dare to say no, then those two countries will impose a bunch of political and economic sanctions. Especially our country's enterprises will be subject to their strong sanctions. Think about it. Think our country has the ability to stop it? Can our government protect our own businesses?" 5 units of Phantom MS sailed and patrolled the surrounding area, and the driver communicated and complained about things. The 5th Phantom MS driver complained, "Don't forget that the MS we are driving is from the United States of Anglo-Democracy. If our country dares to announce its separation from the Democratic Alliance Army, many of the military weapons purchased by our country and them have not been delivered to our country. Maybe they will directly tear up the contract with us, and they will directly deduct the money delivered and not return it to our country." X4. The others were silent, but what the teammate said was correct. If you want to blame it, blame the country you were born in as a weak country. Weak countries have no diplomacy and can only be manipulated by those powerful countries. Having said that, Captain, I always feel a very uneasy feeling. What's so disturbing? I've heard some gossip recently that many locations of our Democratic Alliance army have suffered unidentified attacks. Many people think that the Tianyi mercenary group may be behind the scenes. The parent base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps has obviously not been active for almost 6 months, and the troops at the sub-base only attack those Democratic Allied forces who come to reinforce them. Once the reinforcements of the Democratic Allied forces enter the base area, they will stop attacking. However, there is no evidence yet. The Mirage system is really scary enough. I heard the news from the anecdote. It is said that it is not a Mirage system, but other technologies. Damn it. It seems that the Tianyi Mercenary Group is using them to develop new technologies, and using our Democratic Alliance army to practice their skills. A fellow driver uttered a scream, and it was in a state of blind tone. What's going on? X4. The other 4 Huanfeng MS turned around, and the last Huanfeng MS turned into a ball of fire. Then another Phantom MS was dismembered before the eyes of other drivers. There were 3 Huanfeng MS left, so quickly guard the surroundings. Suddenly a red blade pierced from the back of a Huanfeng MS to the chest. Immediately afterwards, a cyan light beam penetrated another Phantom MS team, and the driver who got off the last Phantom saw a black MS on his screen, which seemed to be wearing a VR head, and was equipped with something like a scale on the back, appearing on the screen. In front of him, a pair of red double blades were directly inserted into the cockpit, and the driver hung up before he could issue a distress signal. Next to the black MS appeared the same black MS, RX, 80BR Black Knight, from Gundam Project, Palarider Apocalypse 4 Horsemen. The previous sniper beam was the Distant Pale Knight, Space Warfare Specification, Model, RX, 80PR, holding a beam sniper rifle in the distance. On the other side, a military base of the Democratic Alliance Army was attacked. 6 white Gundams, with fat heads like crowns, RX, 80WR White Knights, use Shekinah combined with mega beam launchers and giant Gatling cannons in the distance to shoot from a distance. The original work is a weapon prototype, and Long Fei has made some improvements to become a formal weapon. It will not be overheated due to the gunfire, and it will not be overheated due to gunfire. The heat dissipation in the shape of the bow is also abolished. The powerful beam bombardment not only caused serious damage to the military base, but also many warships were blasted into by the beam. There are also 12 Second Knight RX, 80RR Red Knight models in the base. RX, 80BR. The 12 Red Knights had red eyes, and held large beam sabers in both hands. Not only did they kill countless target MS one after another, some warships were cut in half by the large beam golden saber. The Red Knight invaded the enemy camp like a berserker and started killing. The MS and long-range shots of the Democratic Alliance Army were easily dodged by the Red Flag soldiers. There are not only Red Knights in the military base, but also 12 Pale Knights, Space Warfare Specification. The same eyes are red, and the 12 Pale Knights are armed differently. Those with Gatling machine guns, those with ultra-long-range beam rifles, as long as they are medium and long-range targets, mobile suits and warships are all their targets. There are also 8 Black Knights, using optical camouflage to attack other targets. The combat time was less than 15 minutes, and the military base issued a surrender signal. But the Knight MS attacking the military base did not stop and continued to attack. The commander of the military base called for help from the distant headquarters, and shortly after sending the signal, a strong heat directly vaporized him. The military base ended up with very little left to live. None of the Knight MS was shot down, and finally all the Knight MS returned to their respective MS motherships. The shape of the MS mothership is a bit like a deep-sea submarine. It has the camouflage optical function of the Black Knight, which can achieve the effect of stealth. The Knight MS drivers gathered in the hangar. All the armbands on their left arms were black ferocious dogs, and they listened to the commander's lecture. Everyone, since the establishment of our Shadow Mad Dog team, we have completed countless tasks. You performed very well today. In the cafeteria, I have asked the cooking class to prepare delicious food to reward you. All saluted. Thank you, sir. Go. The Shadow Crazy Dog team is one of the many suggestions given by the Strategic Zero system during Long Fei's stay at the Mother Base, and Long Fei adopted one of them. Long Fei took out the Gundam project, Palarider 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, and after a series of research and improvement, he established a direct army belonging to him. Li Jiaming also knew the existence of the Shadow Mad Dog team. He understands that this is one of the boss's directly subordinate troops, and they are acting with the resources of the Tianyi mercenary group. For this, Li Jiaming has no dissatisfaction. The Tianyi mercenary corps was originally the boss's property. Although he was the commander-in-chief, he was also an employee working for Long Fei. He had no right to intervene in the boss's decisions. In the Meteorite group, there is a factory where meteorites are transformed into night mobile suits and a mothership factory dedicated to night mobile suits. The exclusive mobile suit mothership is named Latent Shadow, and their exclusive meteorite secret base. The mother base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, although many people have heard of this troop, they don't know what their job is and where their role is, and they don't know who the members are. Li Jiaming only knew that this army was just like their name. It was a team released by the boss to kill people with mad dogs. Before the establishment of this unit, it was tested whether all the Tianyi mercenary MS pilots had the qualifications of new humans. After the test, it was found that many pilots had good skills, but did not have the qualifications of new humans. These materials are all stored in the mother base's database. Later, in the proposal of the Strategic Version 0 system, Long Fei remembered this matter and ordered the relevant departments of the mother base to extract those drivers who did not have the qualifications of new humans but had good driving skills. To conduct a round of tests, the most important thing is that the test pilot must be loyal to the Tianyi mercenary group, especially Long Fei. Then Dragon Flying Knight MS conducted a round of research and improvement, and the original Hades system was replaced by the exam system. Long Fei would do this mainly because the former is more dangerous. In addition to requiring the driver to undergo a series of enhancements, the side effect may cause the driver to lose his memory. Even if it is a limiter, there is such a problem. The latter has no such problem, and the exam system limiter can prevent people from causing memory loss. The exam system can even allow ordinary human drivers to reach or approach the combat level of new humans. Like the enhanced humans in UC Gundam World, Long Fei doesn't mind upgrading or transforming ordinary people into enhanced humans, but the premise is not to make people mentally abnormal. The members recruited at the beginning of the Shadow Mad Dog team have only undergone a considerable transformation of strengthening human beings. The main strengthening is physical fitness and quality, and the mental aspect allows them to have a relatively self-control ability. After starting the exam system, the driver receives brainwave information, etc., so that you will not be in a collapse situation. The specific performance of the Knight MS is not only surpassed by the Jaegong MS after Long Fei's improvement, but the performance of the body is slightly stronger than the mass-produced Gundam 100 and Mk2G without starting the exam system. A battlefield with regiment-level fleets, 20 to 30 warships regardless of type. Battle of the Allied Empire and Allied Democrats. The advanced troops of the Imperial Allied Forces entered the territory of the Democratic Allied Forces, and when they encountered a Democratic Allied Forces fleet of the same size, the two sides fought directly. In addition to the mutual bombardment of the two fleets, the MS troops of the two sides also fought. However, they did not find a battalion-sized fleet, 5 to 10 warships regardless of type, approaching them. Note: a regiment-level fleet usually consists of 2 to 3 battalion-level fleets. Song Guowei walked into the cockpit of a mass-produced Gundam wearing a Spartan suit. The mass-produced Gundam is the RX-94 mass-produced Gundam. When Long Fei decided to produce the mass-produced Neo Gundam, he complained to himself, not to mention the Manatee Gundam. Even the Neo Gundam was developed before the development of the mass-produced machine. Of course, Long Fei would do this. The main reason was that when testing whether the Tianyi mercenary MS pilot had human-friendly qualifications, he recruited new humans who had a pass line. Long Fei set up another direct unit, the Direhounds team, a unit composed entirely of new humans. Long Fei directly assigned most of the new humans who were accepted for training at that time to the Direhounds team. The Direhound Squad and the Shadow Mad Dog Squad are Long Fei's direct troops. The latter is to execute some sneak attack or attack orders, like Mad Dogs, until the target is wiped out. The former is to carry out the work or target designated by Long Fei, capture, or destroy the target. The two have their own meteorite manufacturing factories and meteorite secret bases, but the Dire Hounds are well known in the mother base. The Dire Hounds team was also established under the suggestion of the strategic version 0 system, and the Dire Hounds team was established earlier than the Shadow Mad Dogs team. Long Fei made some improvements to the former's MS very early on. The equipment used by the troops of the Dire Hounds consists of the Albion MS mothership, the Destroyer Sword, and the frigate. The MS has a mass-produced Bull Gundam with a psychosensory device and a Z2 Gundam with a biological perception system. Although the Z2 Gundam was incorporated into the mass-produced Gundam MS by Longfei, there are only 2 of these 2 Gundams each. The standard equipment MS of the Dire Hounds is RGZ 91 Lingus, and there is a quasi-Sekimist device BIO system. Ritual was originally Longfei's first choice, but Lingos is cheaper to manufacture, and the parts can be used in common with the mass-produced Bull Gundam and Z2. Ritual Longfei needs to spend time to modify and consider installing a psychosensory device or the biological perception system. The urgency of time made Longfei decide to let Lingos develop and manufacture. The allied forces of the 2 regiment-level fleets are fighting, and the soldiers of the 2 sides have already become red-eyed. At this time, the commanders of the 2 fleets received a notification from their radar soldiers that dozens of unknown fighter planes rushed into the MS battlefield. Dozens of light beams bombarded the MS of the Democratic Alliance Army, and the troops of the 2 sides discovered that dozens of fighter planes had joined the battle. Nearly half of the nearly 30 Ling Jets detached the additional equipment BWS from the main body and turned into MS form, and continued to attack the MS troops of the Democratic Alliance Army. Where's the MS from? Too strong. It looks like a Gundam. Can't beat. Request to retreat. The Imperial Allied forces saw the Lingus MS, which looked very similar to a Gundam, and suspected that it was a mass-produced Gundam newly developed by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Song Weigwa shook his neck. The Spartan suit is a psychic Spartan suit customized for their new human army, and it can be used with a psychosensory device. The mass-produced Gundam uses electromagnetic pedals. Song Weigwa, the mass-produced Bull Gundam, is on the attack. The mass-produced Neo Gundam driven by Song Weigwa, his fellow mass-produced Neo Gundam, and 2 Z2 Gundams headed to the target Democratic Alliance fleet. The Eagle MS unit in charge of the SAW-4 MS is attacking them, and found that 2 of them had antennas on their heads. It's Gundam. The pilots of the Eagle MS troop were very scared. Gundam has made many MS drivers of the Democratic Alliance Army a nightmare in their hearts. The Z2 Gundam transforms from a fighter plane into an MS form, and the MS troop driver in charge of the is even more desperate. Floating cannon. Song Weigwa activated the 4 floating cannons of the mass-produced Neo Gundam. The 4 floating cannons hit the target one after another. The performance of the Eagle MS was far inferior to the mass-produced Bull Gundam. The 4 floating cannons were small and fast. The Eagle MS couldn't lock on at all, and even the driver was very flustered. The 4 floating cannons attacked the target from different angles, and the mass-produced Neo Gundam driven by Song Weigwa hit the target one after another with the 3-shot beam rifle in his hand. The Z2 Gundam Mega Beam Rifle can penetrate several MS of the enemy with each shot. Another mass-produced Gundam, armed with a rocket launcher, bombarded the bow of a target MS carrier with 1 shot. Then, 3 bursts of beam rifles hit the bow of another destroyer. Song Wei and his colleagues from the other 2 Z2 Gundams quickly wiped out the MS troops responsible for the escort. The fleet commander of the Democratic Alliance Army saw that the rescue force could not arrive, so he could only order his subordinates to signal surrender. Watching the surrender flares light up, the fighting on the battlefield stopped. All the MS of the Dire Hounds returned to the mothership. Imperial Alliance Fleet Commander requests contact from Dire Hounds Fleet Commander, Under Lieutenant Colonel Bisk, from the Kingdom of Graham. Thank you for the help of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. After seeing the mass-produced Bull Gundam and Z2, Bisk was already very sure that the fleet that appeared was the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Major Zhang Luoyang, Your Excellency, you are welcome. We were only carrying out the mission, and we didn't expect our goal to be the same as Lieutenant Colonel Bisk. Major Zhang, is there something I would like to ask you? Your Excellency, please speak. Recently, I have heard some news. I heard that many bases of the Democratic Alliance Army have been attacked. Is it the work of your mercenary group? I'm sorry, I don't know what your excellency said. It just so happens that we still have tasks to do, so we really can't communicate with you. I hope you will forgive me. No, no. I am deeply sorry for affecting Major Zhang's work. Then I will not disturb Major Zhang's mission. Song Guowei was taking a coffee break in the cafeteria at this time. At this time, a red-haired female colleague was also sitting in front of Song Guowei with a coffee. The female colleague in front of Song Guowei, like him, is the driver of the mass-produced Bull Gundam, Arimiya, an officer of the same rank as him. Arimiya asked Song Guowei, "Have you ever heard of the Shadow Mad Dogs?" "I've never heard of it. Is there such a team?" "Then do you still remember that there is another secret meteorite base not far from our secret meteorite base?" "You mean that the secret base of the meteorite is the secret base of the Shadow Mad Dog team?" "Yes, but that's not the point. The point is that this team is different from ours. It's completely composed of ordinary humans. I heard that they also have mobile suits that are different from ours. Their mobile suits were also designed by our boss, Long Fei. MS, like us, is the boss's direct troops. Then if they are ordinary people, then why did the boss set up such a direct army? I don't know about that. Forget it. It seems that the boss's direct troops may not only be our team. Maybe the boss will set up other direct troops in the future." Arimiya nodded in agreement. Long Fei checked the AG system and fed back countless combat data to the AG system, and AG designed some weapons. After Long Fei conducted some data analysis, he could use these designed weapons as a technical reserve. Then, look at the combat reports of the Dire Hounds and Shadow Mad Dogs. The optical camouflage of the Black Knight has obtained extremely high actual combat data and actual combat evaluation. Although the effect of the optical camouflage is still different from that of the Mirage system, the thermal device can still detect the Black Knight in the optical camouflage state within a certain distance. This should be noted. However, the Black Knight still completes all tasks. The mobile suits of the Knight series, as the self-equipped mobile suits of the Shadow Mad Dog team, have not failed in a single mission. Next, the Dire Hounds equipped different mobile suits, and none of the missions failed. On the other hand, some subbases also conduct new human qualification tests for MS drivers. At present, a total of 42 people have achieved Comprehensive Qualification C and Comprehensive Qualification B-. It is a girl with long orange hair named Alice. A total of 43 people are ready to be transferred to the mother base, ready to receive relevant training. Long Fei was thinking about whether to select some people from the Violent Hounds team as instructors for the training of new humans in the future. Long Fei scratched his head and said in his heart, "However, the people selected before that need to be given relevant guidance before they can become instructors. It seems that the second batch of new humans trained. The new human training plan still depends on the working machines and staff to take care of them. Follow my written instructions to train these new humans." The second batch of new humans trained, Long Fei fell in love with Alice. According to the data report, this girl's sensory ability is also very strong. The evaluation has reached A, the prediction ability has also reached A, the space sensing ability has also reached A, telepathy and brainwaves in C. It seems to be a fighting type of new human beings. Among them, there are empathy type and fighting type. The former has stronger mental power, while the latter has stronger spatial sensing ability or predictive ability. Long Fei said to himself. Long Fei continued to look at Alice's other information. This girl is an elite MS pilot, a 100-style pilot, with a total score of 106 and 6. She is also among the best among elite MS drivers. Obviously the grades are so good. Why didn't you become an ace pilot? Long Fei looked very strange, and then looked at the evaluation given to the girl by her superiors. She was relatively aloof and out of the ordinary. This girl will be trained for a period of time, and then we will see if she is suitable to become an ace driver. Long Fei checked the database for the information of MS pilots who did not have the qualifications of new humans, but had extremely high driving ability. Pick out a group of people, and then Long Fei asked Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming to arrange for these people to come to the mother base to test their loyalty, and then carry out relevant transformation, strengthening, and training. The transformation, strengthening, and training of these ordinary people is firstly to carry out some drugs, surgical strengthening, and improving mental self-control, and finally to receive relevant training. This action, named by Long Fei as the Enhanced Person Project, is of course somewhat different from the Enhanced Person in UC. At least it will not turn a person into a strengthened person with mental problems. Of course, Long Fei selected more than 500 people in total, and these 500 people did not directly participate in the human strengthening plan, but had to go through various tests and eliminations, and only 150 people could be left to accept the human strengthening plan. The difference between the Enhanced Human Program and the new Human Training Program is that the former still has relevant teams that can conduct tests, operations, and training. Unlike the latter, it is currently necessary to rely on working machines and staff to perform work by relying on written instructions. Although many people in the mother base have heard of these two plans and are aware of these two plans, no one knows the inside story and appearance of the two plans. Apart from Long Fei, only Li Jiaming and a few important people knew about it. After Li Xiuqing accepted the new human aptitude test machine, he found that he did not have the new human aptitude. Later, I heard about the Enhanced Person plan and asked my uncle, but my uncle refused. Li Xiuqing later approached Long Fei and asked to join the Human Enhancement Program. Long Fei initially refused, thinking that Li Xiuqing was already good enough, and he had been trained to maintain his physical fitness. But Li Xiuqing insisted on joining the Strengthening People project. Long Fei couldn't let go of Li Xiuqing's insistence, so he had to let him join the Strengthening People project. Li Xiuqing did not strengthen with the members of the Shadow Mad Dogs, but a team arranged by Long Fei did it for Li Xiuqing himself. After drug implantation, surgical strengthening, mental self-control training, exam system test, reaction test, etc., Li Xiuqing passed all of them, and Li Xiuqing's test results in the exam system were better than all members of the Shadow Mad Dogs. Then, after performing a series of anti-strike capabilities and jumping directly from a high place to the ground without any equipment, Li Xiuqing was able to jump directly from the 5th floor and land without any damage. Long Fei looked at Li Xiuqing's results, and Li Xiuqing would not become a W-high hello. But after thinking about it, in the original book, Hilo's physical fitness is monster level. Even if he falls from the 50th floor, he will not die. If he presses the self-explosion device in front of the Gundam cockpit to self-detonate, he still cannot be killed. Of course, Hilo also has driving skills that are no less than that of new humans. Li Xiuqing and Arabai are still far behind in terms of physical fitness and driving skills. However, after Li Xiuqing returned to the team after completing the Human Enhancement Project, his MS driving skills improved a lot, and in the competition with many colleagues, his results were much higher than before. There is even a record of defeating Li Xiang and Yu Yangchun, and the battle against Ndong is not like being defeated in just a few minutes before, and now he can still fight with Ndong. Although he still lost to Anton, this result not only surprised Anton, but even surprised other colleagues. Sister Zhouya and others all came to ask Long Fei for strengthening. Long Fei arranged a team to carry out a series of enhancements for them. Then, Long Fei looked at the international news. The current international situation has not paid much attention to the battle between the two allied forces. On the contrary, as far as the international economy is concerned, in addition to the excellent situation of the military industry, food, energy, etc. are all inflated due to the war, and related companies have also made a lot of money. In terms of resources, the decomposition and reduction metal furnace has not yet been put into the market, and many resources such as metals are still at a high price. However, Tianyi Group has opened another subsidiary company. Tianyi Metal Reduction Company has just been established, and Long Fei is waiting for the arrival of the second sister. At this time, a message came from the mobile suit, and Long Fei took it over to have a look. I was just thinking about when the second sister would come, but here I am now. Long Xian took the Albion MS mothership to the mother base. This is the second time for Long Xian to come to his brother's mother base. The meteorites around the mother base have been more developed and transformed than the last time. She can even feel the chilling atmosphere in the whole mother base. She didn't expect that the mother base has not fought for more than half a year, and she can feel the atmosphere of being ready to fight at any time. When Long Xian got off the mothership, Tao Xiang personally greeted Long Xian. Sister Xian, you are welcome. What else is it called, Sister Xian? Call me second sister. Hello, second sister. Well, I brought some native products of our country. and I will give them to you later. Thank you, second sister. Where's Xiaofei? He's busy in the office. Take me to him. Okay, second sister. Tao Xiang took Long Xian to Long Fei's office. Long Fei was currently studying the Archangel MS mothership in the office. The door of the office opened, and Tao Xiang led Long Xian into the office. Xiaofei, you're studying something again. Second sister, you are here. Looking at the three-dimensional picture of the Archangel, Long Xian asked, is this the new MS mothership you plan to develop? Yes, second sister. Didn't you have a MS mothership that broke the diamond-shaped protective cover in one shot? Why do you need to develop a new MS mothership? The main thing is that the material for the monster-class main gun is insufficient, and it is only enough for me to manufacture 2 pseudo-Agama MS motherships. Long Fei also didn't understand why the core material of the monster-level main gun needed to be a lithium-zirconium metal that the Jupiter Federation called lithium-zirconium, among the material metals of the Jupiter spacecraft brought back at that time. Only this kind of metal can produce the terrifying power in the original work, and other alternative metals can't meet the requirements at all. The Yagama MS mothership is already a product for sale, and I don't want to use this mothership as a new generation of MS mothership to replace the Albion MS mothership. Moreover, the improvement of the Albion MS mothership has reached its limit if it continues to be improved. The entire design of the Albion MS mothership needs to be revised. Instead of doing this, it is better to directly use a better MS mothership. That's why Long Fei came up with the Archangel MS carrier as an update plan to replace the new MS carrier. Long Xian didn't understand this kind of military stuff, so he didn't want to go too deep, so he directly talked with his younger brother about the action plan of the new subsidiary Tianyi Metal Reduction Company established by his younger brother. Second sister, you can handle the company yourself. I won't interfere. I trust you. Then I'll bring some of my team in, and your company is fine. No problem, as long as the confidential technology is not leaked out, and the company does not lose money. Second sister, you can handle it however you want. I won't interfere, and you can do whatever you like. No problem. Long Xian and Tao Xiang left the office. Long Xian asked Tao Xiang, has Xiaofei had a good rest? In addition to work, he just studies things. Sometimes he can study things very late. If he doesn't care, he may not sleep for 24 hours. Long Xian frowned. His younger brother's personality has not changed since he was a child. As long as there is something for him to study, it is not an exaggeration to forget food and sleep. Sister and sister, Xiaofei, please watch him carefully for me. If he dares to bully you, tell second sister that second sister will teach him a lesson. Second sister, don't say that. Fei has always been nice to me. Okay, then I have to be busy. International news. The situation between the Democratic Alliance Army and the Imperial Alliance Army has become clear. The Imperial allies have gained a clear advantage. The Democratic Alliance Army retreated steadily. Moreover, in the international military news, many Democratic Allied forces photographed bases and fleets that were destroyed or attacked, and many Knight Series MS appeared, and the Black Knight directly became invisible with optical camouflage. Many military experts guessed that this is a new machine body developed by the Tianyi mercenary group. Moreover, in the recorded video, during the Battle of the Knight Series MS, once the eyes change from blue to red, the performance of the body is greatly improved, and the combatability is also improved a lot, annihilating the enemy in a very short time. Even if the base or fleet under attack sent out a signal to surrender, these Knight Series MS did not stop at all, but continued to attack until the enemy was wiped out. In addition to protesting to the Tianyi mercenary group, the Democratic Allied forces also put this matter on the agenda at international conferences, demanding that countries impose relevant sanctions on the Tianyi group. But apart from the national support from the Democratic camp, other countries do not support sanctions against Tianyi group at all. As the party involved, the Tianyi mercenary group posted a paragraph on their official website. Democratic Allied forces, if you didn't come to fight back then, would what happened today happen? The bottom line is that the problem lies with you, not our Tianyi mercenary group. Leave it once, and this kind of thing will keep happening to you. This passage also aroused discussions among experts invited by the internet and international media. The words of the Tianyi mercenary group also aroused the approval of many people. If the Democratic Alliance army hadn't wanted to attack the three small kingdoms, and then encircle and suppress the mother base to capture Longfei, it would not have caused the subsequent incidents. All the causes are caused by the Democratic Alliance army, and the consequences must be borne by the Democratic Alliance army. Of course, many people disagreed with the words of the Tianyi mercenary group, thinking that the Tianyi mercenary group did not abide by international law. No matter how others have surrendered, they should stop instead of continuing to attack the soldiers who surrendered. A week after the Tianyi mercenary group made the announcement, another paragraph appeared on the websites of both parties. The Cavaliers series of MS is an exclusive MS called the Shadow Mad Dog Team. Their purpose is to act like mad dogs. Once they lock onto the target, they will bite the target until they kill the target. You will treat us as a mad dog biting people, Democratic Allied Forces. If you encounter the Shadow Mad Dogs, either run quickly or fight to the death. The Shadow Mad Dogs is an unstoppable force. Not long after this word was released, it spread throughout the world. Shortly thereafter, 2 places of the Democratic Alliance army were attacked by the Shadow Mad Dog Squad. War reporters even filmed the atrocities of the Shadow Mad Dogs in the live broadcast. In one of the bases where the live broadcast was broadcast, the Democratic Alliance army had already surrendered, and even the ground troops had raised their hands, begging not to fire. The MS driver of the Shadow Mad Dog team opened fire on the surrendered ground troops without hesitation. In an instant, corpses littered the scene. Just like what the Tianyi mercenary group said, the Shadow Mad Dog team is like a mad dog, killing the target until it is wiped out. The live broadcast reporters watched the Shadow Mad Dogs during the filming and did not spare any soldier of the Democratic Alliance army. After killing all the Democratic Alliance army soldiers on the scene, they took a look at the live broadcast reporter and then walked away. It's not that the Democratic Alliance army doesn't want to wipe out the Shadow Mad Dogs, but that the Tianyi Mercenary Corps is not the only one dispatched. There are many other troops that have already started to fight. When the Shadow Crazy Dogs attack the target, there will also be other Tianyi mercenary troops fighting elsewhere or nearby. Moreover, if the Tianyi mercenary group makes a move, the Imperial Allied forces will also take the opportunity to make a move. The country with the most serious losses in the Democratic Alliance army is not the Wanluo Federation or the United States of Angris Sodomocracy, but other countries. The superpowers of these 2 democratic camps have arranged their troops to be stationed in safer places. Dangerous spots are reserved for other democracies. This has caused many countries in the Democratic Alliance army to withdraw or have decided to withdraw from the Democratic Alliance army. The Democratic Alliance army is now facing a situation of falling apart. At this moment, some countries of the Democratic Alliance have insisted on withdrawing. Even if the United Nations of the Angris Democratic People's Republic and the Wanluo Federation have resorted to economic sanctions and other means. The countries that insist on withdrawing from the Democratic Alliance army will not hesitate, because the people of all their colonial satellites have demonstrated and demanded that the government immediately order the soldiers in the Democratic Alliance army to return to the country, so as not to take this troubled water again. These countries insist on withdrawing, not because their presidents or governments have much courage, but because the general elections in their countries are coming, and the anti-war sentiment among the people in the country is so high. If they do not choose to withdraw, then the general election will come. It is estimated that more than half of the voters will vote for the opposition party. In order to keep their position in power, they had to withdraw. Once one country insists on withdrawing, the second and third countries will follow suit, and the Democratic Alliance army has begun to fall apart. The Wanluo Federation and the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic watched the Democratic Alliance army fall apart, and they were unable to turn around the situation at hand. While it is still possible to resist, first negotiate with the Imperial Allied forces on the table. Although the Imperial Allied forces have gained a great advantage at the moment, as the old saying goes, once the cannon is fired, the gold is 10,000 taels. This will also cause the participating countries of the Imperial camp to suffer a lot of economic losses. If negotiations are possible, it would be best if the national armies of the 2 camps return to their respective countries. The request of the Democratic Allied Forces is that the 2 Allied forces disband and return to their respective countries, and all the lost territories of the democratic countries that are fighting on the front line are returned to the country. The Imperial Allied forces agreed to the disbandment of the two Allied forces to return to their respective countries, but rejected the request of the Democratic Allied forces on the grounds that the lost areas of those democratic countries have become independent. If they become independent, then it must be admitted that the Democratic Alliance Army, especially the United Anglo-Sa Democratic Republic and the Wanluo Federation, must recognize the legal status of these independent countries. The negotiations this time were not pleasant, and the negotiating teams of both sides refused to give in to each other. The first negotiations ended without result. Not long after the end, many places of the Democratic Alliance Army were attacked by the Tianyi mercenary group. This allowed more countries of the Democratic Alliance Army to withdraw from the ranks of the Democratic Alliance Army and immediately transfer their troops back to their countries. Seeing that the size of the Democratic Alliance Army is getting smaller and smaller, the Wanluo Federation and the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic can only agree to the request of the Imperial Alliance Army and are willing to become the legal status of those independent countries. Countries that have lost their territory, such as the Republic of Solani, protested, but it didn't help. But at this moment, the Imperial Allied forces have some additional conditions. That is, they must partially compensate for the losses of the three small kingdoms, including Mycone and the Imperial Allied forces. The negotiating delegation of the Democratic Alliance Army originally wanted to reject it directly, but the delegation of the Imperial Allied forces directly said that the longer the matter drags on, the more we will ask for. The negotiating delegation of the Democratic Alliance Army can only ask their superiors for instructions, and the presidents of the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic and the Wanluo Federation also understand that the loss will be even greater if it is delayed, so they can only use the executive order of the president and agree to the Imperial Confederate demands. The two Allied forces sent representatives to sign the agreement. As a result, the war that had just attracted worldwide attention ended in a truce without a real winner between the two parties. After the two Allied forces signed the agreement, all troops from various countries returned to their respective countries. After the signing of the armistice agreement in this war, some people were happy, while others were worried. Many empires or royal powers that participated in this war have prepared celebration ceremonies to celebrate the returning soldiers. On the contrary, the democracies participating in this war present an air of decadence. Countries other than these two camps have different scenes. The arms dealers and capitalists who made enough money from this war. They have already begun to look for the next place to make money. Especially arms dealers are looking for the next battlefield, or trying to find a way to start another war. The Republic of Solani asked the Tianyi mercenary group to return the number 3 logistics base. The Tianyi mercenary group directly threw out an agreement paper and asked the Republic of Solani to sign it. The content of the agreement paper is that the Republic of Solani should directly abandon the number 3 logistics base and admit that the number 3 logistics base is the private property of the Tianyi mercenary group and has nothing to do with the Republic of Solani. Although the authorities of the Republic of Solani protested, the Tianyi mercenary group said directly, "It doesn't matter if you don't sign it. I will destroy you, and then you will have more things that belong to me." If this passage came from other people, it would definitely attract much attention from the international community. But if this passage came from the mouth of the Tianyi mercenary group, it would not attract much attention from the international community, because the Tianyi mercenary group really has the ability to do it. Back then, the Tianyi mercenary group was not as strong as it is now, and it was able to destroy the country that was once a powerful country, the Yoda Democratic Republic. What's more, the stronger Tianyi mercenary team now faces a Sola whose national power is not as strong as the Yoda Democratic Republic. The Republic of Nigeria, the destruction of this country is a matter of minutes. The authorities of the Republic of Solani had no choice but to sign it. He didn't want to be the second in the Republic of Yoda. The number 3 logistics base became the 15th sub-base of the Tianyi mercenary corps. The Tianyi mercenary group also gained countless benefits in this war, and the sub-base hunted the resources of the Democratic Alliance Army in the guerrilla warfare. The Tianyi group has also signed some business cooperation agreements with many empires. During the war that lasted more than half a year, the Tianyi group not only did not suffer any losses, but also expanded in scale and earned more benefits. Rebecca didn't return to her country because of the truce at this moment, but gave up her nationality and joined the Tianyi mercenary group. After the two allied armies signed an armistice agreement, many countries of the Democratic Allied Army asked the Tianyi mercenary group to return the prisoners. The Tianyi mercenary group directly demanded a ransom. Some democracies paid for the ransom, while other democracies refused, and they even sued the Tianyi mercenary group in the International Court of Justice for not abiding by the international treaty to release the captives. As a result, the Tianyi mercenary group executed some of the captives of these democratic countries who refused to pay the ransom directly in a live broadcast. This shocked the entire world. The Tianyi mercenary group even said that it doesn't matter if they don't want to pay the ransom. There are still some prisoners left. We'll just send bullets, and it's over. The democratic countries that refused to pay the ransom were instantly criticized by the domestic people. Some countries could only spend money to redeem people in the end. The rest of the countries still refused to pay the ransom. The Tianyi mercenary group was shot. From the on-site filming of a contact lens camera of a Tianyi mercenary officer in charge of negotiations, Rebecca saw her own military officer completely refusing to pay the ransom during the negotiation process. He even said that, anyway, there are a lot of soldiers like her in the country, one more is not too many, and one less is not less. If you want to shoot, you can do whatever you like. Rebecca's heart went cold, and then Rebecca asked the Tianyi mercenary group to let her contact her family to pay the ransom and release her. As a result, when Rebecca managed to contact her family, she realized that the family had undergone great changes. It turned out that in this war, the deadly enemy framed the family, which led to the liquidation of the whole family by the state. My father and elder brother were all sent to prison, my mother couldn't stand the blow and committed suicide, and my younger brother escaped as a child, but at this moment, my younger brother can only be sent to an orphanage. Rebecca suffered such successive blows, and now her only relative, her younger brother, can only be in the orphanage, and she doesn't know what's going on with him. Rebecca thought of her identity as a new human and directly expressed to the Tianyi mercenary group that she was willing to join the Tianyi mercenary group and accept the new human training plan. The premise was to bring her younger brother here, and the Tianyi mercenary group agreed to her request. Li Jiaming, Fisk, and many other high-level personnel of the Tianyi mercenary corps are receiving awards and promotion ceremonies. Long Fei presided over the ceremony. Li Jiaming was promoted from major general to lieutenant general, and many brigadier generals were also promoted to major generals. Originally, among the colonel ranks, the Tianyi mercenary corps had the highest rank of colonel rank, and a special rank was established, and many colonels were promoted to special ranks. The colonel made great contributions and was directly promoted to brigadier general 2 ranks. In the battle between the two sides and the supervising army, the Tianyi mercenary group became the most eye-catching organization in this war. Let the Democratic Alliance suffer a lot. This battle allowed many members of the Tianyi mercenary group to get promotions, medals, and awards. Mercenaries who died in battle, if they had family members, received more pensions than usual. After Long Fei presided over the award ceremony, it was Li Jiaming's turn and these generals or school officials to conduct the award ceremony for their subordinates. Then, the Tianyi mercenary group held a celebration ceremony. On the other side, Li Jiaming and Long Fei discussed whether the Tianyi mercenary corps would hold a military parade. Military parade, yes, but the uniforms of our Tianyi mercenary regiment are monotonous. Only those above the rank of officer have ceremonial costumes. If there is a military parade, the ceremonial costumes of the Guard of Honor should be designed for all officers below the rank of lieutenant. There are also combat uniforms and casual clothing that need to be redesigned. I always feel that our current clothing is a bit outdated. Indeed, we have to find someone to help us redesign a pair. I do have some design inspiration here. I have always wanted to change my Tianyi mercenary group into a uniform, but I have been busy with other things and forgot. Boss, did you also design those uniforms? Li Jiaming looked very surprised. It's not so much a design. It's better to say it's something I drew when I was a child. Give me some time. I'll find it from my database, and then I will give it to you. You can see what you want, or bring it if you can for reference. Then the subordinate is busy. After Li Jiaming saluted the army, he left Long Fei's office. Long Fei thought about it, whether he should get UC's Federation uniform, or Xion's uniform, or Seed's Federation and Zaf's uniform. or other series of uniforms. Long Fei thought about it for a while. Originally, he wanted to get the uniform of the Zeon army. The uniform of the Federation is also good, and the uniforms in other series are also very good looking. In the end, Long Fei couldn't make up his mind, so he handed over all the uniforms to Li Jiaming. Li Jiaming didn't expect the boss to design so many uniforms. He couldn't make up his mind, and finally called other colleagues and subordinates to discuss together. Everyone couldn't make up their minds for a while. After a few days of discussion, everyone decided to use the uniform of the Federation as the uniform of honor, and other series of uniforms can be used as a reference and integration. The shawl style of the Zeon army can be used as a reference to incorporate into the honor guard uniform. The shawl style can be worn by MS Ace drivers and people who have made great military achievements. Combat uniforms are still dominated by Federation uniforms, without wearing Spartan uniforms, and other series are incorporated for reference. As for the casual clothing, the main design is the uniform of the W series Firefighting Wind. The outerwear is basically the same, but the logo is changed. Casual clothing innerwear for men has long-sleeved and short-sleeved shirts and vests, trousers, and shorts. For women, there are tank tops, camisoles, long-sleeved and short-sleeved shirts, trousers and shorts, and skirts, length to the knee. Casual uniforms include white, black, and blue colors for men's and women's clothes, trousers, and skirts in addition to uniform jackets. Combat uniforms, during work, are trousers regardless of gender, without skirts, and the color is the same as that of honor guards. Then comes the ceremonial clothing, men's trousers and women's long skirts, clerical and logistics. Men are mainly white, and women are mainly pink. For combat units such as ground combat, tanks, drones, computer stations, etc., men are mainly blue, and women are mainly yellow. Warships are not of any type, and males and females are unified in gray. For MS drivers, male and female uniforms are dominated by black. The colors of logistics and clerical work clothes are also based on the colors of ceremonial clothing, but female mercenaries can choose to wear trousers or long skirts to work. Combat space suits. MS pilots and combat troops are all wearing Spartan battle suits. The Spartan battle suits can already operate in space, and they also have the function of air circulation. Therefore, the combat spacesuit is designed by other mercenary departments, and the design is mainly based on the spacesuit of the Federation, and other series are used as a reference for integration. After 2 weeks of design, it began to arrange for all Tianyi mercenaries to change into newly designed uniforms. 1 month later, after the entire Tianyi mercenary regiment had changed into newly designed uniforms, Li Jiaming and other generals began to arrange the military parade. Since the Tianyi mercenary regiment changed into a uniform, it has attracted the attention of the military media and others. Many military enthusiasts or experts have commented on the uniforms put on by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. As long as they see the color of the uniforms of the Tianyi mercenaries, they can know whether he is the War Department or the Civilian Department. This makes it easy for many customers who come to entrust them to identify which mercenary they are looking for to discuss entrusting work. It's not like before when you just got a commission document. You have to ask if the Tianyi mercenary is in charge of the counter or the receptionist. After a big battle, the Tianyi mercenary group has a completely new look. All the departments are neat and orderly, and it won't make people feel chaotic. Then, many media who often pay attention to the movements of the Tianyi mercenary group found that the Tianyi mercenary group seemed to be holding a military parade. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps also announced on their official website that they are preparing for a military parade. As for who to invite to participate in the military parade of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, the Tianyi Mercenary Group stated that they did not invite any guests, and only the presidents of other companies in the Tianyi Group participated. Many international media reporters signed up to film the live broadcast of the Tianyi Mercenary Group's military parade. The Tianyi Mercenary Group directly refused, saying that this was just a military parade held by themselves. The official website will broadcast live, and famous media can share the broadcast. For many countries, the military parade is a show of their country's military strength, and many countries will even display new weapons on the military parade. Many countries are paying attention to the military parade that the Tianyi Mercenary Group is preparing for. On the other side, Long Fei was at the port factory of the mother base. looking at the first Archangel and the second Archangel mothership being built. Seeing that the completion progress of these two MS motherships has exceeded 90%. It will take more than half a year for the Nyagama MS mothership to be successfully built, mainly because the monster-class main guns take up a lot of time. If there is no monster-level main gun, the Yagama MS mothership can be built in about 4 months, and the Archangel can be built in about 4 months. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps and the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company can only build a MS mothership like Yagama with a single production line, and it can take a few months to build one. This speed has actually surpassed all countries. This kind of construction speed is mainly due to the automated manufacturing technology, which reduces manpower consumption and speeds up the construction progress. Although the Tianyi Mercenary Group has such a speed that they can build a large number of MS motherships like the Archangel, the Tianyi Mercenary Group does not dare to build them like this, because not only mobile suit motherships but also destroyers, frigates, transport ships, etc. Moreover, mobile suit motherships such as Albion and Archangel are not only expensive to build, but also expensive to maintain. If all warships are these mobile suit motherships, then the maintenance cost alone is enough for the Tianyi Mercenary Group to spend all year round, desperately to take orders. According to the current progress, the Archangel and the second Archangel can catch up with the military parade and have time to appear in the military parade. On March 1st, 117, the first year of the universe, the 4th month after the Allied Empire Army and the Allied Democratic Army signed an armistice agreement. Today, the international media stations of various countries broadcast the first military parade of the Tianyi Mercenary Group through the live broadcast shared by the Tianyi Mercenary Group's official website. Long Xian and the presidents of all the different industry subsidiaries of Tianyi Group participated in the military parade ceremony of his younger brother's Tianyi Mercenary Group. All the presidents of the subsidiaries and the commander-in-chief Li Jiaming sat in the same row, while Long Fei sat one level above them, which showed that Long Fei was the highest status figure. Long Fei was sitting in seat C, wearing a black windbreaker suit and resting his right hand on his chin, watching the opening of the military parade, while Tao Xiang was wearing a white dress and sitting in the seat next to Long Fei. Long Xian looked at his younger brother as if the emperor of a country was sitting on his throne watching the country's military parade. In the live broadcast of the scene, the authorities of various countries, as well as experts, staff officers, military generals, and military housekeepers were all watching the military parade of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. In addition to the live broadcast, there were also commentators from Tianyi Mercenaries, a man and a woman. Hi everyone, I am the live broadcast commentator of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. I am Delu, and next to me is Xiaoman. This is the first military parade of our Tianyi Mercenary Corps, which has been established for more than 3 years. That's right. Our Tianyi Mercenary Group has experienced countless battles, and every time we can win the fruits of victory, we owe it not only to our commander's wise command, but also to our boss Long Fei. It is he who has developed countless powerful weapons and allowed us to win countless victories. Now our military parade officially begins. First, our screen switches to the universe. Cosmos has drone cameras for HD filming. The first to appear was Taurus and Bergams, MD, who terrified the Democratic Alliance Army. When Taurus appeared on the stage, he was still sailing in a geese formation in the form of a fighter plane, flying in unison, and then immediately completed the phalanx at the moment of transformation, sailing in a uniform manner. When Bilge appeared on the stage, he sailed in a square formation. Then, when Murasame came out, many people were surprised. Didn't the Tianyi Mercenary Group eliminate fighters very early? Why are there still fighters on the scene? The moment Murasame transformed, many people thought it was a mass-produced Gundam newly developed by Tianyi mercenaries. The commentator Delu said on the spot, "It is estimated that the viewers watching the live broadcast must be very surprised. The name of this MS is Murasame. Don't look at his head like a Gundam. Just think it is a Gundam. In fact, he is an ordinary mass-produced machine. That's all." Xiaoman, the narrator next to him, said in surprise, "No way? Are mass-produced machines like Gundam?" Xiaoman, don't you think this mass-produced machine looks good? Well, it's really beautiful, and I can't help but want to drive this MS. Then, there were mass-produced Bull Gundam, Z2 and Ling Gus of the Dire Hounds. Half of Ling Gus appeared in the form of BWS, and the other half appeared in the form of MS. Then it was the turn of the Shadow Crazy Dogs. All 4 types of knights played. Half of the Pale Knights played in the Space Battle Standard mode, and the other half played as Pale Knight Cavalry. Then, the Jigong MS appeared on the stage, and the Jigong MS in the front row of the phalanx appeared in the original form. The Jigong MS in each row had different weapons. Then, Baishur and MK2G each formed a square formation. Then countless fleets followed suit, some from the mother base, and some from different sub-bases. Then, the most striking thing is that there are 4 milliseconds motherships. Delu, aren't the left and right 2 of these 4 mobile suit motherships the pseudo-Agama mobile suit motherships that penetrated the diamond-shaped protective cover with one shot? That's right, this is our Tianyi mercenary group, the Argama MS mothership with the most terrifying main guns. I've never seen the mobile suit mothership in front of the middle. It's the latest mobile suit mothership of our Tianyi mercenary group. That's right. His name is the Archangel, and it will be the main MS carrier to replace the Albion MS carrier in the future. The MS mothership emitting cyan particles behind the middle is Torres 2, right? That's right, this is Torres 2, a mobile suit mothership built with our most advanced power furnace. Then, after the weapons in outer space finished playing, the camera switched to the mother base, where there was an orchestra team responsible for playing music, and the music was full of chills. The music soldiers in charge of beating the drums to create a monstrous atmosphere of war drums. No matter what kind of chariots were on the scene, they all appeared in a square formation, and then there were 2 Mississippi square formations. Delu, isn't this the MS Magic Crab and Tortoise that can be used both on land and amphibiously? The tortoise is sold in the Russian Soviet Republic, and the Magic Crab is not for sale. It is completely a MS made by our mercenary group for its own use. That's right, these 2 mobile suits have fought in the oceans and seabeds of the Earth and achieved extremely high results. Then the sealed Gundam also appeared on the scene, and it was carried upright by the transport vehicle. The commentator Delu explained, "This is our earliest Gundam. Without these early Gundams, there would be no Tianyi mercenary group. The appearance of the earliest Gundams and their fruitful results. There is absolutely no Tianyi mercenary corps today, and today's military parade is also a commemoration of these early Gundams." Then, the mercenaries of the civil service, logistics, and combat departments walked in a square formation and at a uniform pace, wearing ceremonial costumes. For the Dire Hounds and Shadow Mad Dogs, the ceremonial costumes are mainly purple and black. All members, regardless of gender, wear hats, sunglasses, and masks to hide their appearance, so that no one will know their appearance. Then there are active Gundams, including new Gundams that have not appeared on the battlefield. Everyone lined up and stood in their positions, whether they were in the mother base or in outer space. All members of the battleship saluted Long Fei on the screen, and all MS also saluted in the direction of Long Fei in the mother base. All the mercenaries in the mother base, and all the MS saluted Long Fei. All the presidents of the subsidiaries in Longshuan's row stood up and faced Long Fei. Except for Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming, who saluted Long Fei, all the presidents of the subsidiaries saluted Long Fei. When Long Xian asked Long Fei Li, he sighed in his heart. "I never thought that I, as an older sister, would salute my younger brother one day." Long Fei's sitting posture remained unchanged. His right hand was resting on his chin. His eyes remained cold. His left hand was slowly raised, and he said coldly, "Li Bi." The president of the subsidiary company just sat down, and all the mercenaries rested and put their hands behind their backs. Long Fei stood up slowly and walked to the podium not far in front of him. "My dear soldiers, you have worked hard. It's not hard. Ex infinity. It has been nearly 4 years since the establishment of the Tianyi mercenary group. We have experienced many ups and downs, and we have left countless sweat and blood. We will never forget the comrades who fought side by side and the partners who died. I will always remember that the Tianyi mercenary group has come to this day. Such an achievement is not the achievement of me alone, but the dedication of everyone present." Long Fei paused at this point, looked around, and continued. "Everyone's efforts, everyone's hard work. Let the whole world know the strength of our Tianyi mercenary group. Here, I must say something to my dear soldiers. Thank you. The Tianyi Mercenary Group is where the Tianyi mercenaries belong, the home of the Tianyi mercenaries. The Tianyi Mercenary Group is not afraid of anyone's threat or anyone's challenge. If anyone wants to be the enemy of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, then we are the enemy's worst nightmare. And let the enemy understand that the battlefield is our battlefield. The place of their burial. Our Tianyi Mercenary Group is the of war on the battlefield and also the of death. The enemy is our prey, and we are the of death that the enemy fears. Let them fear our Tianyi Mercenary Group from generation to generation, and live in the shadow of our Tianyi Mercenary Group forever. Long Fei raised his voice in the last few words, and then slapped the podium with his palm superior. Ho ho ho! All the Tianyi mercenaries on the scene at X Infinity let out high-pitched roars. We are the gods of war on the battlefield, and even more so, the gods of death for the enemy. We are the gods of war on the battlefield, and the gods of death for our enemies. X Infinity. Long live the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Long live the Tianyi Mercenary Group. X Infinity. The Tianyi Mercenary Group is invincible. The Tianyi Mercenary Group is invincible. X Infinity. The Tianyi Mercenary Group is immortal. Tianyi Mercenary Group, live forever. X Infinity. When Long Fei said something, the Tianyi mercenaries at the scene shouted according to the original words. The authorities and experts from all over the world watched the live broadcast of the Tianyi Mercenary Group's military parade, and they could all feel the high fighting spirit and invincible momentum of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, which made the enemy fear. A colonial satellite of the United States of Angra's Sodomocracy, there is a beautiful environment in the colonial satellite, and there is a magnificent mansion like a royal palace. Sok, see Chapter 61, stood in front of the middle-aged man with his head bowed in a lounge of the mansion, daring not to speak. The middle-aged man was Billy. Billy sat on the lounge chair and watched the report handed in by Sok. Sok, this is the report you showed me for more than a year. After Billy finished speaking, he raised the report tablet in his hand. Master Billy, I'm very sorry. The Tianyi Group's anti-espionage capabilities are very good, especially the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. They also wiped out the spies and intelligence networks of the Communist Party of China, but their subordinates still achieved some results. Billy looked at Thork with gloomy eyes and snorted coldly. Swoke shivered all over, his back was chilled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. You said that the Ferocious Hound team mentioned in the results you got. This was explained in their military parade. What kind of result is this? You'd better explain it clearly, otherwise. Master Billy, the explanation given by the dire hounds at the military parade was not complete at all. This special force is directly related to Long Fei, and it is said that this special force is composed of a species called New Humans. New Human, what is this? Explain. The information collected is that the New Humans are an evolutionary species among humans. It is said that they have strong mental power and predictive ability. Especially in battle, they can predict the opponent's actions and react earlier. Anything else? From the information received, it is said that the Tianyi Mercenary Group has equipment to test whether all Tianyi mercenaries have the qualifications of New Humans. If they meet the required qualification conditions, it is said that they will arrange a so-called New Human training plan. Where's the Shadow Mad Dogs? From the information I received, I know that it is a troop composed of ordinary humans. But it is said that they have undergone some kind of enhanced human transformation. I don't know the specific information, and they keep it very secret. It seems that you can still receive such a little bit of useful information. The mission of capturing Saintisena failed more than a year ago. It depends on your merits. Let's make up for it. Go back and rest. Yes, my lord. Sok's hanging heart was slightly appeased. Sok drove out of the range of the mansion, and his fearful heart was finally relieved. If he could not get some useful information, he might have been destroyed by humanity at this moment, and even his family might suffer. Although Billy is a successful entrepreneur on the outside and maintains an amiable appearance on the TV screen, he is actually very cruel and ruthless in his work. Swoke looked at his palms and the clothes on his body, and he was sweating coldly just now. Swoke shook his head and decided to go back to see his family members whom he had not seen for many years. Billy sat on the lounge chair, looked at the picture of Long Fei on the tablet, and said to himself, New human beings, I guess you are too. Billy told his subordinates about the new human beings, thinking that the new human beings still have a high IQ. Billy would think so. Long Fei could develop and design so many shocking things by himself. He would think that Long Fei was the one with the highest IQ among the evolutionary species of human beings. Billy himself has also seen the military parade of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, and all the military technology displayed is far superior to the military weapons developed by his company. Billy himself actually arranged for other people to undercover in the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, and they ended up just like Sock's subordinates. They were all caught and disappeared. The Magic Wind MS developed by the company. The performance is finally close to the GM2, but they directly took another more advanced mass-produced MS to replace it. Of course, Billy is not greedy for Long Fei's military weapons, including other civilian technologies, some of which can barely be stolen. Some of the civilian technologies stolen are more advanced than those developed by companies in all related industries. Billy's full name was Billy Armistead. Billy Armistead is a well-known capitalist family in the United States of Anglo-Sodomocracy, and Billy is the head of this family. In addition to the military industry, the enterprises run by the Armistead family not only control the lifeline of the Anglo-Sa Democratic Republic in terms of food. The food lifeline of many democratic countries is also controlled by the Armistead family. Energy resources also have a place for the Armistead family. The wealth held by the Armistead family is almost equal to the annual tax revenue of a medium-sized country. The Armistead family is one of the few wealthy families in the world. Many rich men in the United States of America are just stewards of the Armistead family. The companies of these rich people have shares of this family, and even most of the shares of these rich companies are different companies of this family. Hold. Billy Armistead really couldn't let Long Fei continue to grow. Not only would it threaten his military enterprise, but other companies in various industries would be hit by Tianyi Group. Whether it is resources, software, or manufacturing, they are all strongly challenged by Tianyi Group. The decomposition and reduction metal furnace is controlled by Tianyi Metal Reduction Company. Now the price of many metal resources has plummeted. The scrap metal left over from the space war has become a cost-free source for Tianyi Metal Reduction Company. Tianyi Metal Reduction Company also has steel and steel ball working boats to recycle those discarded metals. No matter how much Tianyi Metal Reduction Company sells the restored metals, it will earn money. Moreover, the selling price of Tianyi Metal Reduction Company was not high, which hit the inflated metal prices one after another, and the prices of many kinds of metals plummeted in just a few days. This caused many entrepreneurs and capitalists who took advantage of the opportunity to raise metal resources during the war to suffer huge losses. As a result, these capitalists and entrepreneurs immediately threw a pile of various metals out of the market to stop losses. Many capitalists or entrepreneurs yelled at Tianyi Metal Restoration Company in the media, accusing this company of destroying market prices and causing them huge losses. Metal Resources and other companies controlled by the Armistead family have also suffered severe losses. Billy asked his men to lobby the government to find a way to get those companies that buy metal from Tianyi Metal Reduction Company not to cooperate with Tianyi Metal Reduction Company to do business. If Billy said his attitude towards the Tianyi Mercenary Corps or the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, he was just greedy and wanted to seize all the technology for himself. As for Tianyi Metal Reduction Company, Billy hated it very much. He wished he could take the decomposition and reduction metal furnace as his own, and even wanted to get rid of Long Fei, because this technology caused astronomical figures in his related industry enterprises and groups. Loss. At this time, a middle-aged and elderly man in a white coat, with gray hair and a thick white beard, came to Billy with a tablet and handed the tablet to Billy. Billy looked at the tablet and frowned and said, "Doctor, is this too big?" "My lord, it turns out that we can't create the same proportion to defeat the target, so we might as well make it bigger." 2 weeks after the military parade of the Tianyi Mercenary Group ended, Long Fei began to think about whether he should go back to his hometown. Long Fei wanted to go back to his hometown, so besides talking to Tao Xiang, he also told his second sister. And when Long Fei went back to his hometown, he wanted to take Tao Xiang with him, because Long Fei had promised her to show her her grandfather's native country. Long Xian was very happy that Long Fei was willing to return to his hometown. and Long Xian also informed his eldest sister Selenum Nigrum and third sister Long Wen about Long Fei's return. Selenum Nigrum and Long Wen were very happy to hear the news. The younger brother who hadn't seen him for several years was finally coming back, and he was returning home in good clothes. Long Fei also spoke to Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming, and Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming immediately arranged for a military-level fleet to accompany him, including special forces. Long Fei also understands the Commander-in-Chief's arrangement, which is to protect his safety. Now he has received the attention of the entire world, and his every move will be noticed by the authorities and media of various countries. And he himself does not accept any media interviews, and now many international media arrange reporters to follow his movements outside the scope of his home base. Many spaceships of the international media are hovering outside the range of the mother base. Of course, Long Fei arranged for the Dire Hounds and Shadow Mad Dogs to send a troop to accompany him. Brigade-level fleet, composed of 2 to 3 regiment-level fleets. Army-level fleet, composed of 2 to 3 fleets. Small-scale group Army fleet, composed of 2 to 4 Army-level fleets. Large-scale group Army fleet, composed of 5 to 10 Army-level fleets. The parent base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps has been able to form a small-scale group Army fleet. The colony in District 6 has entered a state of peace after the war between the two allied forces. At that time, the battlefield also spawned many criminal organizations and pirate groups. The Tianyi Mercenary Regiment in the colony of District 6, whether it is a henland or a branch base, has countless merchants, enterprises, etc. requesting commissions every day. The Tianyi Mercenary Group is already the gold brand in the entire international mercenary group. Among other things, taking the 6th District colony as an example, all the pirate groups are still criminal organizations. As long as they find that the target they want to rob is the guard of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, they will immediately turn around and leave. These criminal organizations and the pirate group Tianyi Mercenary Group, if the Tianyi Mercenary Group did not come to their door, they would burn incense to thank the gods or ancestors for their blessings. Because the Tianyi Mercenary Group will send troops to destroy these criminal organizations or pirate groups from time to time. Even if these organizations do not provoke the Tianyi Mercenary Group, the Tianyi Mercenary Group will still destroy them and take the things that these criminal organizations robbed as their own half. Of course, the Tianyi Mercenary Group will do this, and it is also allowed by the superiors. The lower-level members of the Tianyi Mercenary Group use the weapons of the Tianyi Mercenary Group to rob criminal organizations. In order not to be wiped out by the Tianyi Mercenary Group, many of the leaders of those criminal organizations came to their door to pay the life insurance fee, and they paid the life insurance fee every month, begging the Tianyi Mercenary Group not to wipe them out. The superiors of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps will inform the subordinates of the criminal organization that pays the protection fee, and those who have paid the protection fee should not embarrass them for the time being. As long as they don't provoke us, don't kill them. Another point is that the Tianyi Mercenary Group has not set up sub-bases in any democratic countries at the moment. In order not to be robbed, many companies in democratic countries can only entrust the Tianyi Mercenary Group with a higher price. The main Tianyi Mercenary Group has to send troops to the entrusted employer's country first to protect the employer's cargo ship, which also causes an increase in costs, and the increase in cost is passed on to these entrusted employers. The current Tianyi Mercenary Regiment's mother base and branch bases are open all year round, and the port or dock can be seen every day, and countless warships come in and out. A military-grade fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Group's mother base sailed out of the mother base. The international media spaceships that have been lingering outside the scope of the mother base, looking at such a huge fleet, more than 200 warships of various types, which Super Enterprise entrusted the Tianyi Mercenary Group. However, some journalists with eyes found that this Army-class fleet has the Torres II, a quasi-Agama, and the first MS carrier of the latest model, the Archangel. The reporter with a keen sense deduced that this Army-level fleet was not commissioned, but that there was a big man in it. That is, Long Fei went out. The international media reporters who reacted quickly followed the military-class fleet immediately, and the reporters who reacted slowly also noticed something strange and hurriedly followed the military-class fleet. This Army-level fleet is commanded by Brigadier General AICC, and the name of the fleet is Guard. Many international media reporters began to report vigorously, and the following reporters conducted live reports in their own spaceships. This has attracted the attention of all countries, except for the Hanxia Empire authorities. When Long Fei decided to go back to his hometown, the mother base had already notified the official government of the Hanxia Empire. Many experts analyzed the sailing direction of the fleet, and the route was to go to the Earth's circle. The media of various countries have already estimated that the person protected by the fleet is Long Fei. The only subbases of the Tianyi mercenary regiment in the Earth Circle are the Hanxia Empire and the Uya Cross Country. Many people estimate that this fleet has a very high probability of going to the Hanxia Empire. Many international media visited the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and asked whether Long Fei would return to his hometown. Those international media spaceships follow the fleet all the time. The official website did not make any response. Archangel, in a leisure room, Li Xiang was lying on her sister's arms. The two sisters and Long Xian were watching the soap opera on the screen. In addition to the three girls, there were also a few female MS drivers who watched soap operas together during the break. Long Fei was in his room looking at the report documents sent by the group. A briefing came from the 14th Branch Base, and the Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, and Minister of Trade of the Hanxia Empire were preparing to come to Yongxing City, a coastal city in Yonglong Prefecture. The prime ministers and ministers of these three extremely human ministers, the purpose of coming to my hometown city is obvious. If there is no accident, they will reach the Earth's circle in about 15 days. On the other side, Su Jingyan drew a portrait of Long Fei in her room. The portrait showed Long Fei wearing a black windbreaker suit. Su Jingyan painted Long Fei's face very domineeringly. After Su Jingyan finished the painting, she looked deeply at Long Fei in the portrait, recalling every bit of her life in college. At that time, I was in the same class as Long Fei. At that time, Long Fei was very taciturn. Except for research, it was research. When the teacher gave lectures in class, Long Fei could sit and do other research while listening. The teachers who give lectures are sometimes very dissatisfied with Long Fei's attitude in class. Some teachers once criticized Long Fei's attitude in class. The teacher's teaching is even more advanced. Even the teacher didn't understand. It was Long Fei's advice that made the teacher speechless. Later, even the doctors and even the professors in the school were not as good as him. After that, no teacher dared to control Long Fei's attitude in class. Originally, she thought that Long Fei was a research freak, but later, during a sports meeting, a male student in the class was unable to participate in the relay race due to injury, and Long Fei was replaced as the last lap relay runner. At first, the classmates in the class thought that Long Fei was just a research madman, a frail scholar, and it was impossible for him to run so fast. But in the end, Long Fei was faster than many people. Due to Long Fei's relationship, he directly ranked second and won the runner-up. The classmates at that time were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Long Fei to have such good physical fitness. There was another incident that made her attracted to Long Fei. When she was shopping in disguise, two cars collided in the parking lot on the road. As a result, the ant in front was very unreasonable. Seeing that the owner of the car behind was an old man, she bullied him and insisted that it was the fault of the old man. When other passers-by couldn't stand it, they blamed the ant, but in the end the ant justified herself with her loud voice. Just when Long Fei passed by and saw this scene, while other people were not paying attention, a crane happened to be parked in front of the sister-in-law's car. Long Fei secretly hooked the hook under the front of the sister-in-law's car. Soon, the crane driver came back and got on the car to start the crane and leave the scene. "Ah, my car, my car." The ant desperately chased her car. The funny scene elicited bursts of laughter. Su Jingyan looked at the instigator Long Fei, and Long Fei just smiled and left. Since then, Su Jingyan has been attracted by Long Fei. Later, when Long Fei participated in a robot competition, he refused to join Zhao Xinlin because he had no companions. Long Fei disliked her for being clumsy. Su Jingyun volunteered and expressed her desire to participate. At first, Long Fei was a little skeptical about her ability to do the job, but after a round of driving tests, Long Fei was relieved. The first time I participated in the robot war with Long Fei, I also dressed up in disguise, followed Long Fei all the way to win the championship, and stood on the stage happily holding the championship trophy. This was the first time that Su Jingyun smiled brightly, and this was the first time since she was born that she felt happy. However, Su Jingyun found that Long Fei was not happy. Su Jingyun asked curiously, "What's the matter with you? You won't be happy. If there is an opponent who can survive for 30 seconds, I should be happy. No one loses after 30 seconds. It always makes me feel like an old man playing with a child, without any joy of victory." At this moment, Su Jingyun felt that Long Fei seemed to be a lonely and strong man standing on a high place. If he had an opponent, he might really be happy. Su Jingyun also deliberately sang lonely and invincible in front of Long Fei to make Long Fei laugh. Long Fei only smiled slightly. Later, in many robot competitions that Long Fei participated in, if time allowed, Su Jingyun would team up with Long Fei to participate. Every time she stood on the stage to accept the trophy, every time Long Fei didn't feel any joy, she knew that none of her opponents survived 30 seconds. In class, she didn't know why she liked to sit next to Long Fei. Even if Long Fei didn't look at her and kept her head down to do research, she was very happy in her heart. It wasn't until graduation that many of her classmates went their separate ways that she realized that she really liked Long Fei. On the day of graduation, when I was about to confess my love to Long Fei had already left the school. When I saw him again, he was already the leader of the Tianyi mercenary group, and he already had a lover. At that time, she felt a throbbing pain in her heart. Su Jingyun looked at Long Fei's portrait, recalling the past, but didn't notice that her father Su Weiran came behind her. "You're thinking about him again." Su Jingyun was taken aback, turned her head, and saw that it was her father standing behind her at some point. Su Weiran knew that his third daughter, whom he loved the most, had someone he liked, but it was a pity that the one his daughter liked already had a lover. It is impossible for Su Weiran to let his daughter serve a husband with other women. Even though he is an emperor, he also has many wives, at least one empress and multiple concubines. Moreover, the country's laws have written in black and white that the husband of the princess of the country cannot take concubines. Su Weiran stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the top of his daughter's head, and said softly, "Yuner, when you heard that Long Fei was going back to China, you often didn't think about eating or drinking. No matter what, Long Fei already has a relationship. You have to let go." "I know, father." If Long Fei doesn't have a partner, Su Weiran really wants to match Long Fei and Su Jingyun. Long Fei used the combat power of the Tianyi mercenary group under his control. Many military generals of the Hanxia Empire discovered from the simulated battle that the Tianyi mercenary group had the strength to defeat their own army. If Long Fei was the country's son-in-law, the Hanxia Empire would gain a powerful force. The fleet sailed for 15 days to reach the Earth's circle. Looking at the electromagnetic track elevator of the Hanxia Empire and the national fleet in charge of guarding, the soldiers of the Hanxia Empire were extremely shocked when they saw the huge fleet. The commander of the national fleet responsible for the guards contacted Brigadier General Aicc, the commander of the fleet. "Hello, I'm Colonel One of the National Fleet in charge of guarding the electromagnetic track elevator. I am the commander of the fleet, Brigadier General Aicc. Your fleet, please follow our instructions and arrange to take the electromagnetic rail elevator." "Your Excellency, we don't need to take the electromagnetic orbital elevator. All our warships can directly land on the Earth. We just want to inform you when we come here and apply for landing." Colonel Wen was dumbfounded. Some warships can indeed be lifted and landed without relying on electromagnetic track elevators. But is the huge fleet in front of you really enough? Brigadier General Aicc saw the suspicion of the other party and said, "If any problem occurs, all the responsibility lies with us, and you don't need to take any responsibility." "Well, we accept your application." The fleet began to land on the Earth in its entirety. The spaceship of the media reporter who has been following the filming reported on the live broadcast that the fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps directly landed on the Earth. Rika, who was sitting next to her sister, said, "Sister, this is the second time we have come to Earth." All warships of the fleet landed safely. Wei Kangping, Prime Minister of the Hanxia Empire, Xu Tailong, Minister of Defense, and Guofengjiang, Minister of Trade, are in the government building of Yongqing City, a coastal city in Yonglong Prefecture. The three are discussing things in the meeting room. At this time, Mu Liao came in to inform the three people that the fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps had landed safely on Earth and was heading towards this city. You too? We have to go too. At this moment, countless international media reporters gathered in Yongqing City, where they gathered around the 14th sub-base of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Numerous Tianyi Mercenary Regiment ground troops on the periphery of the sub-base are on alert, and countless Jiegang MS are also on alert outside the periphery of the base. In addition to many international media reporters, many military and police officers in the Hanxia Empire were responsible for maintaining order. The 14th branch base also raised many warships, arranged in a formation, and opened a hole in the middle of the formation, waiting for the arrival of the fleet. Soon, the ocean horizon gradually saw countless warships approaching the 14th base. The reporters on the outskirts of the sub-base desperately held cameras, video cameras, etc., and shot in the direction of the fleet, and all the reporters even broadcast live reports on the spot. Then, the convoys of the Prime Minister and the two ministers drove into the 14th base, and the reporters all filmed this scene. Archangel, Nyagama, and Torres too sailed out of the fleet. These three MS motherships ejected angels of power, angels of power, angels of dominion, angels of virtue, angels of secret, and other Gundams. The fleet pops up the Night series and various other MS guards around. The Archangel is in the middle, and the Argama and Torres too are on the left and right sides, and the three Ms. motherships sail into the middle opening of the formation of the sub-base battleship group. The fleet also has part of the warships following the Archangel and other three Ms. motherships. The other warships of the fleet either landed at sea, or were on the shore, or arranged in front of the sub-base port pier. A total of 30 ships, including the Archangel, landed at the arranged location. Solanum Nigrum and Long Wen came to the sub-base early in the morning, followed by the commander of the sub-base, Major General Pan Jiangdong. Solanum Nigrum and Long Wen watched the mercenaries at the base walking forward to the fallen battleship. "2, please come here." Pan Jiangdong took the two sisters into the military vehicle and headed for the Archangel. The two sisters watched the mercenaries outside the military vehicle and countless chariots of various types lined up at the moment. A group of military vehicles followed behind. Then there were mercenaries laying out the red carpet in front of the hatch of the Archangel. Many Gundams landed on the left and right sides of the red carpet. Except for the Archangel, the fallen warships had countless ground troops marching forward and lined up, and then all kinds of tanks also lined up their positions. Then, the mercenaries of the fleet and the mercenaries of the branch bases all lined up in a guard of honor. Sister Solanum and Major General Pan Jiangdong are already in front of the hatch that the Archangel opened. Long Wen whispered next to the eldest sister. "Such a posture. It seems that only the emperor of our country has such a pomp." Hearing this, Solanum Nigrum was a little worried. Although this era no longer talks about status in order to have such pomp, the emperor of his country may not have such pomp as his younger brother. Solanum Nigrum is a little worried whether it will be made a big fuss by some people. "Sister, look, it's Xiao Fei." Long Fei was wearing a black windbreaker suit, followed by second sister and sister Taoxiang. Long Fei came out, and all the mercenaries saluted Long Fei. Solanum Nigrum looked at her younger brother whom she had not seen for a few years. The childishness on her face had disappeared, and she was full of maturity and arrogance. The invisible aura displayed by him was not comparable to that of an ordinary business owner like her. "None of the high-ranking government officials I have met has the momentum of my younger brother." Long Fei slowly raised his right hand, and all the mercenaries rested after saluting. Long Fei walked up to the eldest sister and the third sister and hugged the two older sisters. Looking at the battle around him, Long Fei was complaining in his heart. "This battle is too big. I really don't understand Commander Li Jiaming. What is he doing, making such a high-profile arrangement?" Pan Jiangdong asked Long Fei to tell that the Prime Minister and two ministers of his country were waiting for the boss in the VIP room. The reporters outside the base all complained that they couldn't film the things inside, and some reporters used long-range cameras to shoot from high places and captured Long Fei's appearance. Wei Kongping, Xu Tailong, Guo Fengjiang, and Mu Liao were in the VIP room. Guo Fengjiang said to Xu Tailong, "Old Xu, Long Fei, who almost became your grandson-in-law, You see he is really grand. He piled up the screen of the mobile suit in front of Shu Tailong. The picture on the screen is that a certain media reporter was in a high place, using a long-range camera to conduct a live broadcast, and captured the scene of Long Fei. Wei Kangping also looked at the screen on the phone screen. Shu Tailong frowned. For a child like Long Fei who has such a powerful ability, if he can really become his grandson-in-law, the status of the Shu family will be raised to another level. I am afraid that the royal family will be afraid of them at that time. Wei Kangping felt a little aggrieved in his heart. His daughter married many years ago, and his granddaughter was still young and underage. Otherwise, he would have wanted to recruit Long Fei as his son-in-law. At this time, the colleague behind him whispered something in his ear. You too, Long Fei is here. Guofengjiang put away his phone. The door of the VIP room opened, and Long Fei walked into the VIP room. The Prime Minister and the two ministers got up. Both sides looked at each other. Then Long Fei took off the black glove on his right hand and shook hands with the Prime Minister and the two ministers. Boss Long, congratulations on your return home. Thank you, Prime Minister, for your blessing. Boss Long, the truth is that on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, apart from offering blessings from Boss Long, there are some things he wants to discuss with Boss Long. I don't know what the Prime Minister wants to discuss with me. What Wei Kangping, Shu Tailong, and Guofengjiang discussed with Long Fei was not only the procurement of military weapons, but also the hope that more companies from the Tianyi Group could invest in the Hanxia Empire. Feiqi Military Technology Company developed the things that Long Fei designed when he was a child, and then Long Fei announced all these technologies. If Long Fei hadn't announced it, then there are many weapons that have become the self-equipped armament of the Hanxia Imperial Army at this moment. However, it turned out to be something designed by Long Fei when he was a child, so he must have more advanced technology in his hands. Take the Armored War uniform as an example. Although the Tianyi Mercenary Corps no longer use this uniform, many countries are equipped with this uniform. After actual combat, many soldiers came back alive from the battlefield relying on this uniform. Boss Long, although your Tianyi Group is registered abroad, you are still a citizen of your own country. You can hold 100% of the company invested and established by your own people. Guofengjiang said to Long Fei, Yeah, I will conduct market research, and if it is worth investing in, I will definitely come to the country to invest. It was Shu Tielong's turn to say, Boss Long, our country also welcomes your Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company to set up a factory in this country, but our country hopes that Boss Long can also design a Murata MS that is no less than that of the Uya Cross country. This is acceptable. This country also hopes to purchase Spartan uniforms. There is no way to do this at the moment. Why? The Spartan uniform is the uniform used by the Tianyi Mercenary Group. If it is to be sold, a more advanced uniform must be developed. Wei Kangping said, Boss Long, I understand that you want to leave the best for your troops, but don't forget that you are a citizen of the Hanxia Empire, and we don't want you in the Spartan uniform. I hand it over, but I want to buy it from you, and the price offered will definitely satisfy you. Prime Minister, as you just said, I'm saving the best for my troops. I won't sell the Spartan uniforms at the moment. You can buy the armored combat uniforms. Steal the battle uniform I developed when I was a child and advance. Wei Kangping saw that Long Fei was not willing to buy the Spartan uniform, and Shu Tailong suggested, Can you design an enhanced version of the armed combat uniform? This is fine, but you must give me some time. No problem, Boss Long. Guofengjiang continued. By the way, Boss Long, I remember in Tianyi Network Data Company under your Tianyi Group. Your company's mobile network data is very advanced. This country wants to invite your company to invest, to install the most advanced mobile network data for our country. Yes, I will arrange for the president of my family to come and discuss with you. After Long Fei discussed with the Prime Minister and the two ministers for a period of time, the Prime Minister Wei Kangping said, 7 days later is the birthday of our emperor and also the national day of our country. One is the emperor's birthday. His Majesty also sent you an invitation to attend the emperor's birthday banquet. After Wei Kangping finished speaking, the staff took out an invitation letter and handed it to Wei Kangping, and then Wei Kangping handed it to Long Fei. On the invitation letter inlaid with gold, the 4 big characters flying like dragons and phoenixes read the feast of the Holy Proclamation. Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor, for your great kindness. I will definitely attend the appointment. By the way, Boss Long, those invited can bring one person to attend His Majesty's banquet. Okay, thank you, Prime Minister, for your supplement. Then, Long Fei arranged for Major General Pan Jiangdong to see off the guests on his behalf. Long Fei walked to the leisure room and saw Tao Xiang chatting happily with the eldest sister and the second and third sisters teasing Li Xiang. The eldest sister saw Long Fei coming. Xiao Fei, what did the Prime Minister and the two ministers discuss with you? Solanum Nigrum asked worriedly. Nothing, just invite my group to invest in the country. Xiao Fei, are you going to go home today? Since I'm here, there's no reason not to go home. Then let me tell Aunt Li that when Aunt Li knows that you are coming back, she will be happy to cook a bunch of dishes you like. I haven't eaten Aunt Li's dishes for a long time. I miss them so much. Are you leaving then? Let's go. On the outskirts of the 14th subbase, the international media from various countries are waiting for the person involved, Long Fei, and every international media reporter wants to interview Long Fei. At this time, angels of energy, angels of virtue, angels of power, angels of dominion, angels of mystery, some Gundams and some Night Series MS on flying pedals flew out of the base, and dozens of transport helicopters followed the MS. International media reporters cheered up immediately. They knew that the main character was coming out. The gate of the base opened, and countless military vehicles and armored vehicles protected the two luxury cars for travel. The reporters not only filmed desperately, but also took their own work cars to follow up and shoot reports. Such battles have attracted the attention of the local government. Wei Kongping even instructed the local government and local military and police departments that the former must not only maintain order, but the latter must protect Long Fei's safety, and moreover, try to cooperate with Long Fei's Tianyi troops in the protection work. Yongqing City is very lively today. Citizens can see the Gundam that usually only appears on the screen. Now it appears in front of their eyes, flying over them. Wherever the convoy of Tianyi mercenaries passed by, the local citizens looked sideways, and many citizens took out their mobile suits to take pictures. They all knew that a big man who had run away from this city returned to his hometown today in fine clothes. There were also many reporters gathered outside Long Fei's home. These reporters were another group of reporters sent by the media company. One group of reporters was in charge of filming, and the other group of reporters was waiting outside Long Fei's home for Long Fei to go home. Soon, the sound of engines and propellers turning came from the sky. It's Gundam. Many cameras were shooting at the Gundam above. All the transport helicopters opened their doors, and mercenaries in Spartan uniforms descended from the sky. The moment the falling mercenary landed on the ground, the thrusters on the back turned on, allowing the mercenary to float in midair and land safely on the ground. Some of the mercenaries were responsible for checking the surroundings, and some of the mercenaries were responsible for separating the reporters. Gundam and other MS fall in and around the residential area of the rich. Some of the transport helicopters returned to the subbase, and some of the transport helicopters landed next to MS. The commanders of the military and police departments in charge of surveillance looked at such a battle and complained in their hearts. The emperor of this country does not have such a battle when he goes out. The rich people in the wealthy residential area also looked at the situation outside the house. They did not expect that the usually quiet residential area would really make people feel very sensational today. Then the convoy entered the residential area of the rich. 3 military vehicles ahead lead the way for the limousine. Countless lights flickered on the 3 limousines, but unfortunately the windows of the 3 limousines were made of sunglasses, so I didn't know which one Long Fei was sitting in. The gate was opened. The first 3 military vehicles advanced into the house, and the 3 luxury cars entered the house, and the last 3 armored vehicles entered the house and stopped behind the gate. The Tianyi mercenaries in military vehicles and armored vehicles immediately got out of the vehicles and began to guard around the house. It was the first time Steward Wu and Aunt Li saw such a battle. They were stunned and exclaimed in their hearts, "Young Master's return home is really a sensation." Thinking back to the recent days, the perimeter of the house was filled with countless foreign media reporters. Even when they went out to buy food or do something, they were followed by countless media reporters. The young master who is the real protagonist. If there is no such battle, wouldn't the young master be surrounded by these media reporters and be unable to move an inch? When some media reporters wanted to use drones to shoot, they were stopped by Tianyi mercenaries' anti-drone devices, and they were forbidden to shoot. Young master, welcome back. Long Fei embraced Steward Wu and Aunt Li warmly. Seeing the girlfriend brought by the young master, both of them warmly entertained them. Especially Li Xiang, the younger sister of the young master's girlfriend, they love each other very much. Both Butler Wu and Aunt Li took care of their daily life and grew up. They watched the four of them grow up, especially the three young ladies who used to revolve around them. It's a pity that the four of them have grown up and are not as innocent and playful as they were when they were young. Looking at Li Xiang, I thought of the appearance of the young master and young lady in the past. Long Fei came to the photos of his parents. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Long Fei lit incense and offered incense to his dead parents. Tao Xiang, who was standing behind Long Fei, also lighted incense, offered incense, and bowed with clasped hands. Solanum Nigrum, who watched this scene, nodded, feeling very satisfied with the behavior of this future sister-in-law. Long Fei looked at the decoration of the house, which was exactly the same as when he left. He picked up a framed photo in the closet. The photo was a photo of Long Fei and his three sisters, parents, and Butler Wu and Aunt Li when he was a child. Looking at the photo, Long Fei couldn't put it down for a long time, recalling every little thing about his childhood. Tao Xiang and Long Kuei Long Xian helped Aunt Li prepare dinner for tonight. Long Wen took Li Xiang to play in the amusement park outside the house. Long Wen was swinging for Li Xiang, blocking it while looking at the surrounding Tianyi mercenaries. These mercenaries guard the outside and above. Little sister Li Xiang, do you know these mercenary big brothers or big sisters? I don't know each other. I only know that they are members of Brother Long Fei's immediate army, the Shadow Mad Dog team. They all only obey Brother Long Fei. Long Wen had heard of this army, and she learned from the media that this army was very vicious, and no one of the targeted troops survived once they were dispatched. What about the outside? There's the Dire Hounds and other special forces. Are they all following Long Fei's orders? The Dire Hounds team is also directly under Brother Long Fei's troops, and those special forces are under the control of Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming and the others. Did Long Fei entrust the entire mercenary group to the Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming? Brother Long Fei doesn't care about Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming at all. Long Wen was a little worried when she heard this, and felt that her younger brother was delegating power too much. On the other side, Long Fei went back to his room. Although it was the same as before, DeLong also saw that the furniture in the room had been replaced or restored. Long Fei guessed that when Long Dingkuan sent people to rob him of his things, they must have smashed the wardrobe in his room to rob him of his things. All the picture CD pen drives are long gone. Long Fei lay on his own bed. His mind was empty. He closed his eyes to rest without thinking about anything, and fell asleep unknowingly. I don't know how long it took before Long Fei was awakened by Tao Xiang's shaking. Get up and eat. What time is it now? It's 7 o'clock in the evening. I've been asleep for so long. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? It's rare to see you sleep so soundly. How can I wake you up? I'm going to wash my face, and then I'll come down to eat. At the dinner table, Long Fei saw that most of the table was filled with his favorite dishes. Aunt Li said to Long Fei, Master, this is the dinner prepared by eldest miss, second miss, and young madam. Please sit down and eat. Okay. Long Fei sat down and got up. Sister Tao Xiang and Aunt Li, who were eating with chopsticks, prepared a table of his favorite dishes for him. Long Fei ate faster than usual, and it was the first time Tao Xiang saw Long Fei eating so happily. At this moment, Long Fei noticed that Tao Xiang was watching him eat. What's the matter? Isn't the food to your liking? No, it's the first time I see you eating so vigorously and happily. Only then did Long Fei realize that he was eating much faster than usual. At this time, Solanum Nigrum said to his younger brother, I heard from Tao Xiang and second sister that you are often late in doing research or processing documents. Although work is important, your body is even more important. You are the leader of the entire Tianyi group. Man, you are the core person. If you fall down, the entire Tianyi group will be in chaos. Sister, I know this. It's just that I have to deal with some things, so I deal with them very late. All in all, your body still needs to pay more attention. When Li Xiang was eating, not only Butler Wu and Aunt Li brought vegetables to her, But even the three Nightshade sisters also brought vegetables to this cute little sister from time to time. After eating, Long Fei wanted to help clean up, but was stopped by Tao Xiang. Go and rest. I'm here. Solanum Nigrum and Long Wen looked at each other and felt that the younger brother had really found a good wife. Just at this moment, Long Fei's cell phone rang. I'll go back to my room to deal with some things. At night, Tao Xiang and Long Fei share a room, and Li Xiang and Long Wen share a room. Long Xian was in the eldest sister's room, talking to her about something. Second sister, how did you feel when you were managing Xiaofei's company? Xiaofei even asked me to arrange for the Ministry of Finance, which shows that he has great trust in me. For other companies, even the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company and Tianyi Mercenary Group, the Ministry of Finance has arranged for Xiaofei. It can be seen that Xiaofei has great respect for me. Everyone is on guard. That's for sure. The only people Xiaofei trusts the most are us and Tao Xiang, and he won't take precautions against us alone. But having said that, Xiaofei just arranged for people from the Ministry of Finance to take charge of the finances. I think he still trusts these people a little too much. The corners of Solanum Nigrum's mouth curled up. Sister, what are you laughing at? Second sister, you don't know Xiaofei very well. Long Xian frowned, not understanding why the elder sister would say that. At the beginning, I also thought that Xiaofei, as you said, trusted those people too much and just arranged for his own people in the Ministry of Finance. After eating, Xiaofei's cell phone rang. Just now I saw there was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and I roughly guessed that someone in the company must be doing something unfaithful to him. The person who reported to him probably was Xiaofei secretly arranging some people to work in different departments. Long Xian's eyes widened. His expression was shocked that he didn't really know his brother well. Is his two direct troops reported by the media a manifestation of his distrust of the commander-in-chief? Solanum Nigrum shook his head and said, no. If he really doesn't trust the commander-in-chief at all, he will never openly arrange for the establishment of those two directly subordinate units. He may do this to make a superficial effort, telling the commander-in-chief he doesn't want to use too much troops from the mercenary group and affect the operation of the mercenary group. Then, besides Tao Xiang and me in the entire Tianyi group, is there no one who trusts him? I'm afraid he trusts everyone on the surface, but in fact he is full of suspicion. It's just that he didn't express his doubts on his face. On the surface, he just arranged for his own people to take charge of the Ministry of Finance and other subsidiaries. As for other things, he completely do not care about it on the surface, and make a move to let all the presidents of the subsidiaries do it freely. Long Xian didn't expect that he saw his younger brother too simply, unlike his elder sister, who could see clearly. By the way, big sister, I stayed at the mother base for a while, and found out that the commander-in-chief Li Jiaming and the president Sakiki would often report important matters to Long Fei first. Especially Sakiki would try his best to staying at the mother base. Don't these two people also see that the younger brother doesn't trust them very much? It's possible. Don't forget that the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company are the two most important subsidiaries of the Tianyi Group. Li Jiaming probably knows in his heart that he is in charge of such an important company, so he won't be suspected by his boss. If it is said, he himself feels that there is a ghost in his heart, and he often reports important things to Long Fei, which means that he has no ambiguity in his attitude, and Sakiki is the same. Staying at the mother base means that Long Fei will stay here by himself. As long as if you suspect me, you can arrest me at any time. Long Xian seemed to feel that even as an older sister, he didn't even understand his younger brother. Eldest sister, if it wasn't for our parents to leave us Xian group, Xiaofei might have pulled the eldest sister over. But I don't understand why Xiaofei didn't bring the third sister over too. Could it be that he didn't trust the third sister? He trusts the third sister, but he is worried. Don't forget, the third sister is sometimes confused. If she really pulls the third sister over, Xiaofei might arrange for someone to help keep the third sister in order to prevent her from committing a crime. Confused, causing unnecessary losses to the company. 2. Long Xian asked the elder sister. By the way, elder sister, what will Xiaofei do with Long Dinkuan and his group? If I don't dissuade you, the Long family will be even worse now. Long Xian did not expect that the eldest sister would persuade Long Fei not to be cruel. Although I also hate Long Dinkuan and his group, I never thought about destroying the Long family. If I hadn't tried to dissuade them, the whole Long family might already be kneeling outside our house now. Long Xian asked worriedly. Sister, if you hadn't dissuaded me, wouldn't Xiaofei have given up on the Long family for my aunt's sake? I'm afraid Xiaofei won't look at it for Auntie's sake. If Auntie dares to stand on the opposite side of Xiaofei, Xiaofei might just throw a knife in her hand. Hiss! Long Xian took a deep breath. He didn't expect his younger brother to be so ruthless and merciless. Second sister, don't blame my younger brother for being cruel and merciless. Think about it. Soon after your parents passed away, did your uncle, second uncle, and other members of the Long family have any affection for us? Long Xian recalled what happened back then. If it wasn't for his aunt protecting their siblings, the Xianxian group left to them by their parents would have been divided up by them. The faces of those people back then were so disgusting, and their food was so ugly. My younger brother is now strong. If the elder sister didn't dissuade him, the Long family would have been completely cramped. Solanum Nigrum expressed a dignified expression and said, Little brother, besides coming to see us, if he really goes to the capital, he will deal with the Long family. What will he do with the Long family? I don't know, but what I can be sure of is that if the Long family dares not cooperate or dares to resist, the Long family will be enveloped in a storm. A flash of fear flashed in Long Xian's heart. Is her younger brother Long Fei the younger brother she knew before who loved to study robots and military research? Long Xian couldn't understand Long Fei more and more. Solanum Nigrum comforted Long Xian and said, Don't worry, Xiao Fei is still our younger brother. His cruelty and ruthlessness are for treating outsiders, not for us. He will always be our lovely younger brother in our hearts. As long as he doesn't step on Xiao Fei's bottom line, Xiao Fei will not turn into a devil. Sister, you still know Xiao Fei well. I'm your eldest sister. I'm a big sister. If I don't understand you, my big sister will fail too much. Long Xian understood that among the three sisters, only the elder sister really understood Long Fei's heart. Speaking of which, since Long Fei was born, the eldest sister has taken care of him the most. When Long Fei was still a baby, sometimes the eldest sister would help him change his diaper or bathe him. The next morning, Tao Xiang didn't wake Long Fei up when she woke up, but went to the kitchen to help Aunt Li prepare breakfast. Aunt Li never expected that the girlfriend the young master found would be so virtuous. It was during breakfast that Tao Xiang woke up Long Fei. Xiao Fei, do you have anything to do next? Solanum Nigrum asked Long Fei. Go to my former elementary school, junior high school, and high school to have a look. Didn't Xiuqing come back? Yeah, but I don't know if he went back to his home to see his parents. Just when Long Fei's cell phone rang, Long Fei took a look and said, I happened to be talking about this guy, and this guy sent a message, asking me where I want to go. Long Fei told Li Xiuqing his purpose. Soon, Li Xiuqing replied that he also wanted to go together. By the way, big sister, how about the person I arranged to send to protect you secretly? Long Wen looked at Long Fei in surprise. Third sister, you are so confused. You have forgotten who Xiao Fei is. Those who are interested will not be able to catch Xiao Fei, and will threaten us to force Xiao Fei to submit. Solanum Nigrum said. Long Wen scratched her head and said, No wonder I always felt that someone was secretly watching me earlier. Solanum Nigrum just rolled her eyes. Her third sister is really confused sometimes. Xiao Fei, when Sanmei and I go to the company next time, can the windows of your RV be replaced with transparent ones now? I think the reporters outside will not follow me if they see Sanmei and me. Us. No problem, sister. And the windows don't need to be replaced. The glass color of the windows can be changed. When Solanum Nigrum and Long Wen were driving their own luxury car, they were escorted by a Tianyi mercenary military vehicle. The reporters outside saw Solanum Nigrum and Long Wen in the caravan, but none of the reporters took pictures with a camera. Then, Long Xian took the limousine arranged by the Tianyi mercenary group and went to the Tianyi metal restoration branch and factory for inspection. In the end, it was Long Fei's turn to take Tao Xiang and Li Xiang to his alma mater. In Long Fei's alma mater, the teachers and students in class looked out the window, saw several mobile suits standing around the school, and saw many people wearing tight armor suits, holding rifles, and standing outside the school. That is, some of them came to the school. The principal of the elementary school who was working knew who was coming outside. He immediately took the vice principal and several directors to the school gate and waited for Long Fei's arrival. People from many shops and residential areas outside the school tiptoed, stretched their necks, looking at the MS and those Tianyi mercenaries outside the school. People passing by and residents took pictures with their mobile suits. Li Xiuqing was already waiting outside the gate for Long Fei's arrival. Before Long Fei's limousine came to the gate of the school, Li Xiuqing opened the door for Long Fei himself. "Xiuqing, why did you come to school so early? Didn't you go back to your home to see your parents? Why do you go back? Do you listen to their nagging? In their hearts, I am a traitor who betrayed the family and the country." Sister Taoxiang followed and got out of the car. The principal immediately walked out of the school gate to greet Long Fei. Long Fei didn't expect that the principal, when he graduated from primary school, is still working at his alma mater. With a bright smile on the principal's wrinkled face, he stretched out his hands and shook hands with Long Fei enthusiastically. "Welcome alumnus Long Fei to return to his alma mater." Long Fei and the principal smiled and shook hands. Countless international media reporters wanted to rush to the front to take pictures, but all of them were stopped by Tianyi mercenaries. The principal wants to let the media reporters in to shoot. This is a rare publicity opportunity, so he asks Long Fei to let the reporters in to shoot. Long Fei didn't want to slap the headmaster's face. Long Fei agreed, but only on condition that 3 media reporters come in to shoot. The principal asked 3 well-known domestic and international media reporters to come in and take pictures. The selected 3 domestic and international media reporters happily filmed the live broadcast. The other media reporters protested and also asked to enter the school to film. The reason given by the school is that the school is small and too many journalists come in, which will affect the primary school students' class. The reporter's camera kept pointing at Long Fei, and the reporters desperately asked questions to Long Fei, but Long Fei turned a deaf ear and was unwilling to answer any of the reporter's questions. The reporter protested to Long Fei for not answering the questions, but when they saw the mercenaries beside Long Fei turn on the fuse or pull out their sabers, they felt a chill and immediately retracted their words. Then, the reporter's camera shot Tao Xiang behind Long Fei, and a reporter asked Tao Xiang about her relationship with Long Fei. Tao Xiang felt embarrassed for a moment, not knowing whether to respond. Long Fei replied directly, "She is my woman." The reporters rushed to film Tao Xiang asking Tao Xiang to find out about Long Fei. Although Tao Xiang frowned, she was not annoyed at Long Fei announcing her relationship with her, but she was a little disgusted with these reporters. Long Fei also just walked and talked with the principal, looked at his primary school alma mater when he was a child. The overall appearance has not changed. Long Fei took out a checkbook and donated 100 million Earth Circle coins to his primary school alma mater. The headmaster's face is full of joy. The school receives less than 1 million yuan from the government every year, and usually has to rely on donations from some parents. With 100 million Earth Circle coins, it is no problem to renovate the school several times. Li Xiang looked at the children of the same age in the classroom. When she was in the Jupiter Federation, she had attended elementary school for several years. Later, her parents died of illness, and the tuition fee made her unable to go to elementary school. She could only study with her sister in a part-time job, or let her sister teach her to read. Tao Xiang thought how great it would be if she kept her sister here and let her go to class like an ordinary child, but she also understood that her sister absolutely disagreed. Moreover, among the meteorites around the mother base, one meteorite was transformed into a school where children could go to school. Of course, this was mainly prepared by Long Fei for the children of refugees who had lost their country. Of course, Tao Xiang and Yu Baixua also let their younger siblings go to school there, hoping that they would be like ordinary children. Then, Long Fei wanted to see his previous graduation photos, and the principal immediately arranged for Long Fei. Then, Long Fei pointed to his elementary school graduation photo and introduced it to Tao Xiang and Li Xiang. Li Xiang, who had another photo, asked, "Is this Brother Xiuqing?" Li Xiuqing came over to take a look, nodded with a smile, and said, "Yes, it's me." The principal did not expect that there would be another alumnus who came to visit his alma mater. The principal wanted to ask, but Li Xiuqing raised his hand to signal, and the principal took what he wanted to say into his stomach. After visiting the alma mater of the primary school, we then visited the junior high school and high school. It was already in the afternoon when the high school visited, and Long Fei also informed Aunt Li not to prepare the dinner for him and Sister Taoxiang, and they settled it outside. Quite a few high school students didn't leave the school when school was over. Instead, they bound their feet and looked at the battle uniforms, chariots, and mobile suits on the Tianyi mercenaries. Many students even picked up their mobile suits to take pictures or take selfies. Some students even wanted to take photos with Tianyi mercenaries, but most of them refused. Tao Xiang accompanied Long Fei today. Looking at Long Fei's alma mater of elementary school, middle school, and high school, she had only attended elementary school, middle school, and high school before. When I was in kindergarten, I immigrated to the Jupiter Federation with my parents. When I was in the first grade of elementary school, my younger sister was born. When I was in my third year of high school, my parents died of illness. At that time, the Jupiter Federation had just been established. Everything needed money, and money was needed for studying, and the cost of studying was very high. In order for the two sisters to be able to study, the parents worked desperately. After the parents were gone, they dropped out of school and went to work. They wanted to rely on the part-time wages to support their sister's education, but the tuition fees for elementary school were very high. She really can't afford her sister's tuition. After that, I could only let my younger sister live with her in the staff dormitory and let my younger sister go to cram school with a meager salary. Later, the company dispatched to the Earth Circle because there was no one to take care of my sister, so I asked the company to let my sister take a work spaceship together. Then a series of things happened later. At dinner time, Long Fei took sisters Taoxiang to a high-end restaurant and let the sisters taste the special food of the Hanxiao Empire. During the meal, Long Fei received a report from his subordinates, and Long Fei informed Tao Xiang that her grandfather's ancestral home had been found. A look of anticipation flashed across Tao Xiang's eyes, and she asked Li Xiang, "Li Xiang, do you want to go to Grandpa's ancestral home with my sister?" Rika thought for a while, then shook her head. Tao Xiang's expression flashed with disappointment, and she couldn't help asking, "Why don't you want to go to Grandpa's ancestral home? I was born in the Federation of Jupiter. My childhood was there when I was a child. How about my grandfather's ancestral home? I don't want to see it. Even if I go back to the Federation of Jupiter now, I don't want to go back. Anyway, when I go there, who can remember us? We met when we were young. Playmates. Maybe they have become grandparents now, Grandpa's ancestral home. Who knows us when we go there?" Tao Xiang was speechless, just like what her sister said. Even if they returned to the Jupiter Federation, who would recognize them? Long Fei patted the back of Tao Xiang's hand and said, "Then your sister can stay here. My sister will take care of her. Let's leave tomorrow." At night, both Long Fei and Tao Xiang put on Spartan uniforms and followed the Tianyi mercenaries who were on shift back to the branch base in chariots. Long Fei and Tao Xiang disguised themselves in the sub-base, and the Shadow Mad Dog team responsible for protecting Long Fei and other Special Forces wanderers disguised themselves, and some continued to remain invisible. The ancestral home of Tao Xiang's grandfather was originally in a town less than 100 kilometers north of Yongqing City. Long Fei and Tao Xiang arrived in the township early in the morning. The environment here is very beautiful, and it makes people feel at ease. Long Fei and Tao Xiang walked in the township area, watching and feeling the local customs while walking. The people here are very simple. You can see that some residents here are in charge of plowing at the construction site in the morning, and some are busy in the shop houses. Long Fei and Tao Xiang sat in an old shop, eating local breakfast. A kind proprietress delivered the breakfast ordered by Long Fei and Tao Xiang to the table. "Come on, guest. Here are the minced meat porridge, salty steamed buns, and soy milk you ordered." Two people ate local breakfast, which tasted light. Halfway through the meal, there was a loud noise behind me. The two turned their heads and saw 5 menacing gangsters with tattoos on their bodies. They kicked over a diner's table. The diners were a little scared and left the scene quickly. One of the gangsters yelled at the proprietress, "Old woman, boss' son has long been interested in the development of this place. Didn't I tell you to move quickly? It's just adding trouble to me." The kind proprietress was a little scared, but she remained calm and shouted, "I said I won't move. This is the property left to me by my husband. I won't sell it no matter what. Smelly old woman, I think you are toasting and not eating fine wine." One of the gangsters rushed towards the proprietress with a stick. Just when Long Fei was about to raise his hand to order his invisible subordinates to attack, an empty bowl flew out and hit the gangster with a stick in the face. The gangster screamed and fell to the ground, and several other gangsters quickly helped him up. Long Fei and Tao Xiang saw that it was a boy sitting at the table next to them who made the shot. The boy looks like he is in his early 20s, with messy hair, piercing eyes, facial features that look like a tough guy, and his skin is a little bronze. The boy stood up. He was a bit tall. According to Long Fei's visual inspection, he was at least 1.8 meters tall. He was wearing short sleeves and a pair of knee-length shorts. Judging from his body shape, he was a martial arts practitioner, especially his palms were long. Out of calluses, the boy said in a low voice, "You guys, who are strong, bully an old and weak woman. What kind of men are you?" The leader of the gangster glanced at the boy and said arrogantly, "Hey, you are a young bird. Who do you think you are? Like a knight in a martial arts novel, so hard to fight? We have 5 people here. If you have the ability, come and try it." The proprietress immediately dissuaded the boy. "Sir, don't worry about this matter. It's between me and them. Miss Boss, I can't stand this matter anymore. I'll take care of it." Confucianism confuses the law with literature, and chivalry violates the taboo with body. Long Fei blurted out as he watched, but was kicked by Tao Xiang. Tao Xiang wanted Long Fei to help. Long Fei reached out and patted the back of Tao Xiang's hand and said, "Don't worry, take a look first. Hey, heroes and knights, come here if you have the ability. I'm afraid of you, huh?" After speaking, the gangsters laughed endlessly. The gangster in the front stopped laughing, and then there was the sound of getting up and bumping, and the scream of his body hitting the ground. When the other gangsters couldn't react for a while, the boy shot down the other 2 gangsters in an instant. The last 2 reacted and hit the boy with sticks in their hands. The boys separated instantly, and each of them hit the nose with a punch. The last 2 gangsters screamed directly. Nosebleeds spurted out of their noses, and they fell to the ground, clutching their noses, rolling over and screaming. The gangsters knew that they had met a master, so they hurriedly left the scene. Before leaving, the gangsters' little leader said harshly, "You have the guts. If you have the guts, don't run away. Wait for us to come back. I'm not afraid of how many of you come." The boy then kicked the chair in front of him away and hit the gangster's little boss in the face. The little leader fell to the ground and screamed, and the other subordinates quickly helped the little leader up and fled the scene. After the proprietress thanked the boy, she advised him to leave quickly. "Young man, you have to leave quickly. These little are bosses raised by Boss Sunday. Boss Sun has a lot of hands and eyes here. The town mayor here is still his cousin. You can't fight, so go away." Hearing what the proprietress said, Long Fei frowned and couldn't help asking the proprietress, "Madam Proprietress, didn't you go to the city government to declare?" "Yes, but what's the use? The city government was bribed by them. Several neighbors just went to the city government to report. In the end, they were beaten up by Boss Sun's people and kicked out of the township. It's really useless." Hearing this, the boy clenched his fists with anger on his face. The proprietress continued to persuade the boy, "Young man, you'd better leave quickly. The old lady doesn't want to hurt you. Miss Boss, I've taken care of this matter, and I just smashed your things. I'm very sorry, and I have to pay compensation." The boy took out his wallet, and it turned out that he didn't have enough money at all. "Enough to pay for what you just ordered." The boy said with some embarrassment, "I'm sorry, I've been traveling around all the time, and I don't have enough money on me. Why don't I help you work here to pay off your debts first?" No, young man. This little money is nothing." The proprietress refused. She still hoped that the boy would leave here quickly. Long Fei said at this time, "Miss Boss, if you don't let this boy work here to pay off your debts, he will be sad for the rest of his life. Instead of doing this, let him help you for a day and treat it as paying off the debts." "This, okay." The boy nodded his thanks to Long Fei. Long Fei asked the boy, "I don't know what my friend's last name is. What's his name?" "My surname is Dongfang, and my name is Invincible." The corners of Long Fei's eyes twitched, and he said, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Long Fei took off his gloves and shook hands with Dongfang Wudi. Then, Long Fei complained in his heart, "Why don't you call Dongfang Invincible? And here is a scene of shredding MS and fighting Gundam." Then, Long Fei left the restaurant with Tao Xiang. Tao Xiang originally wanted to persuade Long Fei to keep a few people to help, but seeing the fingers of Long Fei's right hand beating a few times, Tao Xiang swallowed what she wanted to say. Then, Tao Xiang asked Long Fei, "The one called Dongfang Wudi just now, is the move he used the martial arts of the Hanxia Empire?" "Right," Long Fei thought in his heart. The martial arts of the Hanxia Empire are more ruthless and practical than the so-called Kung Fu in the previous life. The one called Dongfang Wudi just now was merciful, and he just put down those bastards. If the gangster doesn't die, he will lie in the hospital for several months. At this time, a person came to Long Fei and Tao Xiang, pointing them to the direction and telling them the location. The two followed the direction and walked to several old buildings, each of which was an ancestral hall of a surname. Tao Xiang was a little nervous. Long Fei gently patted the back of Tao Xiang's hand, telling her not to be nervous. The two came to the Li's ancestral hall and pushed open the gate of the Li's ancestral hall. There were several middle-aged people cleaning inside, and they saw a man and a woman with hats and sunglasses coming in. When one of the gray-haired middle-aged men saw Long Fei and Tao Xiang, he walked over and asked, "What are you two young men doing here?" Tao Xiang asked, "May I ask if there is a tombstone named Li Weilang here?" "Li Weilang? Wait a minute, I'll check." The gray-haired middle-aged man went to check the genealogy. Long Fei and Tao Xiang sat on a long chair. Tao Xiang was a little nervous. When she was a child, she still remembered the kind faces of her grandparents. Soon, a middle-aged man with gray hair came to the two of them and said, "There is indeed Li Weilang's tombstone. Please come with me." Long Fei and Tao Xiang followed the gray-haired middle-aged man to a place and saw a wooden sign that said Li Weilang's tombstone and a wooden sign next to it that said Li Weilang's wife Huang Shikixia. There are two boxes of urns. Tao Xiang's eyes were red with tears. A bald middle-aged man came to Long Fei and Tao Xiang and asked, "Excuse me, who are you, Li Weilang?" Long Fei replied, "A relative." The bald middle-aged man had a somewhat disbelieving expression. Tao Xiangxing asked the bald middle-aged man with a crying voice, "Excuse me, old man, do you know my grandfather?" The bald middle-aged man squinted his eyes and said, "You are Li Weilang's granddaughter. It's impossible. His eldest son's family had already immigrated to Jupiter. Even if his granddaughter is still there, I'm afraid she will be 70 years old this year." "Ache, you can still stay young at the age of 70. "That's right." The middle-aged man nodded, and then said to Tao Xiang with a somewhat unfriendly expression, "Little girl, I don't know why you say you are Li Weilang's granddaughter, let alone Jupiter, who his eldest son's family immigrated to. The Federation has not had international contact with us for 50 years, and the eldest son's family has already lost contact." Tao Xiang explained the whole incident to the bald middle-aged man. Seeing the unbelieving expression of the bald middle-aged man, Tao Xiang took out photos of her parents and grandparents when she was a child. The bald middle-aged man looked at the photo with a shocked expression and then saw the little girl in the photo and Tao Xiang's appearance for comparison. The expression of the bald middle-aged man finally eased, and he said with a somewhat relieved expression, "Uncle, your eldest son's daughter has come to see you, and your granddaughter has come to see you." Tao Xiang was shocked. She didn't expect the bald middle-aged man to be her relative. No wonder she had a bad expression just now. The bald middle-aged man immediately introduced himself. "My father and your grandfather are brothers, and your father is my cousin, so you should call me cousin. My name is Li Wank. Uncle Wenku, hello. Hurry up and offer incense to your grandparents." Tao Xiang immediately lit incense, put it on the incense burner of grandparents, and then knelt down in front of the tombstones of grandparents. At this moment, Tao Xiang burst into tears and stood up, unable to stand still, but it was Long Fei who supported her. At this time, Tao Xiang was crying on Long Fei's shoulder, and Long Fei patted Tao Xiang's back to comfort her. The gray-haired middle-aged man patted Li Wank on the shoulder and left the scene by himself. Li Wank's eyes were filled with tears. He never thought that after so many years, he would still meet his uncle's descendants. After Tao Xiang continued to stabilize, he said to Li Wank, "Uncle, I want to know how Grandpa and Grandma came back here in the end." Your uncle's family brought your grandparents back." "Uncle, what about them?" Li Wank looked a little ugly, and finally made up his mind, pointing his chin at the tombstone of Li Weilang and his wife. Tao Xiang looked at the tombstone of her grandparents. Holding her mouth with both hands, she couldn't stand steadily and almost passed out. Long Fei immediately hugged Tao Xiang. Help her to the chair first. Li Wenk pointed to a bench. Long Fei supported Tao Xiang and let Tao Xiang sit on the bench. It turned out that what Tao Xiang just saw was the tombstone of her uncle and aunt. Long Fei turned to Li Wenk. The old man would like to ask, what happened to Tao Xiang's uncle's family? Well, Wei Lang and his wife were originally taken back by the second son's family to enjoy their old age. The second son and his wife gave birth to a pair of children. The 3 generations of the family lived together happily. Later, a family travel car accident killed 4 members of the second son's family. Because of the car accident, although the 2 elders survived the rescue, they were overwhelmed and died after knowing the death of the second son's family. Li Wenk looked at Tao Xiang, who was crying very sad, reached out and patted the back of Tao Xiang's hand, and said apologetically, Niece Taxiang Tang, don't blame Tang Shu for his bad attitude towards you before, because we all thought that uncle's lineage was rooted out. It's okay, uncle. Tao Xiang didn't expect to hear from her father that he had a younger brother, and she thought she could meet her uncle's relatives, but she didn't expect that they were no longer in this world. Uncle, can I take away the tombstone and urn of my grandparents, uncle's family? I have to tell the director of the ancestral hall about this. Li Wenk walked into an office in the ancestral hall. Tao Xiang used to bring her younger sister to the Jupiter spaceship. She thought that if possible, she would hand over her younger sister to her grandparents to take care of her. At least her younger sister could go to school like an ordinary child. Unexpectedly, after the accident on the Jupiter spacecraft, so many things happened during the more than 50 years when the 2 sisters were asleep. Soon, a middle-aged man slightly younger than Li Wenk came to Long Fei and Tao Xiang accompanied by Li Wenk. The middle-aged man was the person in charge of the Li family ancestral hall, and he came to Tao Xiang and said, Uncle Weilang, you can't take away the tombstones of their family, but I can allow you to take the urn. You can find the tombstones here. My master will help you build a pair, and we also need you to fill in the family tree of our Li family, Uncle Willem, so that the genealogy can record that there is also a granddaughter in the Uncle Willem family. Okay, thanks. By the way, where are your parents? Mom and Dad are gone. Well, then we will also make a pair of your parents' tombstones. If you can come here in the future, please pay more respects to the ancestors of our Li family. Okay, I also have a younger sister. I will also make a record for my younger sister, can I? Why doesn't your sister come? She's still a child. Oh, that's it. Okay, you can help your sister record. Then, Tao Xiang wrote down her and her sister's names in her father's lineage on the Li family tree. Afterwards, Tao Xiang offered incense sticks to the ancestors of the Li family, which represented her recognition of her ancestors. Then, Li Wenk took Long Fei and Tao Xiang to the shop of a master who specializes in tombstones and asked him to make tombstones. Long Fei said with emotion in his heart, in this world, some traditional customs are almost the same as those in the previous life. Then, Long Fei suddenly remembered a person called Boss Sun and asked Li Wenk, Uncle Li, I want to ask you guys, I heard about a person named Boss Sun. What is the matter with this person? Other people's stores want to develop, but some gangsters are sent to drive them away. Li Wenk flashed a hint of disgust, then shook his head and said, You don't need to know who this person is. You just need to know that he is a well-known bully colluding with government and businessmen on our side. Long Fei told Li Wenk what he had experienced today. Li Wenk sighed and said, The old restaurant you mentioned is a time-honored restaurant run by our local villagers. A husband and wife worked so hard. After the husband died, the wife ran it alone. It was nothing. The thing is, the guy's surnamed Sun has taken a fancy to the proprietress and her shop houses all over the street. Originally, if he was willing to pay a considerable amount of compensation to the shopkeepers in that row, it is estimated that many shopkeepers would be willing to move out, but the money he gave was very little. Those shopkeepers were not willing to leave. He hired local and some out-of-town gangsters to beat those shopkeepers at night. Many shopkeepers were beaten away by them. Either they stopped them, or they had no way to complain, and everyone here knows that the municipal council has been bribed by them. Long Fei nodded after hearing this. No matter where it is, people at the bottom will always be bullied by those above them. People at the bottom don't want to be bullied, so they can only try their best to climb up. At this moment, Long Fei's cell phone rang. It was a message. Long Fei looked at it and said, "Uncle Lee, I have something to do, so I need to excuse you." "Good." Tao Xiang watched Long Fei leave the scene, immediately chased after him and asked, "What happened?" "Something happened at that store." Tao Xiang heard what Long Fei meant, and immediately followed Long Fei to the old restaurant where he ate for breakfast. "Oh my God, where did Mrs. Wang go to find a powerful master? Oh my God, many gangsters can't beat him with sticks." Dongfang Wudi was alone in front of the store, fighting with more than a dozen gangsters with sticks. Dongfang Invincible can not only dodge left and right to avoid attacks easily, but also knock down a gangster with one punch and one kick. There was even a gangster who was punched several times in the face in an instant, rolled his eyes and fell to the ground in an instant. Some gangsters were kicked away by him directly and fell to the ground with their feet in the sky. Many residents watched with enthusiasm and couldn't help shouting hello. Some Tiani mercenaries in disguise looked at Dongfang Wudi's skill, and the Tiani mercenaries who watched felt ashamed. They were fighters who had undergone surgical operations and strengthened bodies. It is still possible for them to knock the gangster unconscious with one punch or kick the gangster away, but they may not be able to dodge like Dongfang Wudi without being hit. They really didn't expect that the martial artist in front of them, who had not undergone surgery or medicine to strengthen his body, was no less powerful than them, and his body speed and reaction were slightly better than theirs. In less than 3 minutes, a group of gangsters were lying on the ground crying. A middle-aged fat man was wearing a suit and smoking a cigar, looking very annoyed at the result not far in front of him. Then, he kicked a gangster in front of him and cursed, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get rid of that for me, and spend money to invite you to come and watch a play? You can't handle it alone." The leader was a little annoyed, but he thought that the opponent's power was something he couldn't afford to offend, so he immediately laughed and said, "Boss son, don't be angry. Don't be angry. We will deal with it immediately." Then he yelled at his subordinates, "What the are you doing? Hurry up and do it for me. You can't do it alone. Go home and drink milk." Then more gangsters rushed towards Dongfang Invincible with sticks, and it can be said that they used all the gangsters they brought. Dongfang Wudi looked at more gangsters. Nearly 50 people rushed towards him without fear and picked up a long stick on the ground. Use a long stick to pick, fish, thorn, and sweep, and knock down one with one stick. A single sweep of the legs could knock down the row of gangsters in front of him, and then Yuanyang kicked in a row. Each kick could hit the faces of those gangsters. Boss Sun and the gangster became more and more frightened as they watched. In less than 5 minutes, all the people they brought were brought down. It happened that Long Fei and Tao Xiang rushed to the scene, and from the report of Tiani mercenaries, all the gangsters were brought down by Dongfang Wudi. Dongfang Wudi walked towards Boss Sun and the gangster slowly. Boss Sun felt very frightened and then pushed the gangster in front of him forward. The gang leader also felt very scared. Although Dongfang Wudi was expressionless, he could feel that Dongfang Wudi was like a lion looking at the wild sheep in front of him, ready to bite and kill it at any time. "You don't come here, I tell you. I also know martial arts, and I am still a martial arts champion." The gangster was so frightened that there was no public opinion, and he even played some martial arts routines, trying to scare Dongfang Wudi. Can the roar of a sheep scare a lion? The answer is no. Dongfang Wudi looked at the gangster's martial arts routines. Although his movements were well organized, to Dongfang Wudi, a martial artist specializing in actual combat martial arts, this was nothing more than a way to spend money to show off his legs. Dragon fist, tiger claws, snake-shaped hands, and the gangster's pose are very impressive. Dongfang Wudi just smiled and directly punched the gangster's left eye socket with a backhand. "Hey, you're doing a sneak attack. You don't talk about martial arts, remember it." The gangster covered his left eye socket with his hand and then came out of the scene like a snail rolling and crawling. Many people at the scene were amused by this scene, and Tao Xiang covered her mouth with a smile. But to Boss Sun, it's not funny at all. Now he must face Dongfang Invincible. Boss Sun's feet were shaking terribly at the moment, and he warned Dongfang Wudi with fear in his voice. I warn you. If you dare to move. If you touch me, I guarantee that you will damn. It's ugly." Dongfang Wudi was lazy to talk nonsense to him, and directly grabbed his collar with his left hand. Boss Sun screamed in fright. When Dongfang Wudi was about to punch him in the face, a gunshot sounded in the sky. Everyone looked in the direction of the gunshots. 3 police cars came to the scene, and the policeman in the front one shot into the sky. The policemen got out of the car one after another, and the hooligans who were lying on the ground screaming immediately ran to the policeman, and the leader of the hooligans who ran out of the scene before also ran to the police crying and complained about being bullied by Dongfang Wudi. "Mr. Police, you have to judge for us. Mr. Police, you have to uphold justice for us. How badly this villain beat us. My eyes. My feet." Boss Sun, who was terrified before, broke free from Dongfang Wudi's left hand as if he had found his way back, and immediately ran in front of the police and stroked his collar. Then, like a successful person, he calmly said to the police, "Mr. Police, this Aunt Wong is really too much, and she hired a nasty thug. Originally, I was talking with Boss Wong in a good manner to discuss the demolition payment. But Boss Wong, I was so greedy that I wanted more demolition money, and I was going to leave if I couldn't make a deal. In the end, Boss Wong sent her thugs to attack me. If it wasn't for my people who tried their best to protect me, I might be killed by her now, beaten to death." Everyone listened to Boss Sun's words that turned black and white, and everyone not only despised Boss Sun, but also had to admire his ability to tell lies without blushing. There were also some residents who couldn't stand it and directly told the police the truth, but the police turned a deaf ear to it. The sergeant of the police force directly ordered that Dongfang Wudi be detained. "Mr. Police, wait a moment, I have the truth of the whole incident here." A female resident directly handed over the whole incident captured by her mobile suit to the sheriff. As a result, the sheriff took a look and deleted it directly, and then said no. "Mr. Police, how can you do this? What did I do? Nothing at all. You are reporting a false case. I can arrest you." Afterwards, another resident held up his mobile suit, saying that he had captured it, and that he would put it on the internet immediately so that people across the country could see it. As a result, the police chief said disapprovingly, "You can put it on the internet, try it." As a result, the residents saw that their mobile suits did not have a signal network, not even a network. Other residents also picked up their mobile suits to check, and sure enough, there was really no signal network. Long Fei and his party had known for a long time that the signal network here had been tampered with, but they didn't expect that it was the police here. Then, a policeman wanted to seize the resident's mobile suit, but the resident refused and was knocked down by several policemen. After the mobile suit was seized, in addition to deleting the shooting records just now, the mobile suit was also smashed by the police. At this moment, Boss Sun walked up to the handcuffed Dongfang Wudi arrogantly and shouted, "See, what are you fighting with me? Even if you can protect this Wong today, can you protect him tomorrow? I can do whatever I want, and I will do it in front of you." After speaking, Boss Sun reached out and patted Dongfang Wudi's face. Although Dongfang Wudi's hands were tied, he still threw off the policeman who was detaining him, kicked Boss Sun into the front window of the front police car with a kick. Boss Sun vomited foam at the mouth and passed out. Everyone at the scene was shocked by Dongfang Wudi's actions, and even kicked someone seriously injured in front of many policemen. This is breaking the law with one's own body. Several policemen immediately drew their guns and pointed at Dongfang Wudi. Long Fei immediately ordered, "Do it." A few of them drew their guns and aimed at Dongfang Wudi's policemen, sprayed blood mist directly from their bodies, and fell to the ground screaming. The Tianyi mercenaries who were in charge of disguised as ordinary people rushed to all the policemen at this moment. Before the policemen had time to react, these disguised Tianyi mercenaries had already pulled out their pistols from their clothes and pointed them at the policemen's heads. The policemen raised their hands in fright. The sheriff was rather tough and said, "Who are you? The gun control laws in this country are very strict. It is illegal for you people to own guns. Put down your weapons immediately, and you can get a lighter sentence when you are sentenced." As a result, a Tianyi mercenary directly hit the sheriff in the back of the head with the of his gun. The sheriff covered the back of his head with his hands and rolled over in pain. On the other side, the Tianyi mercenaries dealt with the signal jammer. Only then did Long Fei pick up his mobile suit and call Wei Kongping to inform him of the matter. "I really didn't expect such a bully to exist. Thank you, Boss Long, for catching such a bully for our country." I am very grateful for the truth. I will arrange to deal with it when the truth comes out. After Long Fei hung up the phone, Long Fei asked Tianyi Yongbing to take out the handcuff key and uncuff Dongfang Wudi. At this time, the gangsters who made trouble saw these villains who were worse than them and remembered the policeman. Many gangsters wanted to escape from the scene. As a result, a few of them took only a few steps, and the portraits seemed to float up and then hit the ground heavily. The rest of the gangsters didn't know what was going on, and they were too scared to run around, so they could only squat on the ground with their heads in their hands. Long Fei secretly gestured to one of the Tianyi mercenaries to treat Boss Sun first. Long Fei didn't want to treat such a scumbag. If possible, Long Fei would like to let his mercenaries lock this Boss Sun into a small black room to entertain him. It's just that if Boss Sun dies, Dongfang Wudi will definitely be prosecuted, and he will be charged with manslaughter for a serious mistake. From his subordinate's description and the way he kicked Boss Sun just now, Long Fei could see that Dongfang Wudi's skill was even stronger than those of his special mercenaries who had undergone surgery and strengthened with drugs. This made Long Fei appreciate Dongfang Wudi's hand very much, and Long Fei wanted to recruit Dongfang Wudi. The policemen at the scene were handcuffed backhanded by Tianyi mercenaries at this moment. The policemen did not expect that this was the first time they were handcuffed backhanded. At this moment, the sheriff's cell phone rang, and it was blocked at the moment, making it impossible to answer the phone at all. A Tianyi mercenary took the sheriff's cell phone to answer the call and turned on the speaker. Xiaowei, let that surnamed Sun answer the phone. The mayor's roar came from the phone. Mayor, Boss Sun has been severely injured. What? Humph, it's best if he was beaten to death. I'm about to be killed by him. At this time, another man's voice came from the phone. Now all you policemen stay at the scene obediently and don't leave. We will come to the scene to deal with you. After the man's voice finished speaking, the phone hung up. Only then did the sheriff realize that they seemed to have stabbed the sky. The sheriff looked at Dongfang Wudi, and at first he thought Dongfang Wudi was an imperial envoy disguised as a civilian. But seeing Dongfang Wudi's bewildered expression, the police chief noticed those disguised people pointing guns at them, thinking that these people were subordinates of the imperial envoy. The sheriff knew that now the entire township government might have a bunch of black hats to throw away. At this time, he saw a certain place around the environment of Dongfang invincible, and immediately walked towards that direction. Long Fei and Tao Xiang left the scene, and before they could leave for a long time, they were stopped by Dongfang Wudi. A few Tianyi mercenaries in disguise stopped Dongfang Wudi. Long Fei raised his hand to make a gesture, preventing Dongfang Wudi's Tianyi mercenary from letting go. Dongfang Wudi walked up to Long Fei and saluted. Thank you, Imperial Envoy, for redressing the grievances of the common people. Long Fei was a little confused when he heard that, while Tao Hua next to him covered his mouth and smiled secretly. Long Fei shook his head and said, I'm not an Imperial Envoy. I see. You are mixing with the people and don't want people to know your identity. If it wasn't for Long Fei wearing sunglasses, Dongfang Wudi would definitely see Long Fei give him a supercilious look. Long Fei felt that the explanation was useless, so he took off his hat and sunglasses. Long Fei and Dongfang Wudi's summary is very familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. I am Long Fei, the boss of Tianyi Group. I remembered. You are the boss of Tianyi Group, who created Gundam. Exactly. Long Fei put on his hat and sunglasses. It turns out that those who shot just now are your mercenaries. Right. Dongfang Wudi, at this time, thought of the strangeness of the incident just now, and asked, I remember Boss Long. You should be a businessman. Why did some high-ranking officials come here to deal with these evil officials on the phone just now? I called the senior official of this country and told him what happened, and he personally arranged to deal with it. Oh, I see. Then Long Fei asked Dongfang Wudi a few questions. I would like to ask Brother Dongfang, where do you want to go next? For this, I want to work and save enough money first, and then continue to travel and practice. Brother Dongfang doesn't have a fixed place? I've been wandering outside to practice. Haven't you ever thought of staying in a place to settle down? I have thought about it. I have thought about opening a martial arts gym and charging tuition for teaching, but I have no money. Long Fei frowned, and then continued. Brother Dongfang, someone hired you with a high salary. Are you willing to teach? Yes. May I ask who is willing to hire me? I hired you. but I have to put you through some tests. What kind of test is it? It's the 3 mercenaries behind you. You fight with them. If you can win, I will hire you as the fighting coach of my Tianyi mercenary regiment. Can. Dongfang Wudi immediately set up his posture, and the 3 Tianyi mercenaries behind him warmed up and then attacked Dongfang Wudi with all their strength. Dongfang Wudi easily dodged the punches and kicks of the mercenaries. Then Dongfang Wudi used a grab technique, grabbed the arm of one of the mercenaries, then used a joint technique, and threw it to another mercenary. Then Dongfang Invincible rushed towards one of the mercenaries, although the mercenary responded immediately and punched Dongfang Invincible in the face. Dongfang Wudi separated his right hand and immediately punched the mercenary in the face with both hands quickly, and the mercenary who received consecutive quick fists with both hands immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The other 2 mercenaries rushed towards Dongfang Wudi immediately. Dongfang Wudi gave a spinning kick and then immediately used a sweeping kick. A mercenary was kicked in the face, turned around several times and fainted on the ground. The other was swept to the ground and immediately blocked Dongfang Wudi's continuous quick punches with both arms and head guards. Dongfang Wudi immediately changed his tactics, grabbed the mercenary's collar with both hands, and used a wrestling move, directly smashing the mercenary to the ground. It's fine. Long Fei didn't expect that Dongfang Wudi would knock down 3 mercenaries who received physical enhancement in less than 20 seconds. Long Fei walked up to Dongfang Wudi, stretched out his right hand, and said, "Master Dongfang, welcome to become the fighting master recruited by Tianyi Mercenary Group." Dongfang Wudi shook hands with Long Fei and said, "Boss, I will join tomorrow, and today I have to help the lady boss with a good job. Can." On the way, Dongfang Wudi turned around and went back to the shop. Long Fei called Dongfang Wudi to stop him. "I wonder if teacher Dongfang likes mechs like MS? I like it. When I was young, I liked watching mecha comics and anime. I had a dream of driving a mecha in the future. Then if I can develop a Gundam suitable for Master Dongfang to drive, are you willing to formally become a member of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps?" Really, I won't lie to you. And I must explain that if you are really willing to drive the Gundam I designed and developed for you, then I am not recruiting you, but recruiting you to become a member of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. You must not betray me. Do you want to think about it? Don't worry about my decision to join your Tianyi Mercenary Group. I want to drive Gundam and fulfill my childhood dream. Welcome Master Dongfang to become a member of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. The 2 shook hands again. Early the next morning, Tao Xiang and Long Fei returned to Yongxing City after picking up the ashes of her grandparents and uncle's family at Li's ancestral hall. The new tombstones of grandparents will be taken away by the surviving Tianyi mercenaries. The Gundam and MS staying around Long Fei's home returned to the mothership, and most of the ground troops withdrew, leaving a small part responsible for protecting the safety of Long Fei's sisters. Li Xiang stays here temporarily and is taken care of by Long Fei's sisters. Only then did the various international media know that Long Fei had already left home. Long Fei and Tao Xiang are already on the Archangel. The entire fleet rose slowly and sailed to Tianyang City, the capital of the Han Xia Empire. For many warships of the Han Xia Empire, the front warships are responsible for leading the way, and the left and right are responsible for following and monitoring. The cities that the warships pass by can cause the local citizens to look up and watch. The next morning, the fleet arrived at the capital of the Han Xia Empire. Standing on the roof of the Imperial Palace, Su Weiran looked at the fleet coming from afar and the battleships used by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, feeling envious and jealous in his heart. The whole fleet of the frigate arranged to land at the base of the Royal Army. Long Fei did not expect that the area of the Royal Army base was more than 10 times larger than his 14th sub-base. Long Fei found that the equipment at the Royal Home Base was the most advanced equipment of the Han Xia Empire. The MS Yuelu of this base and the Yuelu MS equipped with standard equipment were more beautiful in design, and the propellers on the back were also larger than ordinary Yuelu. The uniforms of the soldiers here are more gorgeous. The soldiers here are not only the central army of the Han Xia Empire, but also the Emperor's direct troops, and they completely obey the Emperor's orders. The commander of the Royal Military Base is a general, Zhao Yuchen. After the local Royal Army watched the Guardian Fleet land, they saw Gundam, and other MS appearing on the stage. Many royal army took pictures with their mobile suits. Besides General Zhao Yuqin, who was in charge of welcoming Long Fei, there was another holding a whisk standing behind General Zhao Yuqin. Long Fei took Tao Xiang away, and Brigadier General Ai followed behind. After Long Fei and General Zhao Yuqin shook hands, General Zhao Yuqin was holding a whisk behind him, and the female official in uniform folded her hands and said to Long Fei, "Boss Long, Your Majesty has invited you to live in the palace, and the residence has been arranged for you." "All right, and Boss Long can bring 500 people into the palace, and he can also have 2 MS to follow him." "Okay, thank you, father-in-law." Long Fei saluted the female as a thank you. Long Fei arranged for 2 Gundams, Ning Angel and Master Angel, to follow. 500 special mercenaries, including the Shadow Mad Dog team, in Spartan uniforms are responsible for protecting the safety of Long Fei and Tao Xiang, driving military vehicles and chariots to follow the female eunuch's convoy and drive to the palace. The Hanxia Empire abolished body purification 200 years ago, and eunuchs were appointed by women. In the past, the departments of the court that were managed by eunuchs were managed by the emperor's cronies. The current eunuchs of the Hanxia Empire don't have much power anymore. The Hanxia Empire was preparing for the emperor's birthday and national day at this time. Reporters from all over the world gathered outside the palace. They were not very interested in interviewing about the national day of the empire. The person they wanted to interview was Long Fei. Seeing the convoy of the Tianyi mercenary group following the imperial convoy, countless reporters took photos desperately with their cameras when they saw Long Fei's car. Entering the palace, Long Fei and his party arranged in a palace called Shengqi Palace. There are also beautiful ponds and gardens around Shengqi Palace. In addition to Wen as the head of the Shengqi Palace, there are also 30 court ladies who are responsible for the diet, daily life, and all chores of the guests of the Shengqi Palace. The guards in charge of Shengqi Palace had already withdrawn. 500 Tianyi special mercenaries are responsible for patrolling and standing guard. Long Fei knew that this was a special treatment given to him by the emperor, and it was also a hint that he invited him to live in the palace, not to put him under house arrest and monitor him. If he wanted to go out, he could do whatever he wanted. Angels of power and masters descend on the inner side of the Palace of Ascension. Li Xiuqing is driving the angel and Ku Jiexiong is driving the main angel. The ground special mercenaries launched the newly developed machine hound, which looks like a metal mastiff, with a pair of red eyes, built-in weapons, powerful scanning capabilities, keen hearing, and a very sensitive sense of smell. Although the robot hound is made of metal, its flexibility is no less than that of a cat. There are 20 robot hounds in total. In addition to the robot hound, there is also the military harrow. The appearance of the military harrow is painted with a layer of camouflage, which can assist in network, information, security, etc., and can also be used to correct and repair loopholes in some defense systems. The military harrow is only as big as an adult's fist. When some special forces generals wear harrow on their bodies for long-range sniping, the military harrow can investigate the wind direction and immediately assist and correct the sniper rifle, so that the sniper special forces can get the best accuracy. Then, some Tianyi special mercenaries conducted some inspections and scans in Shengqi Palace, and disabled the hidden cameras. Damn it, this is our most advanced camera, and it was even shut down by them. The black technology of the target is too scary. A palace guard complained in the secret control room. The guard squad leader immediately reported to his superiors. Some of the guards farther away looked at the Spartan uniforms worn by the Tianyi special mercenaries and showed envious eyes. Although the individual equipment worn by these guards can be said to be the most advanced technology of the Hanxia Empire, they are different from others. Compared with the Spartan battle uniform, it is really more than 2 generations behind, and even other individual equipment is 2 generations behind. Even their robot hounds are more advanced than theirs. The guards hiding in some dark places originally used some special hidden props, which cannot be detected by the scanners of other countries' robot hounds. However, the machine hounds of the Tianyi mercenary group can find them. As long as they are within the scanning range of the machine hounds of the Tianyi mercenary group, all the guards hiding in the dark have basically nowhere to escape. On the other side, Long Fei was on the top floor of the main hall of Shengqi Palace. the third floor in total, holding a mobile suit to communicate with his subordinates. Standing in front of the window with sunglasses on, he made a gesture of shooting towards one place. 3 guards hiding on the third floor of a palace are behind the curtains of a bedroom. One of them with a telescope exclaimed, "Damn, he found us hiding here." The squad leader ordered, "Retreat." The 3 guards immediately cleaned up the instruments and exited the bedroom. Then, Long Fei made a gesture of shooting in several different directions, scaring the guards who were hiding and secretly watching him, so they immediately packed up and left. Long Fei was able to spot these guards hiding in the distance, mainly thanks to his sunglasses, which had a 3D scanning function of 1 kilometer within the line of sight of the sunglasses. Even if the target hides behind the bunker, the sunglasses can know the exact position of the target hiding in the bunker. The reason why these guards hid in the distance and used binoculars to monitor Long Fei's side was mainly because the hidden camera on the side of Shingqi Palace had been paralyzed and turned off, so they couldn't collect some of Long Fei's action information. They had to ask some guards who knew lip language to observe Long Fei with binoculars from a distance. As long as Long Fei called or talked to others, they could know what Long Fei was talking about and thus get some information. In the end, Long Fei happened to find out. Su Weiran nodded while listening to the report and said in his heart, "The technology this kid has mastered exceeds the estimates of experts in this country." Long Dingkuan has been restless for a while, unable to sleep or eat, and always feels a sense of crisis hanging over him. Especially with the news of Long Fei's return to China, the sense of crisis and the restlessness in his heart became more and more intense. Although Long Dingkuan asked his daughter to contact Solanum Nigrum, her daughter responded that Solanum Nigrum didn't want to contact at all. When Long Dingkuan officially returned to the country, some members of the Long family suddenly disappeared. These members were still important members of the Long family and were responsible for managing the important properties of the Long family. During this period of time, he has been having nightmares, dreaming that he and his children and grandchildren were all handcuffed behind their hands and knelt in a mass grave. All the corpses in the mass grave were members of the Long family, and Long Fei was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, his right hand resting on his chin, and his eyes looked down coldly. But he and his children and grandchildren looked at Long Fei above, and the children and grandchildren desperately shouted at Long Fei for mercy. Long Fei just looked at them coldly, slowly raised his right hand, and swung it down. The mercenaries in the mass grave directly raised their guns and shot at him and his children and grandchildren. Long Dingkuan felt the sore spots where countless bullets passed through his body, as well as the horrific screams of his children and grandchildren. Every time Long Dingkuan woke up from this nightmare, his whole body was covered with cold sweat. He felt the incomparably real life situation. After Long Fei's fleet came to the capital Tianyang City, Long Dingkuan's sense of fear became more and more intense. When it was time for dinner, the eldest son and second son's family were not at the table, only himself, his wife Yang Ruashi, and daughter Long Huiwan. "Xiaowan, where are your eldest brother and second brother's family? I can't contact them, and I can't get through on the phone." Long Huiwan replied truthfully, seeing her father's haggard and powerless eyes. Long Huiwan knew why her father was so emaciated at this moment. As she said before, when Long Fei came back, the crisis of the Long family's destruction came. Yang Ruashi looked at her husband. Whether her husband would become the last head of the Long family depended on Long Fei's thoughts. Yang Ruashi didn't expect that her third son's son was also her grandson, Long Fei. She didn't expect that Long Fei, who was only in his early 20s, would already be able to destroy the Long family, which had a business family for hundreds of years. Suddenly the door was kicked open, and many Tianyi mercenaries filed in. Long Dingkuan stared at the Tianyi mercenaries in front of him with wide eyes, unable to speak at the moment. The Tianyi mercenary at the front said, "Do you want to go with us, or should we you?" Long Dingkuan, as the head of the Long family for many years, has maintained a calm mind, which he can still do. Long Dingkuan stood up and followed the mercenaries. Yang Ruashi and Long Huiwan followed behind Long Dingkuan. The Long family's mansion has been controlled by Tianyi mercenaries at this moment, and there are still some MS standing outside the mansion. The wealthy families outside the Long family mansion can see the current situation of the Long family mansion from inside the mansion. They all know that something big is going to happen to the Long family today. Shu Tailong listened to his subordinates report by himself. Long Dingquan followed the Tianyi mercenaries to the outside of the main hall of his Long family mansion and saw countless members of the Long family kneeling on both sides of the corridor. Walking into the main hall, apart from seeing many Tianyi supporters standing on the left and right walls of the main hall, they also saw that the eldest son and the second son's family were there, but at the moment they were all kneeling in front of the patriarch's seat. The Tianyi mercenary who led the way pointed to Long Ingxian and said, "Kneel there and wait for our boss to arrive." An angry look appeared on Long Dingquan's face, and a Tianyi mercenary next to him saw that Long Dingquan hadn't moved, so he directly pulled out the pistol from his waist, pointed at Long Dingquan's head, and said, "Did you not hear, or are you deaf? Yen, if you don't cooperate obediently, the boss will allow us to kill your descendants in front of you." Several Tianyi mercenaries on both sides of the wall stepped out, raised their rifles, loaded them, and aimed at the target. "I don't want to die, Grandpa. Dad, please cooperate." Long Dingquan's children and grandchildren begged for Long Dingquan's cooperation. Listening to the desperate voices of his children and grandchildren, Long Dingquan took a deep breath and could only cooperate obediently. Long Dingquan knelt at the front. Yang Ruashi and Long Huiwan knelt on the left and right sides of Long Dingquan. Long Dingquan knelt for more than an hour before Long Fei came to Long's mansion. Long Fei looked at the two sides of the corridor leading to the main hall, and the members of the Long family were kneeling. When their parents passed away, these members followed Long Ingxian and Long Ingxiao to oppress him and his sisters, and wanted to carve up the Xianxian group. When the sisters took over, they all tried their best to suppress the Xianxian group, just to force the sisters to hand over the Xianxian group. If it wasn't for the help of my aunt, the sisters almost couldn't hold on at that time. Long Fei still remembered how ugly these people were when they ate. At this moment, these kneeling members of the Long family looked at Long Fei with great fear. Long Fei just glanced at them indifferently and walked towards the main hall of Long's house. Long Fei entered the main hall and saw the kneeling aunt, pointing to the aunt. "Don't kneel, give her a chair to sit on." When Long Huiwan helped her up, she pleaded with Long Fei, "Fei, don't let Grandma kneel down. You should remember that your father came back to see Grandma every year on Grandma's birthday. Your father and Grandma have a very good relationship." Long Fei glanced at Yang Ruashi. Besides his aunt, she was the only person who treated him and his sister well. Long Fei made a gesture, and one of the Tianyi mercenaries helped Yang Ruashi up, and Long Huiwan helped her mother to sit on the chair prepared for her. Long Fei sat on the head chair of the Long family, lying sideways on the head chair, with one hand resting on his chin and the other foot on the table. Long Fei leisurely held his mobile suit, watching the reports from his subordinates. Everyone at the scene dared not speak out. Long Huiwan could only wait quietly for her nephew to speak. After more than an hour, Long Fei made a gesture. One of the Tianyi mercenaries directly dragged Long Dingquan to Long Fei and made him kneel in front of Long Fei. Long Dingquan was terrified in his heart, but his eyes remained calm as he looked at Long Fei sitting on his main chair. Long Fei said indifferently, "Long Dingquan, do you want to die or live?" Long Dingquan didn't answer. He wanted to know what this grandson wanted to play. With a direct gesture from Long Fei, Long Ingxian was directly dragged to Long Dingquan's side by a Tianyi mercenary and shot directly at the back of Long Ingxuan's head. "Dad, husband," Long Qinxian let out a heart-piercing cry. Seeing her eldest son being killed, Yang Ruashi felt an incomparable colic in her heart and covered her heart. Long Huiwan couldn't bear to look directly at it. Long Ingxiao's family in the main hall and the members of the Long family kneeling outside the main hall heard the heart-piercing shouts in the main hall. Either they were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat, or they peed in fright. Long Dingquan didn't expect that Long Feiren didn't talk too much cruelly, so he directly gave him this move. Long Dingquan knew that if he didn't answer, the second son might be the next one, so he immediately said, "I want to live." Long Fei made a gesture, and one of the Tianyi mercenaries took out a contract and a pen and put them in front of Long Dingquan. Long Dingquan took a look at the contract and said to Long Fei, "You don't need to do these things, I can give you all of them." Long Fei shook his head slowly, stood up, walked up to Long Dingquan and said, "It's different. You don't have the right to hand things over to me like a high-ranking patriarch, but you have to offer things like a dog. After speaking, Long Fei kicked Long Dinkuan's chest. Long Dinkuan fell to the ground screaming, covering his chest with his hands in pain. Long Huiwan wanted to go to help her father, but when Long Fei's cold eyes looked at her, she didn't dare to help her father. Then Long Fei raised his right hand, and the other Tianyi mercenaries immediately pointed their guns at the heads of Long Dinkuan's other descendants. Grandpa is about to sign. Dad promised him. The most important thing is that Grandpa is alive now. Long Dinkuan could only endure the pain and signed the contract on the ground. The Tianyi mercenary picked up the contract and handed it to Long Fei. Long Fei looked at the contract and nodded, and handed it to the Tianyi mercenary in front of him for safekeeping. Then, Long Fei stepped on Long Dinkuan's head, pointed at Long Huiwan, and said to Long Dinkuan, "Except for her, none of you have the right to be named Long. You are only worthy of the surname Dog. It is my Long Fei's dog." Long Chenxian jumped up to object, pointed at Long Fei and cursed. "You bastard, what qualifications do you have?" Before he could finish cursing, a Tianyi mercenary hit him on the back of the head with the of a gun. "This dog is too noisy, call me." A few mercenaries either used gun butts or kicked Long Chenxian with military sticks or with their feet. Long Chenxian was beaten and screamed, "Long Chenxian, no." At this moment, he wanted to call him a dog. Chenxian didn't expect to be beaten like a dog today. Long Fei sat on the main chair and asked Long Huiwan, "Auntie, to make a group of dogs obedient, besides giving them food, what else should I teach?" Long Huiwan frowned. She dared not answer. "Speak." Long Fei's angry voice made Long Huiwan tremble with fright. Long Huiwan looked at her no longer the beloved and lovely nephew in front of her, but the emperor who seemed to control the life and death of others. Long Huiwan could only say, "I still have to use a rattan whip to make them understand the authority of the master." "You all heard." "Understood, boss." There were screams from inside and outside the main hall. Except for Long Huiwan and Yang Ruashi, all members of the Long family, no matter men, women, or children, were severely beaten by Tianyi mercenaries. There were cries and begging for mercy. The horrific screams spread outside the Long family mansion, and the wealthy families who were closer felt a sense of fear when they heard the horrific screams, and their bodies trembled. Then, after the Tianyi mercenaries had beaten them severely, they would ask the members of the Long family, "What is their last name? What does it call?" Once he answered that his surname was Long, he would be beaten severely again. If the surname is Dog, the Tianyi mercenary will reach out and slap the opponent's face, and then smile and tell the opponent to bark like a dog. If he doesn't want to bark like a dog, or if he reacts slowly, he will be beaten up immediately. If you immediately learn how to bark like a dog, wow, woof, woof. The Tianyi mercenaries would point at each other and laugh wildly, saying, "What a qualified dog." These members who changed their surnames from Long to Dog felt extremely humiliated, and some of them couldn't help crying with snot and tears. "Oh, don't cry, good dog. I will give you food later." Then, the Tianyi mercenaries took the leftovers and threw them at the members of the Dog family. "Come and eat." No one wants to eat on their stomach like a dog. As a result, the Tianyi mercenaries directly grabbed their hair, pressed them to the ground, and made them eat like dogs. The Dog surname members in the main hall were pinned to the ground by Tianyi mercenaries just like outside the main hall, eating like dogs. Yang Ruashi originally pleaded for mercy, but Long Fei said directly, "Pleading is just like them." Yang Ruashi could only close her eyes, not seeing or disturbing. Long Huiwan could only call Selenum Nigram at this moment, but Selenum Nigram did not respond. Long Huiwan could only keep calling Selenum Nigram. Long Kuei, who was far away in Yongxing City, watched her aunt keep calling her and roughly guessed what was going on. She didn't want to answer it at first, but her aunt kept calling her. Selenum Nigram felt that there was definitely something bad going on with her aunt. "It happened, so I kept calling her." Selenum Nigram had no choice but to answer her aunt's call. "Xiaokuei, hurry up and persuade your younger brother." "Auntie, what happened?" You turn on the video communication and you know it. It was fine if the nightshade wasn't opened, but the pictures she saw after opening it left her speechless in shock. She didn't expect her younger brother to directly humiliate her like this. The younger brother sat on the main chair with his eyes closed. Auntie, let me persuade him to go. Long Huiwan walked up to Long Fei and pushed the phone in front of Long Fei. Xiao Fei, have you forgotten what you promised me? Long Fei slowly opened his eyes and looked at the eldest sister on the phone screen. Of course I haven't forgotten. Then why are you treating them like this? Who? Long Dingkuan and the others. Sister, except for me and my aunt whose surname is Long. There is no one else whose surname is Long. They are all surnamed Dog. Selenum Nigrum was so shocked that she couldn't speak. For a while, she didn't understand what her brother was talking about. Sister, I promise you to spare the Long family and not do too many things to embarrass them. But the people here are not named Long, but dogs. Selenum Nigrum already understood what my brother meant. Selenum Nigrum is still kind in her heart. She still can't bear to see her brother do such atrocious things, and see these people who are humiliated to be worse than dogs. Although, she still vividly remembered how these people bullied their siblings back then, even though she had vowed to take revenge in her heart. However, she didn't think about such a humiliating way of remuneration. Eldest sister, call the second and third sisters over. Let them have a look, and then you can decide whether to let me continue to change the law to make their lives worse than death, or let them stay like this, starting today. Just let them have the surname Dog and be our dog. Selenum Nigrum frowned, letting Long Xian and Long Wen see this scene. The third child had no idea, but the second child would definitely stand by the younger brother's side. Long, Go Dinkuan shouted at Selenum Nigrum at this moment. Xiao Kuei, Grandpa, ah. His right knee was stepped on by a Tiani mercenary group. Long Fei said in a cold tone. Dog, find out your identity and be our grandfather. Are you worthy? Selenum Nigrum took a deep breath, put the phone in front of the desk, and immediately knelt down in front of the screen. Sister, what do you mean? Xiao Fei, eldest sister has always loved you the most, and has never begged you to do anything. Today, eldest sister begs you. The revenge has been avenged, and it is enough for you to humiliate them. Do you want eldest sister to kowtow to you now, to plead for mercy? Long Fei was very angry in his heart, and secretly cursed his elder sister for being a mother. And he didn't think about how these guys treated them back then. These people didn't care about the so-called family affection at all. How could they treat these people with family affection? Selenum Nigrum looked at his younger brother indifferently, took a deep breath, and prepared to kowtow. Long Fei raised his hand, and the Tiani mercenaries stopped moving. Long Fei looked at his aunt with some displeasure. If it wasn't for his aunt, how could the eldest sister plead with him and almost kowtow to him? Long Huiwan lowered her head. He knew that Long Fei was angry now, especially with her. Long Huiwan, from today onwards, you are the head of the Long family. Tomorrow, you will invite a bunch of rich and powerful families to the banquet of the new head of the Long family. They, the dog slaves of the Long family, have to behave well. I will let some people go. Here, if these slaves behave badly and lose face as the patriarch of the Long family, these people will help you educate the dog slaves. Xiao Fei you. When Selenum Nigrum was about to advise his younger brother, Long Fei glared at him directly. Selenum Nigrum was stunned by her younger brother's eyes and couldn't speak. She knew that the pleading just now was already his biggest concession. If he continued to intercede, his younger brother might turn against her directly, and Selenum Nigrum could only keep silent. Patriarch Long, I look forward to your performance. Don't let me down. Yes. Long Huiwan saluted Long Fei Fei. Long Fei got up and left the scene with his hands on his back. There are only a few Tiani mercenaries left in the Long family mansion. Soon, the Long family sent out a message that a banquet for the new Long family will be held tomorrow. The wealthy family already knew that the Long family had changed hands. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Long Fei returned to Xingqi Palace. In the main hall of Xingqi Palace, Tao Xiang and Su Jingyun had a pleasant conversation, and Su Jingyun was wearing a court dress. Long Fei came in and saw his woman chatting and laughing with his classmates in the university. After seeing some gift boxes on the round table, Long Fei saw that the three princesses were giving gifts. Grassmen, see your highness the third princess. When Su Jingyun heard Long Fei address her, a tinge of heartache flashed in her heart. She understood that Long Fei had made an attitude to her, that you are a princess and I am a grassroots man, and there is always this gap between our identities. Long Fei, don't call me third princess. Let's call each other like we used to when we were in college. It's better to obey than to be respectful, Long Fei said, and sat next to Tao Xiang. Su Jingyun looked a little uncomfortable. She knew that it was impossible to have a relationship with Long Fei. Long Fei, tomorrow I will take you and Tao Xiang around the palace, and let me introduce some features of the palace to you. Okay, then I would like to thank Jingyun for the hospitality. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Jingyun decided to go back to the palace to rest and bid farewell to Long Fei and Tao Xiang. Fei, Your Highness the Third Princess has sent some gifts. Then open it and take a look. After opening the presents, Tao Xiang saw what was in one of the gift boxes and called Long Fei over. Fly, take a look. This pair of jade birds is so cute. Seeing a pair of palm-sized black and white carved jade birds inside the box, Long Fei said, This is a lovebird carved from high-quality ink milk jade. Birds. A lovebird. This is a bird unique to the Hanxia Empire. Once this bird chooses a mate, it will be loyal to each other for the rest of its life. When one of them dies, the other will never marry again. This is a symbol that is considered by our country and even the world. The faithful bird of marriage and love. Fei, I heard from the third princess that you and he are college classmates. You should have her contact number. Why don't you thank her? This is her wishing us a happy marriage for 100 years. Long Fei nodded, took out his mobile suit and contacted the third princess's phone number. On the way, Su Jingyun returned to her palace. The maid behind her handed the mobile suit behind her and said to her, Your Highness, your mobile suit is ringing. Su Jingyun took it over to have a look, but did not expect that it was Long Fei who contacted her to answer the phone. Hello, His Royal Highness, it's me, Long Fei. What's up? Thank you for your lovebird jade. Thank you for your blessing. Well, I wish you and Miss Tao Xiang a happy marriage for 100 years. It's getting late, and I won't disturb your rest. Good night. Good night. Su Jingyun hung up the phone and handed the phone to the maids behind her. The maids could feel that the princess was crying. At this time, Long Fei was standing in the garden outside Xingqi Palace, admiring the garden scenery at night. At this moment, Li Xiuqing walked to Long Fei and said, Hey, I really didn't expect that you were in the same class as His Highness the Third Princess when you were in college, let alone that Her Highness the Third Princess was so interested in you. Long Fei glanced at Li Xiuqing and shook his head. Li Xiuqing asked gossipingly, How did you make His Royal Highness the Third Princess interested in you? How do I know? It was only when she participated in the mechanical competition when she was in college. When she competed with me, she competed as the operator of the robot. Li Xiuqing pretended to be surprised and said exaggeratedly, God, I thought you were using your superb talent and your superb songs to attract the attention and love of the third princess. What talent and songs are you talking about? Only then did the two notice Tao Xiang coming behind them. Tao Xiang tilted her head to look at Li Xiuqing and Long Fei. When he came to look for Long Fei just now, he heard the conversation between the two, what songs and talents they heard. Long Fei whispered to Li Xiuqing, Don't talk nonsense. I don't want to be kicked out of bed by her and driven out of the room. Li Xiuqing nodded and then asked Tao Xiang, Tao Xiang, has Lao Fei never sung in front of you? No, what's the matter? Wow. Li Xiuqing jumped back and said, Old Fei, why are you so secretive? You can sing so well and write so many good songs. You don't tell your woman. Tao Xiang tilted her head and looked at Long Fei, a little disbelieving. Tao Xiang felt that Long Fei didn't look like a person who could sing. Long Fei explained, I haven't sung since I was in college. Li Xiuqing nodded and said, That's right. Your sisters didn't know that you could sing so well at first. None of your three sisters inherited your mother's good voice, but you did. Tao Xiang looked at Long Fei expectantly at the moment and said, Fei, what song can you sing? I want to listen to it, okay? It seems that he doesn't sing other people's songs. He can write lyrics, sing, and even sing a song in several languages. Fei, are you so good? Tao Xiang's whole expression was full of surprise, and she couldn't believe it. Li Xiuqing added to the fire and said, He is amazing. I was thinking that if he changed his career to become a singer now, he would definitely become a big hit. I remember him singing a lot of songs in junior high school and high school. Li Xiuqing looked up and thought for the sake of recalling the previous episodes. Long Fei thought in his heart, Most of my songs are Gundam's theme song, ending song, and interlude. I remember them all. I don't even know what happened to some Chinese songs that I liked to listen to in my previous life. I actually remember it, too. I can know the melody and rhythm, and I prefer the DJ version to the original version. Li Xiuqing snapped his fingers and said, "Ah, he has a song that I really like. It seems to be called Beyond or something. It's Beyond the Time. I want to hear it." Tao Xiang looked forward to it. The question is, are there any instruments here? In addition to the traditional musical instruments of our country, there seems to be a piano among the Western musical instruments, and it is in the musical instrument room. Li Xiuqing said. Then the three of them came to the musical instrument room together, where the piano was placed in a half-open gazebo. Long Fei walked to the piano, sat on the chair, and prepared to play. Tao Xiang and Li Xiuqing took out their mobile suits to take pictures. Long Fei's brain was running fast, and the entire melody and rhythm had already appeared in his vision, and he began to play. Long Fei played the piano according to the original song. Immediately after Long Fei finished singing, he continued to play and sing the Chinese version of Beyond the Time. You belong with me. Please don't say goodbye to me. Hug together anytime, anywhere. I belong to you. The inner desire is about to burst. I must give this heart to you. We belong to the earth. In one corner of the distant universe, there is this shining planet. All sorrows unfold here. All love goes here. No one can escape from the wheel of the universe. All evil will repeat itself endlessly. Then peace, then liberty, then justice. You are all I want. Although abandoned, changed, lost, please don't kill that brilliance. You can change the side of fate in time and space. You can change the future on the dark side. We can share happiness together to find the day we are allowed to meet. Dreaming stuff like general disorientation. Drifting boat. We belong to the earth. As long as everyone survives, I can go back one day. You and I who stay under the giant wheel of the universe will always repeat. Compared to hope, compared to ideal, compared to longing. You're the truth I've found in my life. Not destructive, intense. No pretense. Please don't hide this gaze. You can change the side of fate in time and space. You can change the future on the dark side. We can share happiness together to find the day of double joy. You can change the side of fate in time and space. You can change the future on the dark side. If I can meet you again, beyond the infinite universe, beyond time and space. At the end of the song, Tao Xiang and Li Xiuqing were amazed, and Li Xiuqing was even more surprised. He had only heard the song Beyond the Time in Dongyang in English, and this was the first time he had heard the pure Chinese and Xia language version. When some working ladies heard Long Fei singing, many of them were very surprised. Some Tianyi mercenaries in the vicinity were shocked. Their boss is too amazing. The boss's singing voice is at the level of a professional singer. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.